Chapter 129, The Blue Qilin, Part 1. Chapter 129, Episode 129, The Blue Qilin, Part 1. Chapter 46. The Blue Qilin, Part 1. Translator, Khan. Editor, Red. 1. There had been a singularity everywhere. The fact also applied to the war with the monsters in the era of monsters. If the emergence of awakeners and relics was the starting point, the singularity was nothing but the items that were made using monsters as materials. Relics were more restrictive than they thought. Their use was fixed, and the powerful relics required more from the users. In short, the users had to align themselves to the characteristics of the relics. However, items were different. Items made of monster leather, bones, etc. were made to suit users. Of course, no matter how limited their use was, items that surpassed the power of relics had never been made. There was not enough material for an item to surpass a relic, and even if there was material, there was not enough technology and environment to make them. But it was not true anymore. Park's workshop had steadily developed technology under the full support of the Mat Guild, and when they were given the strongest materials of the dark blue-grade monsters, the eight-tailed fox, and the dragon, the items were in a transition period. Items that were comparable to first-grade relics were born. Everyone, stand by. The ultimate accomplishment was done by a group of hunters who grew up and fought with monsters for a year under the name of the Mat Guild. The Mat Guild. The group created by Kim Tae-hoon was not just a group of awakeners who killed monsters. Kim Tae-hoon had always encouraged members of the Mat Guild to compete. After a fierce competition, he paid more for those who won the race, and he treated the outstanding as they deserved. Now the survivors of the process had been given items made from the dragon and the eight-tailed fox. It was no exaggeration to say that a beautiful picture of the dragon has been completed at this point. Dragon Knights, remove the monsters in front. At this moment, Kim Tae-hoon was directing a powerful group from the sky. Remove the monsters in front. At the sound in their heads, 12 hunters who had been given the new name Dragon Knights, and who had been waiting, finally made their appearance. KKRR. Those who showed up faced a horde of orcs that filled the vast plains. They numbered at least 1,000. Furthermore, the orcs were of many different kinds, from hairy orcs like snowmen, to the ones with black skin, the ones with red skin, to the ones with white skin. The color of their eyes was also varied. The number of orange eyes that appeared between the red eyes was not small. There were so many monsters with yellow eyes that they could not be counted with one hand. They were legion. They were so many powerful groups that it seemed to be difficult for only a dozen people to make an attempt to fight. Even the men who appeared had no firearms, the powerful weapons of human beings. Spears, swords, and shields were all of their weapons. Kuyo-eo. Of course, the orcs cried with joy at the appearance of the small group. It was only natural since food has appeared before them all of a sudden. Qua. Even more, those greedy for hot human flesh and blood rushed at the Dragon Knights without paying attention to the commands of their leaders. The battle was launched immediately, but it didn't last long. The moment the battle started, it became a one-sided massacre, not a battle anymore. The spears and swords of the Dragon Knights cut the orcs like cutting water. Sheik. A single stroke split the body of an orc in half, and a single stab of a spear opened up a huge hole in another's chest. Bang! Even the bodies of the orcs did not hold out against one simple punch. With one punch, an orc's chest was crushed like a can of crushed soda, and the crushed body flew several meters and knocked down other orcs like bowling pins. Front, a Bigfoot orc approaches. 3 people, take care of it, dash. The vigor did not stop in front of the Bigfoot orc, one of the leaders of the orc army. Krung, krung. As the command echoed in their heads, the 3 Dragon Knights charged the Bigfoot orc, who was running at them, leaving huge footprints with a bizarre cry. One of the 3 sprinters blocked the front of the Bigfoot orc, and the other 2 slid past it and took their positions. Triangle formation. Get rid of it as soon as possible. The rest of the members, clean up the surroundings so others do not interfere in the killing of the Bigfoot orc. They were simple, but with a simple but powerful formation, they immediately began the battle. The battle was also fast and sharp. Krung, krung. One of them caught the Bigfoot orc's attention while the other two swung their swords at the Bigfoot orc. Sheik. The sharp sword left a wound deep enough for all the fingers to go in on the thigh of the Bigfoot orc. As soon as the Bigfoot orc changed its target to get its revenge, the other two moved freely. Sheik. Sheik. After the swords crossed several times with the eerie sound of the wind, the Bigfoot orc knelt on the ground. Thump. Krung. It was not because of lack of strength, the loss of power, or the severe bleeding. The reason for its kneeling was that it had been hamstrung and had no way to stand anymore. It was evidence that the Bigfoot orc's resilience could not keep up with the cumulative speed of the wound. Krung? Krung? The Bigfoot orc, who would never have kneeled like this, was embarrassed. During its embarrassment, the eerie blades moved toward the Bigfoot orc's neck, where the swords could now reach without leaping. Its neck was cut, and its blood was spraying like a fountain. Kyo? In front of this scene, the orcs no longer bore the same gruesome vigor as before. Fear began to spread through the orc army. The fear slowed the orcs' footsteps. Kyo, Kyo-eo. The orcs, who knew nothing but the rush of combat, began to run away with a terrified scream. Oh, my God! What the hell? The faces of the ambassadors of Korea, who were looking at the scene from a distance away, were filled with surprise and embarrassment. It was a natural result. How the hell did this happen? What has happened in Korea in the meantime? After barely saving themselves from monsters, the ambassadors to Korea have been busy surviving rather than fighting monsters. To them, the monsters who were escaping from humans was shocking. Furthermore, the sight was also shocking to many soldiers and hunters who participated in this battle. Is it the effect of the items made from the dragon and the eight-tailed fox? Those items have surpassed the relics. The combat capability that the Dragon Knights showed, and the power of the items which were the basis of their combat ability, were so great. Not bad. Only one person, Kim Tae-hoon, was simply satisfied with the sight beneath him. With that power, they can hunt a blue-grade monster. Kim's eyes turned to the back of his right hand. Basic abilities. Strength, 1008. Health, 1012. Special abilities. Energy, A+ rank. Mana, A+ rank. Telekinesis, S rank. Defense, A+ rank. Mana resistance, A+ rank. Achieved abilities. Telepathy, grade for the power of the Queen Wolf Ant allows telepathic communication to the object. The higher the telekinesis rank, the wider the range and effectiveness of telepathy. However, telepathy does not reach them if the object rejects it. The power of the Queen Wolf Ant is satisfactory. Telepathy. Kim liked the ability gained through the crystal of the Queen Wolf Ant. In fact, what he wanted to confirm in this battle was not the combat power of the Dragon Knights, but the power of the Queen Wolf Ant. It was not difficult for him to measure the Dragon Knight's ability even if it was not a real battle, but telepathy was the ability he used for the first time. With this much, there is no shortfall in the hunting of the blue Qilin. The scope and effect of the telepathy that had been tested in the real battle were very impressive. In an era when wireless communication was still impossible, the effect of telepathy was endless in a battlefield where life and death came and went in seconds. We are ready. The place where Kim Tae-hoon's gaze was headed was the place where the ambassadors to Korea had gathered. It was a long distance to naked eyes, but Kim Tae-hoon's eyes, which began to change like a camera, were able to clearly grasp the movements of the ambassadors to Korea. It was not just that he could see it. he had the hearing of a bell-tailed rat. Thanks to that, he could hear. What do you think? We have not been able to get in touch with our homeland, and we are not even sure what the situation is. I believe that we will not lose anything, accepting the proposal from Korea. What was the contract about? In fact, it's similar to being a subject country, and we just avoid being a colony. At other times, it would be ridiculous, but it's better to be a subject country than to be ruled by monsters. We could change the deal later, right? We'd better accept the offer first. No, we have to negotiate before the rest of the country, and the later our order is, the less we will have. He could hear the sounds of the ambassadors to Korea who, after waking up from their shock, were knocking on their calculators. Their reaction is as expected. The position of ambassador to Korea was not just a seat where any diplomat could sit down. It was a seat where they faced North Korea, which they had never missed when discussing international affairs in the era before the monsters appeared. It was also a seat where diplomats of the world's great powers came together. Having excellent ability and experience was the basics of basics. A close relationship with the top man of power was also essential. Would it be all right to send someone who was not close to him to call him on his personal cell phone if necessary when he sends an ambassador to Korea? Their ambition is starting to burn. Crucially, they must be ambitious. Basically, the position of ambassador to Korea was a busy and difficult seat. If North Korea shot off a missile, they should not even think about sleeping properly for a few days. It did not mean that they were getting more money than other diplomats because they are busy and working hard, and they did not get honorable rewards like a soldier did through distinguished military service. Ambition. There was no reason to sit in the position of ambassador to Korea unless they had a strong ambition to climb to a higher seat, based on the backgrounds of previous ambassadors to Korea. And not just diplomat could sit down in the position. There was no way to allow anyone else to sit in a position where a person with close ties, very good ability, career, and ambition wanted to sit. What did the suggestion of the Mac Guild and the ability Kim Tae-hoon showed them mean? The obvious thing is that there was no advantage to not acting. It was not the end that Kim Tae-hoon wanted to show. When I am done here, they'll weigh their options. Rather, what he had shown now was an appetizer. Kim Tae-hoon, as he has already said, would hunt the blue Qilin in front of them. He would show them in the hunt that one person, one individual, had killed by himself the eight-tailed fox that Japan had attacked with the bait of more than 100 tanks and armored cars and failed to hold on to. So, he would clearly imprint who they should hold hands with for their ambition. Between the Six Snakes and the Mac Guild, I'll make them not have to worry about which one is better. Kim Tae-hoon, who had the will, turned his head. He could definitely see the slopes of Mtibektu. A week later, on December 30th, the hunting of the blue Qilin began. 2. Moscow. The picture drawn in the minds of those who think of this place, the capital of Russia, is always the same: the Kremlin situated inside Red Square, and St. Basil's Cathedral. And now, at the end of 2017, Red Square was still in a good shape. Two men were talking there. I am sorry I didn't get good results. The man who spoke was a big man in a thick fur coat. He was also an impressive man with white skin, an angular face, and a mustache that reminded them of the waves. My offer is always valid. It was Mao who stood in front of the man. He seemed to have not changed much, as he had traveled a long way along the Siberian Railway, which was now just a guide. But his position was different. Okay, goodbye, take a good rest and leave. The Russian turned his back on him as soon as he spoke. Mao smiled lightly at the fact. A man approached Mao and said, "His attitude is so different. I think that he was the one who was sending you the Akjo to ask for Mr. Mao's opinion a month ago." The expression of Major Chinshan who spoke the words showed a sense of discomfort and anger. But Mao did not release his smile even at the words. It is natural. Isn't it ungrateful? Ungrateful. There was no word more suitable for the present situation than that. The man who had rebuked Mao a while ago was a man who would have died as a disposable item in the battle with the monsters after the monsters appeared, if it had not been Mao's help. Mao was a lifesaver to him, and even now most of those who had real power in Russia could enjoy what they now enjoyed with the help of the Six Snakes. But now it was different. As soon as the Six Snakes lost their main base in Taiwan and became wanderers, those who were supported by the Six Snakes changed their attitude. It was clear that they must seem ungrateful. Mao didn't want to deny it either. It's natural because humans are naturally ungrateful. And we were the ones who left only the ungrateful in the Russian regime, weren't we? At that question, Major Chinshan remembered what the Six Snakes had done. The Six Snakes helped those who held hands with them gain power. After that, they removed the elements that could threaten their power. In particular, those who claimed freedom and rights, and those who considered justice more important than injustice, had been removed completely. They were the most disturbed at the new order that the Six Snakes wanted to make. Of course, were the Six Snakes touched, only those who chose injustice rather than justice, and those who could treat the freedom and rights of others like garbage for their own benefit, remained. Only one place, Korea, was different. Yes, we were. Major Chinshan, who knew all the process, could no longer refute Mao's words. Mao did not worry deeply about his situation. Then what are we going to do? Most of all, Mao had fully expected this situation. There's nothing you can do. Yes? He had already prepared himself, as he had expected. Sergei is already moving. Oh. Sergei. At that name, Major Chinshan was able to see immediately that Mao had already taken action. That was why Mao didn't lose his smile. I hope he likes Vasvi Shakti. He'd be happy with the divine spear. And if he held the divine spear, Russia was now powerful. Under the support of the Six Snakes, they knew how to deal with monsters, had strong military power, and had powerful relics from a long history. So, Russia no longer felt sorry for Mao and the Six Snakes. Then what was needed to make them feel sorry for? Yes, it will be a disaster for Russia. The answer was clear. That was why Mao was in Moscow now. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 130, The Blue Qilin, Part 2. Chapter 130, Episode 130, The Blue Qilin, Part 2. Chapter 46. The Blue Qilin, Part 2. Translator, Khan. Editor, Red. 3. The night before hunting is a night that cannot help but be covered in tension and nervousness in many ways. If the opponent is a dark blue-grade monster, the Blue Qilin, and if it is a monster of monsters, it wasn't necessary to say anything. The night sky looks so pretty. But the night before such a Blue Qilin hunting was so beautiful that they could not spend the night trembling with taut nerves. I didn't really expect that the day when I saw the moon and the stars above Baekdu to come this way. The night sky, which they could see on the background of the Baekdu, was so beautiful. Didn't you agree, boss? Of course, the biggest reason he was able to appreciate the night sky without being caught up in the anxiety was because of the existence of Kim Tae-hoon, not anyone else. Kim Tae-hoon slurped his coffee and looked up at the top of Baekdu. He pondered it silently. Jang Sung-hoon spoke to Kim, "You can use telepathy now, and you can talk to me even if you drink coffee." At the words of Jang, Kim still did not answer. Instead, he smiled faintly. Then, one of the uninvited guests appeared. Jang Sung-hoon turned his head. "There's a guest here." It was Kate who had shown up. Too, at that time, Kim's voice was heard in Jang's head, and Jang looked around. He saw a woman approaching between the background of a large base camp around them. It was a woman who marked her presence more clearly than anyone else, with a wound on her nose. It was Maria. Maria and Kate, both of them walked toward Kim and Jang as if they had made a promise. Jang shrugged at the sight. Boss, it's not a bother, is it? It doesn't matter if you have a love affair with a woman or two at the same time. But if you choose one, don't cut the other off. Just tell me. Isn't that your right-hand man's job? You have to tell me beforehand, and I'll go to the woman and said, please, break up with my boss. Of course, Kim ignored Jang's words. Kate and Maria stood near them, glancing at one another. Who is it? Kate Kennedy. Kate wondered at Maria, and Maria quickly understood her identity. The personal information of the U.S. ambassador to Korea was something that any elite of Russian special forces should be aware of. While the two women were nervous about each other for different reasons, Kim Tae-hoon said, "You make it clear whether you're here as a representative or as an individual." Maria and Kate looked at each other at the words. As an individual. As an individual. At the same time, they said the same words. Naturally, a strange air began to flow between them. In the air, Jang made a gesture to get up from his seat quietly. Of course, Kim looked at Jang. Then, Jang said carefully, I'm going to get some popcorn, and I think it will be more fun than tomorrow's blue chilin hunting, but... Of course, such a thing, which Jang would get up and bring some popcorn, did not happen. At Kim Tae-hoon's scary eyes, he sat down on the ground again with his hands lightly lifted. The full-scale conversation began after Jang sat down again. Just get straight to the point, Kate first. Who is she? Kim answered briefly to Kate's question, which was really clear and short. It's Maria from Russia. What's your relationship? Is that important? If a Russian is in love with you, then America has to make different judgments in many ways. Jang Sung-hoon, who understood Kate's words, said as if he had waited for it, wow, now is the day when the nationality of the boss's wife changes the world situation. I envy you because I can't marry anyone over 40th. While Kate's face hardened at Jang's complaint, Kim turned his attention to Maria. Then he nodded his chin lightly. It meant she should speak now. I'll make one thing clear, I don't have that relationship with Kim Tae-hoon. And the reason I'm here as an individual is that I've got to give you a few things to tell you. Tell me briefly. The current Russian government's power has been restructured, and in the course of the reorganization, the Russian government has suspended all ambassadors abroad. The Russian ambassador here, in other words, cannot represent Russia at this time. What's the point? I'm the closest one to the Russian representative right now, and I'm here to be recognized. I recognize it. Kim Tae-hoon, who answered immediately, turned his head back to Kate. Is that all you had to ask? Kate was embarrassed by the look. She was not here for a reason, to be honest. She just wanted to see Kim's face after a long time, and this was the only time she could do. In such a situation, her mind couldn't be completely clear because she said something strange even to her mind. So, she asked vaguely, rather, where is Bang Hyun-wook? What about Lieutenant Kim Soo-ji? Aren't they participating this time? The answer to the vague speaking came from Jang's mouth. A closer doesn't play from the start. He'll be here when he has to finish the game. With those words, Jang rose from his seat. I'd rather you two move to the assigned area, because if both parties of the United States and Russia are here, you'll have trouble. This is like a campsite, but you're not here to camp. There was no more playfulness in Jang's eyes. I won't explain anymore, but I'll tell you what I want to say after the hunt. Instead, there was a firm will and charisma that no one could easily reject. Go back. Kate and Maria had to back off. Jang Sung-hoon, who spoke the words, was one of the most powerful men in Korea, and now he was a man who had no desire to discuss the world situation. When the two turned their footsteps around, Jang erased his serious eyes and said, Boss, you're really sucking nectar with telepathy. The beautiful night passed like that, and the sun rose. 4. Mtae-baekdu. It was unquestionable that this mountain, like the soul mountain of the Korean people, was beautiful. And on December 30th, the last day of the year, Baekdu Mountain's Heaven Lake was frozen white and showed that it was the coldest place on the Korean peninsula. A deer was walking through the frozen Heaven Lake of Baekdu. It was a giant deer with a big body that reminded them of an elephant. But the huge size was colorless in front of the deer's appearance. The deer was so unusual. The head that reminded them of an oriental dragon had two horns that seemed to be a deer's, and its body was covered with the scales of a strong dragon, not a fuzzy fur. It could not be compared with anything, and it could not be confused with something else. Because of that, it was so easy to gauge its identity. Chilin. The existence, which could only be seen in legends and myths, now existed before them as a real being. Of course, the Chilin in front of them was not the same kind of bird of good luck that appeared in mythology or legend. Rather, it was a monster that had appeared to bring humanity to despair and an end. A man appeared before the monster. Who? The man with a long breath was also wearing a unique outfit. The man's clothes were not a hiker's. He was dressed in a white animal fur coat over a suit made of the black-red hide of the dragon. The 5 swords which were hovering around the man like satellites orbiting a planet, clearly showed why the man had come here. He was here to wield a sword. The man openly revealed his intention to paint the frozen Heaven Lake of Baekdu Mountain with the blood of the blue Chilin. The blatant hostility was not ignored by the blue Chilin. Shie! With a strange cry, the blue Chilin turned to the man. That meant that the presence of the man was strong enough to be defined as an enemy to the blue Chilin. Of course, there was no need for greetings. The battle began immediately. Sheik. The first movement was made by a sword made of gold, the Dragonlight Sword. As soon as the sun was shining, the powerful weapon that even cut off dragon's skin ran over the frozen lake. With nothing to hide the sun from the sky and the Heaven Lake of Baekdu Mountain, the stage was set for the Dragonlight Sword. The blue Chilin also moved at the movement of the Dragonlight Sword. The clatter of hoofs. The horseshoe-like feet began pounding on the frozen Heaven Lake constantly. The knocking was eerie. Judak. Judak. The sound of footsteps of the blue Chilin with the elephant-sized body, which was likely to reach tens of tons, was low. Nevertheless, its movement was fast and rough. Judak. In one leap, it moved dozens of meters like flying, and its 4 feet created a dynamic movement without a break, as if watching a pair of tap dancers. With that dynamic movement, it avoided the dragon light sword that was flying constantly aiming for it. Even as it avoided it, it began to narrow the distance to Kim Tae-hoon. Of course, Kim also moved. He put his body on the frozen Heaven Lake of Baekdu Mountain and started a running fight where he was chased and he chased. During the chase, Kim moved 2 more swords toward the blue Chilin. The Sword of the Imperator, and the Anamaro Kunitsuna. The name sword, which was excluded from the national treasures because it was owned by the Japanese emperor, and the sword who Kim Tae-hoon first used, moved toward the blue Chilin, flashing ruthless blades more than simply sharp. 3 swords began to perform acrobatics, leaving no gaps, and avoiding what could not be even imagined. Swish, swish. In front of the acrobatics created by the 3 swords, the blue Chilin avoided the dancing blades with amazing grace. Even its dark blue eyes were staring at Kim, not the blades moving toward it in this situation. The blue Chilin looked so relaxed. On the other hand, Kim's eyes were not focused on the blue Chilin. His eyes were watching some golden objects that were scattered on the ground. Golden web. Kim was moving and waiting for the blue Chilin to step on the golden web that he had scattered around. As soon as the blue Chilin stepped on the golden web, it became a mine that caught the ankle of the blue Chilin. Chihik. Of course, it was only a moment that it caught its ankle. Even the expression catch was almost meaningless. But it was enough. Sheik. The small gap was enough for the flying swords to taste the blood of the blue Chilin that they had anticipated so much. At the same time, the wound was enough to pull out the instincts of the blue Chilin who had been playing around so far. Pazik. As soon as the dragon light sword made a finger-deep wound on the back of the blue Qilin, sparks began to splash between its two horns. The blue lightning. The blue lightning gave an extraordinary presence to the Qilin. Pozijik. Now it began to increase its size enormously and emit an overwhelming presence. The blue lightning, which rose like a bamboo, spewed intense thunderbolts around the blue Qilin. The shape of the lightning arcs looked like a net. In fact, it was a net. Pazik. Pazik. In the net made of the blue lightning, the three swords were caught repeatedly flying like acrobatics. They can't move. The power of the net was powerful enough to ignore even the power of Kim Tae-hoon, who had reached the S rank of telekinesis now. Approaching is dangerous. But Kim was not embarrassed by the fact. But it doesn't seem easy to move around using that technique. Instead of embarrassment, he calmly analyzed the situation and came up with a response to the situation he had analyzed. Kim opened his palms and the haze began to rise over his palm. The rising haze became a sphere the size of a human body, taking its place like a snake coiling itself. It was the power of eight-tailed fox, the telekinetic beads. The telekinetic beads appeared and began to freeze, the eerie ice thorns materializing around the hard, solidly frozen beads. Ice thorn armor. Of course, there was a power of anger soaring in it. Kim threw the telekinetic beads into the net of the blue lightning created by the blue Qilin. Pazik. The net of the blue lightning also caught the telekinetic beads, but that was all. There was no way to stop the countdown that had already begun. The short countdown started, and the moment the countdown ended, the telekinetic beads exploded and blew the ice thorns all over the place. At the same time, the powerful explosion caused cracks in the frozen heaven lake of Baekdu Mountain. It was like a volcano bursting out. Duo Woon. A sad bell began to ring at the scene. After a long journey, the bell of King Songdik began to cry out in the heaven lake of Baekdu Mountain. It was not the end of revealing new presences. The golden altar of the Kanjikido that came from Japan began to shake the senses of the blue Qilin by spreading its own sacred power. Kai! Kai! While the blue Qilin, who was wounded and enduring the bell of King Songdik and the golden altar, was crying frantically, Kim Tae-hoon, who had disappeared with the explosion, began to fall from the sky. Kim Tae-hoon, who was falling, held the seven-branched sword with his hands covered with scales of a dragon. The power of a draconian. Kim's fall, led by an unimaginable power, the power of a draconian and the powerful relic seven-branched sword, struck like a thunderstrike on the body of the blue Qilin through the net of the blue lightning it had created. Okay. The seven-branched sword was deeply embedded in the body of the blue Qilin. Chi 3. The blue Qilin's mouth opened and screamed at the power of the seven-branched sword that was stuck in its body. Hua! Kim Tae-hoon also screamed while pushing the seven-branched sword deeper into the body of the blue Qilin. Eu Raya Cha-cha. As soon as the scream was over, powerful cheers began to come into the heaven lake of Baekdu. Everyone, charge! The Dragon Knights. They had already showed up on Baekdu, proving their strength. The difference was that there were 13 people, not 12. I'm here, big brother. One of them, who called himself an ace of the Mat Guild, was Bang Hyunwook. At the fact, a smile rose the lips of Kim Tae-hoon, who was enduring the pain of the lightning striking him on the body of the blue Qilin. It's been a long time. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 131, The Blue Qilin, Part III. Chapter 131, Episode 131, The Blue Qilin, Part 3. Chapter 46. The Blue Qilin, Part 3. Translator, Khan. Editor, Red. 5. Kim Tae-hoon did not think of himself as perfect. In particular, there was no perfection in battle. Therefore, after the battle was over, it is always necessary to reflect, and through reflection, he could realize the lack and find a way to fill the shortcomings. The same was true of the battle with the dragon. In the bloody battle with the dragon, Kim Tae-hoon had reflected on many parts, and at the same time, he took better measures. The answer which he came up with was simple: use bait. Anyone was fine. If someone became a bait and drew the monster's attention for a second, it would be a chance for Kim Tae-hoon. Bucheon High School's fifth batter is here. Come on. In that sense, Bang Hyun-wook, who appeared in an improved dragon armor with perfect armament, was a bait close to perfection. It was not simply because his abilities were excellent, and his relics and items were powerful. Bang grew up differently from the hunters of the Mac Guild. Other hunters tried to become hunters like Kim Tae-hoon, but they were not him. He wanted to be strong, but he wanted to help Kim Tae-hoon, rather than resemble Kim. It was like that from the beginning. He always acted as bait for Kim and faithfully performed his role. And so did Kim Tae-hoon. When he faced the unexplained disaster of the Black Orc, and when he tried to kill it, who filled the gap and made an opportunity? Bang Hyun-wook made it. That was the beginning. Bang had lived thanks to Kim, and Kim had also survived with the help of Bang. Of course, they knew each other well. They did not have to talk to each other about how they would move and how they would want the opponent to move. The teamwork, which had been created by risking each other's lives, would not lose its light in the separation of a few months. Yipe! It's hurt. Shit, it's really hurt. Bang had avoided and withstood the blue lightning that the blue Qilin was now blatantly pouring out, and he had gained time from the blue Qilin. You son of a bitch. I am going to hit you. Furthermore, he drove the specially made bone lance, the dragon lance made from the dragon's bones, not anything else, into the body of the blue Qilin, and drew out its anger. Yes. I'm the best at throwing. I am Randy Johnson of Bucheon. Kai. While the blue Qilin was so angry with Bang, Kim was willing to take advantage of the opportunity. Bang Hyun-wook, you are the best at provoking monsters. Kim Tae-hoon, who held the dragon light sword in the draconian state, slipped under the body of the blue Qilin and created a big wound along its belly. At the same time, his eyes could feel the throbbing under the belly skin. Here is the heart. The moment he grasped where the heart, he delivered his words by telepathy. Bang Hyun-wook, draw its attention once more, . Yes, brother, I'll do what you ordered. Bang Hyun-wook inflated his chest. Foo hoo hoo. He turned quickly to the blue Qilin who was chasing him, and he poured out an intense flame. He released the ability of the flame-spewing wolf crocodile he had gained by his own strength. Of course, it was impossible to draw the attention of the blue Qilin with just the flames. The flames could only interfere with its gaze for a moment, but that was just what Bang wanted. As soon as the blue Qilin came out of the flames, Bang threw the belltail of the bell-tailed rat as if throwing a stone. The belltail flew toward the head of the blue Qilin. Clank! The belltail of the bell-tailed rat knocked on the head of the blue Qilin and made a clean sound. It was a more wonderful and magnificent sound than Duowong, the sound of the bell of King Songdik, which resonated repeatedly. With that sound, the blue Qilin looked at Bang with an eerie eye. It was not just an angry look. Sorry. It was annoyed anger, very damn anger that someone felt when he was suddenly hit on the back of his head in class. Of course, at that moment, the dark blue eyes of the blue Qilin were all on Bang. Kai! Kai! The blue Qilin ignored the dragon lances that the dragon knights threw at it, and it rushed to kill Bang. I'm sorry. Bang started to escape with a cry for forgiveness from the blue Qilin. A flash of light that seemed to cut in a Baekdu in two finished the funny chase that started like that. 6. Colonel Lim Hyun-jun was staring silently at the river flowing in front of him. The river was quite large. That was all. The river was not especially clear, nor did it have a beautiful landscape around it. Colonel Lim lowered himself in front of such an ordinary river, and after putting one knee on the ground, He opened the lid of the canteen in his hand and put the waters of the flowing river into the canteen. Soon he, who had filled the canteen with water, looked up at the sky. On December 31st, the monsters appeared. In exactly 1 year, I am drinking the water of the Yalu River. Colonel Lim, who dropped his head again, looked at the Yalu River. Now I can put the words, "a soldier who drank the water of the Yalu River," in the slogan of the 8th Mechanized Infantry Division. In the mind of Colonel Lim, the slogan of the 6th Infantry Division came to mind. The 6th Infantry Division, which was the first of the Korean Army and the UN forces to advance to the Yalu River during the time of the Korean War and the first to put the Yalu River waters in their canteen, always regarded it as an honor, boast, and pride. And now the unit led by Colonel Lim would be the new protagonist of the slogan. Hoo-oh-oh. Colonel Lim gave a long sigh at the fact. When the long sigh was over, he saw a man walking toward him. Kim Tae-hoon. His expression, which had been writing a legend that no one could believe for a year after the monster appeared, was not so good. It was an uncharacteristic expression for the hunter that had killed the last dark blue monster, the blue Chilin, left in the territory of the Republic of Korea. Of course, Colonel Lim was nervous. What happened? You look bad. Kim Tae-hoon answered the question with a cool reply. Bang Hyun-wook is drunk and is making some trouble. Colonel Lim immediately remembered. At the end of the hunting, the moment when Kim's kusanagi pierced the heart of the blue Chilin, Bang suddenly started to dance on the spot when it fell. It was an expression of his own joy. And it was also an expression that he could do anything. The ambassadors to Korea were shocked in a different way. The problem was that this blue Chilin hunt was not just a hunt, but a hunt in front of the ambassadors to Korea. In the minds of the ambassadors to Korea, only Bang Hyun-wook, who danced in front of the body of the blue Chilin, was left. After that, Bang had drunk a lot during the entertainment after the ceremony. It seemed that Bang lost control of himself against Kim and such heavy drinking. Bang Hyun-wook is an adult, so he can be drunk, can't he? A child or an adult should not be drunk, and they should not lose control of themselves. Colonel Lim burst out laughing at the reply. But it is great, and there will be only Bang Hyun-wook who loses control of himself in the heavy drinking against you in the Republic of Korea. And there are few people who you will let drink like that. At that, Kim Tae-hoon did not answer. He looked at the Yalu River silently. Colonel Lim no longer talked about Bang. The story about Bang was definitely pleasant and entertaining, but the reality that they had to face from now on was neither pleasant nor entertaining. We're going to build a new front line around the Yalu River. It won't be easy. Pyongyang was close to Seoul, and there was a lot of firepower near the military demarcation line, but this is the northernmost part of the Korean peninsula. Moreover, it's January tomorrow, and the winter in the north is harsh. The final defense line must now be extended to the Yalu River. It would not be easy. A lot of people would be sacrificed, and more would be sacrificed after expanding the final defense line. It will be a hard winter in many ways. From now on, the monsters in China, Russia, and their vast territories would come to the Korean peninsula for food. Frankly, Colonel Lim could not even gauge the future he would face from now on. I didn't know I would come here, but I can't imagine what the future will look like from now on. How did the negotiations go with the ambassadors to Korea? Colonel Lim could not imagine what the future Kim was painting would be like. You'll have to ask the guy who's coming. Boss. Boss. Then he heard a voice calling Kim Tae-hoon from a long distance. He did not even have to worry about who was the main character of the voice. Why? Why did you just run away? Jang Sung-hoon was walking toward the place where Kim Tae-hoon and Colonel Lim Hyun-jun were. Jang's expression was very similar to the expression Kim had made a while ago. Hyun-wook is throwing up now. At the end of Jang's words, Colonel Lim laughed again. I'll leave you alone. At the end of the sentence, Colonel Lim stepped down with his canteen, and Jang came over to Kim. Boss, do something about Hyunwook. He drank and became a dog. At the appearance of Jang, who was angry straight away, Kim replied with his eyes, "What can I do?" "No, you have raised him wrong, so you have to take responsibility?" Kim did not even respond to the answer, as if it was not worthy of dealing with. However, Jang did not stop. "When you drink with him at least, the situation will be going well. Since you have raised him wrong, you have to drink as punishment." With that, Jang slowly pulled something out of his arms. The golden glass was showing a red liquid within. "You'll have your first dream of the new year." Kim received the glass from Jang, and stood silent for a while. He had to dream of his own death as his first dream of the new year. It was desperate beyond unpleasant, but it did not silence him. Rather, he was neither offended nor discouraged at the moment. The silence was only due to worry. As he worried, he looked at the back of his right hand. Achieved abilities. The Blue Lightning, Grade 2. The power of the Blue Qilin consumes energy and mana to produce the Blue Lightning. I have acquired 3 abilities of Dark Blue Grade monsters. With the ability of the Blue Qilin, Kim has now acquired 3 second-grade abilities. Already, it has exceeded the power that human beings could tolerate. To be honest, he could not easily imagine himself dying of something other than the curse. On the other hand, Kim had to imagine it. If he was the head of the 6 snakes, what would he do to kill a monster named Kim Tae-hoon? "Boss, if you're scared, will I drink it?" Jang, who was looking at the worry from the side, carefully asked a question. At Jang's question, Kim broke the silence. "No." Jang resisted the resolute word of Kim. "What? Why? I drank it the other day and got some pretty good information." "Why not?" "You'll find out why you didn't get married, not why I died." "Oh, don't make me laugh. I'm getting married, definitely." "No, do you think I'm not capable? If I make a public proposal now, applicants will be lined up from the Yalu River to the Han River." "I'm not kidding. I'm going to marry over 100 times." Kim smiled lightly when Jang huffed irritably. With that smile, he remembered today of a year ago, looking at Napoleon's golden glass, December 31st, 2016, that day at a large mart when he did not even have time to dream. So, this will be the first dream of the new year, after the monsters appeared. On December 31st, 2017, Kim Tae-hoon was still alive. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 132, New Year, Part 1. Chapter 132, Episode 132, New Year, Part 1. Chapter 47. New Year, Part 1. Translator, Khan. Editor, Red. 1. It was a warm sunny winter in Hawaii. A man was walking slowly toward a container which was arranged under the sun. The man's appearance was unusual. Wearing 2 swords on his back, carrying a bag over 2 swords, waving his shaggy black hair and carrying a dragon-shaped flute in his right hand, his shape was not suitable for the warm sunshine in Hawaii. The man's steps did not stop. The man continued to walk towards the container, and as the man approached, the door of the container opened by itself. That was all. There was nobody in the container. It was mysterious. The man, however, did not seem to be surprised at all, and he walked into the container. When he came into the container, the first thing he saw was a map filling the walls of the container. A map of the world. The wide unfolded map was filled with various X character markings, and not in monochrome. There were 3 colors, blue, dark blue, and purple. Most were blue, followed by dark blue, and the least numerous were purple. The number of purples was only 5, compared to the blue filling the map as if they were coloring it: Russia, Central Asia, Europe, Africa, and North America. And at this moment, a purple pen moved on its own, drawing a 6th X marking in Latin America. It's over. The man who was watching it spoke slowly. The long war is over. Mankind has won, and I have survived. Only then did the man speaking move on to the table inside the container. On the table were the tools needed to make coffee. The man began to use it to bring coffee down slowly, as if to savor the process itself. Then, when the coffee began to steam in the mug, the man continued to say his paused words after a sip of the coffee. I was the only one who survived. The man who spoke the words had a bitter look. It's not strange. It was a long war and a hard one. Many people died, and I was able to win because of their deaths. The man who had coffee again continued his story on the stage without one listener. Even if I regret it, it's a thing to chew on after the war. That's the situation now. The war is over. I have killed the last purple monster, and there are no monsters to threaten the world. He said again, the only thing left to me who have survived is to chew on my regrets. That's what this is about. The man who had been drinking coffee instead of saliva as if his mouth was dry continued to say, if I had prevented the 6 snakes who destroyed Russia with nuclear explosions, it might have been easier to hunt Chernobog, and if I had found Bogatyri's great sword hidden in Lenin's tomb a little earlier, I might have prevented Chernobog from coming down to Europe and making an end to the Vatican's history. The man who swallowed the coffee again and immediately gave a long sigh. Hyunwook would not have died to protect the Vatican. The man began to recall, and with that recollection, he carefully rubbed his temples. After all, the fall of the Vatican eventually brought Fafnir in its wake, and Europe became hell. There were countless victims in the hell equal to World War to find the Balmus, and in the meantime, killing Chernobog and gaining the ability of immortality was good luck. The man looked at the back of his right hand with the words. But in the end, the 6 snakes acquired the Balmus, and the sacrifices were repeated to kill Fafnir. The man who was recalling stopped again and took more coffee. It was so clear, and in front of the memory, the man had been silent for a while with coffee. Then the man said, Ma Spencer, if I had made a deal with him, if I had obtained the Mayan calendar from him, if I had prevented Quetzalcoatl from waking up, the war would have ended earlier, and sacrifices would have been less. Then the man gave out a bloody tone, like a beast growling. If I had done so, Sung-hoon would not have died. The man finished his speech and put the empty coffee cup on the table. Instead of a coffee cup, he held the dragon-like flute in his hand. I have won the war, but only regrets remain. Fortunately, now is the time when I don't need to be, and there's only one way to reverse regret in this situation. The man looked at the flute with his black eyes. Manpazikjiak. Relic grade, grade 1. Relic value, legend. Relic effect, any anxiety and worry can be silenced. The only way is to undo the immortality that has been given to me. With those words, the man injected mana into the Manpazikjiak, and it began to emit a bluish light. The light enveloped the man. In the light, the man said softly, my story is that far. 2. January 1, 2018, the first day of the new year, which Kim Tae-hoon looked at, was not warm. It was not because the place to see the sun was the northernmost part of the Korean peninsula, where Baekdu Mountain and Yalu River could be seen at the same time. Nor was it because he spent hours watching the dawn before the sun rose, nor the coldness of the coffee that Kim Tae-hoon held in his hand. That was terrible. Making the first year of the new year so cold was Kim's dream, which he had lived through before the dawn. That was the most terrible death ever. The Kim Tae-hoon of the future was dead. No one, nothing, but he killed himself. Fucking hell. It was literally suicide. It was a noble thing in a way. There were not many greater things than giving up on himself for something. But it was not so for Kim Tae-hoon. Suicide. So far, what made Kim Tae-hoon move was his will to survive. It was an undeniable fact, and he did not want to deny it. His obsession with survival had made the present Kim Tae-hoon. If it had not been for that will, he would not have struggled so hard to survive. For him, suicide was not just death. I'd rather be grateful for the deaths I've been through. It was the most terrible, tragic death he could face. It was denial and disgrace to everything he had done so far. Therefore, in front of the first dream of the new year, Kim could not easily organize his mind. Even coffee did not give him a clear picture. In the end, he had to admit that the reality he faced now was not that he could understand and solve. There was the only thing that could be obtained by dreaming of this death: anger. I cannot tolerate such a death. Only the intense anger about the future him who died in that way remained to Kim Tae-hoon now. Never. On January 1, 2018, Kim made a New Year's resolution: if I go this way, I will someday gain the history of victory, but I will deny it. 3. Boss. On the first day of the new year, Jang Sung-hoon raised his voice on the day when he gave a pleasant New Year's greetings and smiled in front of the big New Year's gift money. What do you mean, going to Russia? The reason for his high voice was due to a word from Kim Tae-hoon. By the time the morning sun was just rising, Kim said briefly, "I'm going straight to Moscow." Of course, it was foreseen. Now Kim had 3 curses: dragon, 8-tailed fox, and blue qilin. The strong power made him a terrible monster, but at the same time it demanded a huge price from him, and what could free him from the curse was eating the crystal of Chernobog, the immortal wolf who occupied Russia. Of course, it's not strange to go to Russia, but Jang Sung-hoon was not just anyone. Kim had experienced his death and said what would happen. It was natural that Kim Tae-hoon's next destination would be Russia. So just because you are going there right now does not mean that there is a solution, right? The problem was that Kim said that he would start his trip to Moscow right away, using the Siberian Railway as a guide without any preparation, without any new operations or new orders. At this moment, on January 1st, Kim said he would go to Russia. We need to plan and prepare properly. In the situation where the ability of immortality became the key to judge the life and death of Kim Tae-hoon, the attack on Russia could not proceed carelessly. That was why Jang Sung-hoon worked with the ambassadors to Korea, even with the show. The ability of immortality could not be extorted by simply ignorant force, but it was something that could be obtained after steady preparation. It was clear that it would not be better to run into Russia with a naked body, and without a proper understanding of the situation. Moreover, it's purple. Crucially, Chernobog was a purple-grade monster, as it was now known. Kim Tae-hoon was a monster. However, he had never fought a monster of the purple grade. It was the same in the dream of Napoleon's golden glass, and he had never experienced dealing with the purple grade or even faced it, not even in the dream. In other words, no one in the world knew what kind of strength a monster of the purple grade had. Kim Tae-hoon was just throwing himself with little ability against such a monster? This isn't like you, boss. This was not Kim Tae-hoon's way. In fact, he did not want to rush to Chernobog, but after winning the Russian government over to his side, he would try to solve the problem sequentially. That was his way. It was rough, but it was not foolish, ignorant, or reckless. What the hell did you see? So, Jang was curious and worried about why Kim suddenly showed such a change because of what he dreamed of. Kim answered Jang, "I can't tell you." Jang gave a long sigh to the answer. In the sigh, Jang realized, boss's will is firm. Kim's will was more firm than ever, and in some way, he was putting his priority on starting with Russia. I need a guardrail. There was no way to stop Kim from driving. He was the one who had killed the dragon alone. It would be better to stop a rushing locomotive than to stop him. That was why Jang used the term guardrail. If there had been something that could stop Kim, he would have used the term brake instead of guardrail. In other words, Jang felt the need for a scapegoat to sacrifice himself when Kim fell into crisis. Boss, I will never send you alone. In this part, Jang also had no intention of withdrawing or compromise. Tell me what you want to attach. I'll attach the Dragon Knights. Dismissed, the Dragon Knights are the most obvious alternative power to fill my absence. Instead, I will take the unit that Colonel Lim Hyun-jun has. 1 platoon, Jang Sung-hoon, you build the members with your discretion. Then please include Hyunwook in the members. Dismissed. There is no need for Hyunwook to be left behind because the Dragon Knights are left. And you saw it during the hunting of the blue giraffe. The teamwork of Hyunwook and Boss is the best. It's meaningless against the purple grade monster, and Bang Hyunwook is a competent hunter, but he's not a competent soldier. Then add Maria. What are you going to do in Russia alone? You don't speak Russian. Of course, you'll have to negotiate on the way. That's it? And one more, a very important, essential, valuable, and excellent Joker card. At the words, Kim cocked his head. He couldn't think of anyone who was a very important, essential, valuable, and excellent Joker card. Jang answered seriously in the tilting. Please include me. Dismissed. Of course, Kim immediately dismissed him. You won't be able to bear it. It would not be easy to hold on to the hard schedule to Moscow unless he was a Dragon Knight. In addition, he would not be traveling to Moscow. The reason Kim was rushing to Russia now was that he wanted to kill Chernobog faster than the 6 snakes were trying to destroy Russia with nuclear weapons. It was to not allow the history that he had told himself in his dream. Do I take Jang Sung-hoon, a civilian who was not an awakener, to the crazy battlefield? It's nonsense. Jang asked a question in return in such appearance of Kim. Am I that important to you, to keep me from going to a dangerous place? Kim did not answer. It wasn't a question that needed an answer. For him, Jang was the most reliable subordinate, colleague, and friend. This fact did not need to be expressed in words. Jang was also like that. He did not ask that question because he wanted to hear the answer. He just spat out such words to make Kim think. Then, can you be relieved if you leave me here on the Korean peninsula, and are you sure you won't regret it? Can you be sure that the Korean peninsula is the safest place for me? Kim did not answer Jang's question. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 133, New Year, Part 2. Chapter 133, Episode 133, New Year, Part 2. Chapter 47. New Year, Part 2. Translator, Khan. Editor, Red. 4. Vladivostok. It is the easternmost city of Russia, the largest country in the world, and the center of the Far East, and one of the most developed cities in Russia. Boss, do you know what Vladivostok means? It was also a city with an arrogant name. Dominate the East. The ruler of the East was the meaning of the name Vladivostok. It was evidence of what Russia had in mind when building the city of Vladivostok, and what kind of country Russia was at that time. Well, there is nothing strange about it. The founding of Vladivostok was during the Russian Empire, and from then until the collapse of the Soviet Union, Russia was one of the strongest nations in the world. Who would say that Russia is a load of bullshit when naming the city in order to dominate the East? Now it was evidence of Russia's reality. The world's greatest power, which was willing to use aggressive and provocative words to dominate the East in the city name, was no longer present. But now it's different. There's no more Eastern ruler in this city. At the end of the words, Jang, looking up at Vladivostok, gave a long sigh. The sigh spread around like an epidemic. Hoo-oh-oh. Everyone stopped for a moment and sighed at the scenery. The landscape of Vladivostok was terrible. The city, which was economically, politically and culturally prosperous enough to be called the third capital of Russia, had now become a city that had no traces of people. The buildings that filled the city were crushed by the struggles of monsters whose size could not even be guessed, decent roads were hard to find, and the cars that had become scrap iron were crumpled like dead bodies all over the roads. What was even more creepy was that this site was familiar to Kim Tae-hoon and the men who visited here now. I feel like I've gone back a year. This was the view of the Republic of Korea a year ago. By that time, all the cities in Korea were this terrible. The difference was the flow of time, but the gruesomeness and despair dominating the city were not much different. If there had been no Master Kim, Seoul would have looked like this. If there had been no man named Kim Tae-hoon, the appearance of Seoul would not have been much different from Vladivostok. Everyone stopped sighing and looked at Kim. They felt renewed. Even though Russia was a toothless tiger, its military power was far greater than Korea's military power. Not to mention, Vladivostok was also a military strategic point of Russia, and important when it came to the world situation. It was a military city where the Russian Pacific Fleet was crucially located. It was a city that Russia had built up to deal with Japan and even the United States. Nevertheless, Vladivostok did not last a year in the monster era. Far from a year, the wreckage of the car bodies everywhere told them that Vladivostok had been out of function for months, and that Vladivostok had not survived even 3 months before collapsing. We were so lucky. By comparison, the Republic of Korea was willing to welcome the new year of 2018 without collapsing, because of a single man with no peer. Under the eyes of those surrounding him, Kim Tae-hoon said briefly, "Don't get sentimental. There's no lesson to learn here." The short words changed their eyes. Kim Tae-hoon was right. There were no more lessons to be learned in front of these scenes, to those who had seen the same scene a year ago. The lesson was meaningful when they got it before and deeply engraved it. It was meaningless to recall the same lesson every time they saw the same scene. The eyes of the men who had escaped from their recollections were immediately turned into the eyes of veteran hunters. Master is right, we are not here to learn a lesson. They held their breath and stifled their spirit. Wearing the black lion furs which became hot on their own, their presence was like a dark shadow. That's great. Maria, the only outsider among them, was nervous. She had to be nervous. Kim Tae-hoon is Kim Tae-hoon, but his men are not ordinary either. The level of these people, who had been selected to help with Kim Tae-hoon's sudden trip to Moscow, was so intense that it could easily exceed Maria's common sense. How on earth did he nurture these soldiers? In just 1 year. And that was natural. They were not just soldiers or hunters, but elite agents who had been tested several times in the absurd typhoon that had driven the Republic of Korea for a year, and Colonel Lim Hyun-jun had strategically nurtured them under the support of the Mac Guild. An agent who was fostered not only for monster hunting but also for special purposes. Even the advisor to the process of fostering these agents was Kim Tae-hoon, not just anyone. Korea may become a game maker who will move the world from now on. Even though they did not show such a battle yet, Maria felt her spine creeping in the winter of Vladivostok, where even the sea was frozen, at the presence of Kim Tae-hoon's men. Of course, the chill was not comparable to the one that she felt when she faced the man. Kim Tae-hoon said while looking at Maria, who did not show her chill, "We'll move to our next destination, guide us." Maria opened her frozen mouth and said, "I'll have to check the map once I've moved to Vladivostok station. There is something you need to keep in mind, even though it is too late to say. Let's talk on the move." Their trip began again, and the story with it. I don't know what orders would have been given to the letter, but if there were no specifics, the next destination will be Khabarovsk, because the Russian Far East is located in Khabarovsk. It will take 5 days to get there if we walk along the Siberian Railway. Who is the head of the place? I think it's a name you know. Major General Vladimir Duprinsky. A big shot. Yes, he was a big shot. Jang Sung-hoon, who was listening to the conversation, interrupted, "Who is it?" "He is the former chief of presidential security. He is quite experienced and not fit for being in the Far East, far from safety." He was the top of the influential men. But the monsters came along and now he is in charge of the dangerous place. I'm thinking of Lieutenant Colonel Yu. Maria, who did not know Lieutenant Colonel Yu, cocked her head, but on the other hand, at the explanation of Zhang, the agents were able to gauge the position of the man named Vladimir in the present country of Russia. He is exiled from power. He was a man of power who has been forced out because he did not adapt himself to the new power and order after the monsters appeared. But he's not giving up his power. But he was still ambitious and looking for an opportunity. Of course, Zhang suddenly intervened in the conversation to naturally inform the surroundings of such facts. Maria had noticed that, too. She did not miss the sudden disappearance of the vigilance and doubt that had been dimly in the eyes of the agents after this short conversation. And if I continue to talk, the main task of the Far East is to focus on materials search and monster searches, but there's something more important than this. What is it? It's a new rule you must remember, as you have stepped into Russian territory from now on. Before she could speak, Maria turned her head north. We are going to follow the Siberian Railway. Of course, we will visit the city where the station is located, and we will resupply there. The visit to the city and moving will be made mostly at night. This is the first rule to remember. The crowd cocked their heads at the words. Moving at night was dangerous in many ways. The night in Russia was cold, and even if they traveled the same distance, they would be more exhausted than if they were moving during the day. The ability to prepare for a monster's attack and the ability to fight also decreased. There was no reason to move at night unless there is a special reason. Why? Of course, there was a reason. When the sun rises, the dead move. At that reason, everyone's face stiffened. Zhang was also the same. Isn't that the opposite? You know, zombies are weak during the day and they move at night? In the end, Zhang once again intervened in the conversation. There's no such thing as day and night for a zombie. There are only warm enough to move and cold enough to not move. It's not exact, but the standard is -15 degrees. If it's higher than this temperature, we can't avoid fighting zombies. Maria's explanation continued. I'll tell you the second rule here. From now on, what you are dealing with is literally a zombie. They can live without eating, they don't die even though you cut off their heads, they don't die if they're shot with holes like cheese, and they don't die if their hearts are destroyed. In front of the second rule, the faces of some people hardened. I'm not underestimating your abilities. You're the best specialists in monster hunting. But the monster you're dealing with is not the one you've been dealing with. There's only one thing that can stop them, the cold of Siberia. The explanation made the crowd understand. From now on, the enemy they had to face was a completely different kind of monster than the enemies they had faced before. Of course, everyone was nervous. It's not going to be easy, I'm sure. A zombie monster, a world that is not even funny. Is that the end of the explanation? Yes? Yes. Only one person was not nervous about it. We'll step into Khabarovsk on January 4th, remember. 5. Khabarovsk. The new year here was always harsh. What further explanation did they need, since the average temperature in January was -20 degrees Celsius, -30 degrees Celsius at night, and sometimes -40 degrees Celsius in a crazy cold. But surprisingly, it was much warmer than usual in Khabarovsk on January 4th, 5 degrees below zero. It was a warm new year, hard to find in the long history of Khabarovsk. God damn it! At the same time, Khabarovsk was facing the worst nightmare since. Major General Vladimir, a bunch of zombies are coming. Once proud of its beautiful scenery, Khabarovsk was now a city dominated by humans and monsters with frozen, rotten flesh. It was a nightmare brought about by a warm new year. In front of the nightmare, Vladimir, the head of the Russian Far East branch in Khabarovsk, had no choice but to feel despair. Why the hell is this happening? On December 31, 2016, when the monsters appeared, Khabarovsk had won the war with the monsters. But in the summer and warmer temperatures, Russia had no choice but to give up Khabarovsk in front of the zombies coming down from the north. They took a rain check. The next was the new year 2018. During this winter, when the bitter cold raged, it was the role of the Far East to collect military supplies and relics in neighboring cities, based out of Khabarovsk. It was a very important role. Nuclear warheads were included in the munitions to collect here. Of course, there was a lot of investment in Khabarovsk for this work. Russia, which was already suffering from a shortage of goods, made the maximum investment that they could. But now the investment was on the verge of going out of business even before it really paid off. We must keep it somehow. If Khabarovsk is taken again, it is over. There is no next year. Major General Vladimir had no intention of accepting it. But how? There was no way for Vladimir to do anything about the zombies who had already begun to occupy Khabarovsk. Most of all, there were too many of them. The number of zombies coming into Khabarovsk was too high, but the biggest problem was that there were also many zombies hiding in Khabarovsk. It was virtually impossible to fight a proper battle against zombies that popped out from all over the place, and from unexpected places. Moreover, their opponents were not just weak zombies that would not die, from an old zombie movie. In the cold winter of Siberia, the flesh that could only be wiped out by rotting away had frozen hard like steel, and their movements were not slow at all. Even as their reason had disappeared, pain and fear had gone away too, and there was only ferocity left. Above all, the zombies were not human beings, the weakest animals. They were beings who had become monsters. Major General Vladimir, please give us an order. How many flamethrowers are ready? All are ready, sir. Will you attack? Of course, they have prepared. Instead of guns and swords, they prepared gasoline and flamethrowers as their weapons, and they also brought special armored cars made to crush zombies beneath their treads. A serious thing happened. However, this preparation was not that meaningful to zombie monsters. What's going on? It's an ogre. Ogre zombies have appeared. In front of a monster that had already crossed the category of common sense, such preparations had no meaning. Oh, my God, an ogre zombie. Do you really want to order an attack, Major General? Their preparations had no meaning for an ogre zombie. Fighting with a flamethrower or special armored car against an ogre zombie was no different than stopping a running wagon with a mantis. Do we have a procedure for hunting ogre zombies? Yes, we do. What is it? A napalm bomb. At the word, napalm bomb, the expressions of everyone including Major General Vladimir hardened. It wasn't that there was no napalm bomb. Nor were they ignorant of the power of the napalm bomb. That was why his face was so firm. We will have to use a napalm bomb in the city ourselves? The manual is practically telling us to burn Khabarovsk with our own hands, isn't it? A napalm bomb was a very good weapon to destroy a city, after all. The fact had already been confirmed during World War II. Of course, if they used the napalm bomb in Khabarovsk, the city was done. Does it fall into the hands of the monsters, or burn it with my own hands? Of course, Major General Vladimir was anguished. But at this moment, he knew what he had to choose. It's obvious. If I have to lose the city anyway, it is better to burn it all with the zombies. It was the second option to avoid the worst by using napalm bomb rather than just retreating. There was no need to weigh. The only problem was one. Is my life over here? As soon as he made the choice, all the achievements made by Major General Vladimir disappeared, and he became a normal person. That was why General Vladimir could not easily speak out the obvious option. But the time given to him was not long. There was no other way, except to lower the temperature of Khabarovsk to -15 degrees. Napalm bomb. Finally, Major General Vladimir spoke. It's breaking news. A new guy ran into the operating room. After swallowing the words he was about to say, Major General Vladimir looked at the soldier who had emerged and asked, "What's going on?" "The ogre zombie is dead." Everyone was surprised at the fact, and they questioned it. It is a zombie because it is not dead, but that ogre zombie is dead? But that was the beginning of a story that they could not understand, since the sight they would face from now on was one they had never seen before. A man from heaven burned all the ogre zombies with blue lightning, and now the golden smoke beasts are hunting zombies. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 134, New Year, Part III. Chapter 134, Episode 134, New Year, Part 3. Chapter 47. New Year, Part 3. Translator, Khan. Editor, Red. 6. There were two effective ways to kill zombie monsters: burn them to death, or crush their bodies with overwhelming physical force. That was not the best way. The strength of the monsters' bodies was far beyond the beasts that mankind had encountered so far. There was a monster with skin so hard it ate away the saw blade of an electric saw after only one layer, and there was a monster that kept its flesh firmly in the fires, rather than melting. Eoeoeoeo. An ogre was a monster where both things applied. Their body was so strong that even a bullet could not easily pierce into them, and was so tough that it would not easily melt down in the flames. Eoeoeoeo. It was also huge. Even if there was a way to hurt its body, even if there was a way to hurt it deeply, it was only a scratch, not a deep wound, in the huge body of the ogre. Bang! Oh, my God! It was at the time that Master Sergeant Oleg realized that the RPG-7 he was holding was empty and the empty barrel was pouring out a fuzzy sigh. How does it withstand this? RPG-7 was a powerful weapon that did not need an explanation. It was a weapon made to destroy a tank, a lump of iron with an amazing defense, not just anything. Of course, Master Sergeant Oleg himself did not expect that one RPG-7 shell would make a ogre zombie truly dead. Fuck! But it was unexpected that the absurd cannonball would end up just like one shot of a gun on a human being, just a small hole. Eoeoeoeo. Fuck, damn it! Decisively, the thing which made Master Sergeant Oleg desperate was that the result of approaching it to take the shot had drawn more attention and anger from the ogre zombie. It's over now. At this moment, Master Sergeant Oleg did not even think of running away. He couldn't even afford to run away. The effect of doping, which he used to get near the ogre zombie, was not so long. His whole body trembled like an aspen leaf in the unprecedentedly warm January of Khabarovsk. Damn it. It was amazing he did not fall on the ground with his trembling legs. Even that didn't last long. Thump! Something fell down suddenly in front of Oleg, and at that shock, Oleg fell to the ground helplessly. Huck! A man in unusual attire came into his eyes as he fell on the ground and let out a gasp. The man with the two swords on his back was exceptionally impressive. Who? The man who appeared like that made his right hand a gun shape and pointed at the ogre zombie with the end of his index finger. He moved his hand lightly, like a gunshot, and a blue spark splashed on the tip of his index finger. Pazik! The spark immediately became a blue lightning arrow and struck the two pupils of the ogre zombie. Eoeoeo, the ogre zombie, who was rushing toward Oleg, stopped for a moment with a relaxed cry. It was only a moment, of course. There was no pain in the ogre who had become a zombie. The ogre zombie's pause was like a program that was working while stopping for a while because of a sudden change. It was literally a moment, and when the ogre zombie began to move again, there was a blue bead about the size of a man's head in front of it. The absurd bead that emitted blue lightning began to stab and burn the whole body of the ogre zombie without rest. Eoeoeoeo. It was an unspeakably terrible sight, and at the same time, it was overwhelming. Am I in another world? The blue lightning was reducing the ogre zombie to ash. Under the repeated attacks, the body of the ogre zombie moved differently from its will. The program that made it move seemed to be in error, and repeated blue lightning attacks cracked open the body of the ogre zombie, bursting its joints, and began to shatter its bones. The ogre zombie's body fell to the ground with a grotesque sound. After that, the body of the ogre zombie began to make popcorn popping sounds again and again. Master Sergeant Oleg was lost at the sight. The man who created this ridiculous sight to him approached and said in somewhat awkward Russian, "Now tell Major General Vladimir everything you saw and heard." 7. The story is so far. As soon as Master Sergeant Oleg finished his story, a heavy silence began to weigh on the crowd. Even though they were wearing Russian uniforms which were not lacking compared to other military uniforms, and which were symbols of strength in world history, no one could overcome the silence that pressed them now. Even the only star-ranked person among them, Major General Vladimir, was the same. It's a ridiculous story. Major General Vladimir knew about the strength of the Awakeners. To the extent he knew, he believed that only Awakeners could end the monster era. Nuclear weapons were not a solution to the monster era, but Awakeners and relics were. But even Vladimir, who highly appreciated the value of the Awakeners, could not easily accept the strength of the man that Oleg had told him about. And, no, I don't think he is the one I know. Furthermore, his name was Kim Tae-hoon, and it shook Vladimir's mind even more. There were not many Korean names that Vladimir knew, and most of them were Korean generals and very special people, like the president and the prime minister. In a different sense, the only name that Vladimir remembered was Kim Tae-hoon. Even the Russian army, which was proud of being the world's strongest in the special forces, could not help but recognize his abilities. He was a man the Russian army was willing to ask for military assistance. It can't be. So, it was more problematic. If Kim Tae-hoon was the same person as the amazing awakener that Oleg had described now, he would be in fact a man who no one could manage in the world. Unfortunately, the hopeful prediction of Vladimir did not last long. Major General Vladimir, Major Maria is here. Major Maria? She's waiting outside. Fortunately, if we had lost her, there would have been no greater damage. She says she has something to report. We're all here, and I'll get a report here. Yes. I hope she can bring something we can hope for from the Korean peninsula. Maria, who had come to visit Vladimir, appeared and began to report in front of all. Currently, Korea is ready to fight the monsters now. It is said that South Korea has already occupied North Korea's land, and that Japan has been defeated after a war with South Korea, although it has not been confirmed. It is now a colonial state in return for handing over all sovereignty to Korea. She started a more unbelievable story for those who could not come to their senses after the nonsense story of Oleg. Therefore, no one could ask a question about Maria. Major Maria is either crazy or we're crazy, or if both of us are not, this is all a dream. No one came up with a question when they didn't even understand her words. I'll ask you one thing. Only one. Vladimir opened his mouth and asked, "Is Kim Tae-hoon the one I know?" Maria nodded cautiously at the question. At that moment, there was no choice left for Major General Vladimir. I'll have to see him. 8. The mineral rights of natural gas and other resources, lease of farmland, tanks, warships, missiles, and a young man, who spoke Russian quite fluently, smiled and finished his speech, nuclear weapons. You can pay for anything among these. Ah, Red Square is fine, too. I'll figure out the Kremlin's value. The man who finished his talk picked up a choco pie on the table with a smile. The wrapping paper of the individually packed choco pie was engraved with the Divine Bird mascot Mac, raising his thumb, unlike the usual wrapping paper. Of course, this choco pie is free. He ripped the wrapping paper off and took out the choco pie in it. The man who started eating looked at the man beyond the table. Major General Vladimir had served as the head of the Russian Prime Minister's security department, and he had been in power in the Russian army. The eyes of the man who could kill a person just by blazing his eyes were quite ferocious. The blue eyes made him feel bluer. However, Jang Sung-hoon, who was eating a choco pie in front of the spirit, did not feel daunted at all. There was no reason to be afraid. That's more dry and crumbling than I thought. Boss, can you get me some coffee? The presence of the man who was staying calm and cool behind Jang Sung-hoon was so great that he was not intimidated. The same was true of Major General Vladimir. The days of a man who has been the head of the Russian Prime Minister's Security Department were out of ordinary. During the Cold War era, he served as a first-year soldier, and he played an active role as an ace of the KGB at the time of the collapse of the Soviet Union. He became the top person of the influential people in the Russian army. And now, even in the absurd age of the monsters, he was active without losing his ambition. However, even Vladimir could not maintain his composure in front of the presence of Kim Tae-hoon. Hoo-oh-oh. A long sigh came from the mouth of Vladimir. It was the sound which he should make at the table. With that sigh, he spoke slowly. In short, if we pay for the monsters that are now occupying our country, you will get rid of them. His words were immediately translated into English through Maria, and Jang nodded and answered in Russian. I can talk, but I can't listen. Now I am in trouble. That's why we shouldn't study foreign languages with a book, right, boss? It was a not-so-funny happening created by Jang's Russian ability. However, Kim did not raise any issues at it happening. Even before the monsters appeared, Jang had not been able to speak Russian as well as English. Kim knew that Jang would have gone through much effort and hardship to speak this level of Russian. Furthermore, the reason why he studied such a foreign language was not simply for his own benefit. In addition, Jang's Russian skills were actually not important in the conversation. Let me ask you a question. The questions are free, so you can ask me as much as you like. How much would it cost to kill Chernobog? At the question, Jang cleared the choco pie powder from his mouth instead of looking surprised, and he said with a light smile on his lips, "How much are you offering?" The cross-question made Maria and Vladimir harden. This kind of question was unexpected. Jang waved his hand lightly as if he expected the reaction of the two. It's a joke, but is it true that Chernobog is a purple-grade monster that now occupies all of the northern parts of Russia? Yes. What colors have you even killed? If it's a monster color, blue. It's lucky. Lucky? Yes, it's lucky. You'll fully understand the price needed when we kill the purple-grade monster. What the hell is that dash? All of them. The conversation that had been smoothly going stopped, as if they did not understand what Jang said. You've killed a blue monster, haven't you? And then isn't that a fully understandable price? On the other hand, Jang continued to speak with an expression that was hard to understand when he saw the reaction of the two. We have killed 3 dark blue-grade monsters, for the sake of the country's fate, so I can assure you. At this point, killing a dark blue monster would be a matter of controlling the fate of the country. Not to mention, do you think you could end up just using a few nuclear warheads and killing a purple-grade monster more easily than the dark blue-grade? Jang's words were outspoken. He spoke Russian more fluently than the Russians. Of course, it was not because his linguistic ability increased sharply because he talked with native speakers for several minutes. It was because he had expected this situation, and spoke out the words prepared for this situation. It was not just words that Jang spit out on his own, but words that contained the will of the man watching this conversation behind him. So, as soon as Jang Sung-hoon spoke, Vladimir's eyes were heading toward Kim Tae-hoon. Vladimir's eyes, looking at Kim, were the fiercest eyes, like a commander on the brink of war. They were appropriate. Our country has never been ruled by another country. They had lost wars a few times in the long history of Russia, but they were only once under control. Come on, you were ruled by the Mongol Empire. It was in the mid-13th century, the Mongolian era, that had brought nightmares to Europe at that time. But now in the 21st century, would Russia become a vassal power of the Republic of Korea? A great country with a long history, with the most land in the world, would be humiliated to serve under a small country on the Korean peninsula? a country that was only a little larger than Lake Baikal? It was the most insulting provocation ever received by Vladimir. So, his eyes were ferocious. Oh, well. I think Goryeo, Korean dynasty, was in a similar situation. I'm just saying. Now, even Jang could not afford to relax in front of those eyes. Boss, can you change seats? I'm dizzy. Of course, Jang's role only went so far. His role was to make Vladimir look like a tiger at the edge of a cliff. In other words, the time when Kim stepped forward had come. This is the first time seeing you in person, Major General Vladimir. He had been silent until now, and after he had stood up, he walked toward the table. He made eye contact with Vladimir. So, are you going to war with us? At the appearance of the word war, the eyes of Vladimir, which were fiercer than ever, were trembling. Kim Tae-hoon's presence was that strong. In order to protect his country, he was ready to become a torch for war, even by burning his body. Most of all, he realized at this moment that he was truly afraid of Kim Tae-hoon. His situation at the edge of the cliff made him realize it. Show me your abilities in front of me. In the end, Vladimir made a compromise. Instead of lowering his head right away, he made the most reasonable choice he could make in this situation. Kim Tae-hoon stepped down from the table, and Jang Sung-hoon continued his speech with a short cough. What do you want us to kill? The door opened with a knock and a man appeared. I'm sorry. The man, whose face was red as he held his breath, carefully approached Vladimir and spoke in a low voice. We've received an emergency call from the Tiger unit waiting at Lake Baikal. The remark changed the expression of Vladimir. It was evidence of suppressing forcibly a rising sense of surprise, embarrassment, and crisis. And for both Kim and Jang, there was evidence that the game had finally shown a big gap. Of course, the two did not intend to miss this chance. We'll start the promotion. I'll take one destroyer in Vladivostok and take care of it. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 135, Lightning Spear, Part 1. Chapter 135, Episode 135, Lightning Spear, Part 1. Chapter 48. Lightning Spear, Part 1. Translator, Khan. Editor, Red. 1. The reason why zombies are scary can be seen in countless movies and dramas based on zombies. There is no way to win against an immortal army that cannot be killed by bullets. All they can do is run away. Because of this, in the war against zombies, the climax is the moment when the place to run away to is no longer there. The ammunition from repeated escapes and resistance runs out, and in the end, a situation arises where they cannot flee. They can only make a fort to earn a few hours against the zombies. As soon as they make the fort, the zombies start to attack the fort. It is rather hopeful that the end is invisible. The results are always the same. A lucky man escapes, and the ones who cannot escape are just victims of hunger that is never filled. The landscape of Battle-hardened was like that now. The small but beautiful city, with a population of 75,000 and a Trans-Siberian train passing through, had no survivors, but was instead a sea of zombies, with thousands of zombie monsters remaining there. What was even more creepy was that the overflowing zombies and zombie monsters did not show any movement. It was clear evidence that there was nothing for the zombies to be interested in, and that the smell of the living could not be found anywhere in the city of Battle-hardened. Peep. Peep. In that situation, a skinny mouse appeared. It seemed to be out to eat anything since it could not bear hunger anymore. Of course, the hunger disappeared as soon as it checked the zombie monsters that were scattered everywhere, and the mouse's run for survival began. Woo woo! All the zombies reacted and moved in pursuit. There was no cooperation among the zombie monsters who had only one will, kill whatever lives. They moved only for their own purposes, and in the process, they hit each other and fell, or were wounded. Thump! In a corner of the alley, a large zombie orc fell, and the zombie goblins that followed were tangled up with it. Nevertheless, there was no stopping. The fallen ones tried to move even if they crawled, and those who could not crawl even screamed. In many ways, a sight that could not be seen in the human world, but it was simply a scene of hell. Thump! A dot fell down from the sky. Peep! Peep! The panicked mouse ran toward whatever fallen. It was not an attack. It was like reaching out for a rope that came down from the sky at the worst moment. The mouse instinctively realized where the chance to survive was at this moment. The survival instinct of the mouse was correct. Kerblum! As soon as the racing mouse reached the man's feet, the ring around the man's body exploded with thunder. The explosion blew away the crowded zombie monsters, ruthlessly and harshly, and it crushed them. Eeoeoeoeo. From the mouths of the zombies, the eerie sounds began to come out. The man took in a deep breath at the scene. Take a deep breath? It did not look like that. The swollen man's chest was too big, and the man's face was still, decisive. The man who took a deep breath to soothe his mind and soul, from tension and nervousness, was making an expression that was inappropriate. Foo foo foo. The man threw up his chest and a huge flame began to blow. In a moment, the flames started to seethe all over the place. Eeoeoeoeo. In the flames, the zombies began to cry out loud. The fire, of course, did not stop them. The zombies began to rush toward the man, regardless of whether they were burning or melting. The rush of zombie monsters, which had become fireballs, seemed fiercer. The great sea of fire seemed to be pushed toward the man who had appeared in the Byrabidzen. In that hellish sight, the man was making something. A terrible mass of head-sized thorn ice was formed on his bare right hand, and a golden web from the man's left hand was lined with a mass of ice thorns. Hoo-woon! Hoo-woon! The ice flail that was made began to rotate around the man with a gruesome sound. Puwat! The ice flail shattered the body of the zombie monster running in a very funny way. The bodies of the zombie monsters with red eyes, as well as the zombie monsters with orange eyes, were just crumbs in front of the ice mace wielded by the man. Even monsters with yellow eyes earned fatal wounds if they did not properly receive the ice flail. That was how the movie started. The movie was called Zombie Massacre, starring the main actor Kim Tae-hoon. 2. Maybe if you make a movie out of what the boss has done, there'll be a demonstration outside the theater where the movie is being screened. Was it too cruel? No, the zombies were pathetic. Jang Sung-hoon, who was looking at the flesh of thousands of zombie monster bodies that were hard to call a corpse now, clicked his tongue. I always feel it, but you're amazing. Zombie monsters formed nightmares. The only weakness that the monster had was its heart, but it had disappeared. But the nightmare was just a joke in front of Kim Tae-hoon. There's nothing great about it, but it's more difficult for an ordinary monster to deal with. Yes? Monsters instinctively seek opportunities to live under any circumstances, so no one knows what living monsters will do, but monsters that become zombies just move the same. They just move to kill what is alive, with no instinct for survival. The black eyes of Kim Tae-hoon were looking around thoroughly as he spoke. Jang Sung-hoon carefully asked him, as if he felt a sense of it. Don't you think it's hard to deal with zombie monsters? It won't be easy. It's not easy, but is there a reason for the response manual to be complicated? Kim Tae-hoon did not answer. Even if he did not answer obstinately, Jang Sung-hoon would be able to reach the answer that Kim Tae-hoon had given. It was true. Russia survived in the Monster Age, and from Moscow to Vladivostok, however, they have endured, at any rate. In Jang's view, Russia was not a powerless country. Could a powerless country have crossed over 9,000 kilometers in Siberia, sending trains from Moscow to Vladivostok, or using other means than trains, in a world full of monsters? And there are more experiences and procedures for war with zombie monsters than any other country. Russia fought against the undead monsters left by Chernobog, the immortal wolf. The response manual for zombie monsters would be considered to be better than any other country in the world, even Korea. But such Russian elites were still beaten by zombie monsters. Of course, the monsters could still be beaten. It feels so easy to get beaten. But they shouldn't be beaten so easily. The strength of Russia and the year they had endured did not allow it. There was a variable. In other words, if it was easily beaten, it meant that there was something unexpected in the manual. The 6 snakes would have done the trick. Jang Sung-hoon was able to guess what the main factor of the variable was. There was only one thing left: physical proof. Here, it was necessary to find out the cause of death through the bodies of the Russian army guarding the battle-hardened, whether it was a monster or something that killed them. That was what Kim Tae-hoon was looking for. Peep. Peep. The squeak of a mouse softly filled the silent battle-hardened. Peep. Peep. Jang Sung-hoon, who was suffering from the repeated sound, made a sullen look. Boss, I think we have a mouse. Do you want me to catch it? At the words of Jang Sung-hoon, Kim Tae-hoon raised his hand instead of answering. Jang Sung-hoon was silent. Peep. Peep. The squeak of the mouse sounded more clearly, and the squeak began to hover at some point. Kim Tae-hoon moved to the place where the sound was coming from. What was waiting for Kim Tae-hoon was a body that was already torn apart by monsters. The flesh was already ripped out, only the skeleton remained. Therefore, Jang Sung-hoon, as well as Kim Tae-hoon, was able to clearly understand the cause of death. They had seen so many different kinds of bodies, considering what the hole in the head of the body was like, be it by the monster's teeth or bullets. Boss, how did you know the mouse would find the Russian corpse? It is not going to eat a zombie monster's flesh. Of course, the moment they saw the evidence, they accepted the hypothesis in their minds as fact now. Well, I'm sure about this. It wasn't a zombie, but a person who attacked the Russians in the battle-hardened, the 6 snakes, or someone else. In battle-hardened, a man had killed a man here. There was only one thing left. Why? It's a trap. A trap? Kim Tae-hoon knew the reason well. The rescue request was a lie to lure Major General Vladimir's forces to Lake Baikal. Did the lie work? What makes a soldier move in the most terrible battlefields is not a sense of duty or loyalty to his country. Kim Tae-hoon had experienced it many times. It's comradeship. 10 soldiers risked their lives to save one colleague. That is war. The soldiers at the front line don't know what commanders think, and they don't want to know. They don't care whether commanders or people in power are talking about world peace. They just don't want to leave a colleague next to them, a colleague who has crossed the places of death together, and they don't want to run away from the battlefield alone. The more desperate war became, the more such things remained. It was a war against monsters. When a monster becomes an enemy, comradeship will soon be love for mankind. Kim Tae-hoon was convinced. Among the cities near Lake Baikal, in Ulanyud, where the tiger troops were made up of only the elites among the awakeners were stationed, some guys might be waiting to kill the troops of Major General Vladimir. This trap is not small. And they would not be cast-offs. They would be able men with the ability to use monsters to play games in the era of monsters. They are able men who can handle legendary relics and who can kill a blue-grade monster at their discretion. But boss, if this was done by the 6 snakes, why are they attacking Russia? Isn't Russia the object of their conciliation? Do they need to make Russia an enemy? Jang Sung-hoon asked a new question. Kim Tae-hoon gave the answer that he had already given without worrying about the question. Only humans who have some shortage will sit at the negotiating table. Ah. If they cut off Russia's hands and feet, the men of power in Moscow will visit the 6 snakes again. Crazy people. Jang Sung-hoon, who spoke out the words, was surprised and looked at Kim Tae-hoon. Boss, no way. At the surprised expression of Jang Sung-hoon, Kim Tae-hoon had a calm expression. No, wait. You're going alone, aren't you? Kim Tae-hoon still looked cool. You said it was a trap, and are you going to attack there alone? Jang's voice grew louder. No, what are you going to do? When Jang Sung-hoon's voice grew so loud that it could no longer grow, Kim Tae-hoon replied, if I cut off the limbs of the 6 snakes, they'll be sorry. 3. Ulan-Ude. It was the capital of the Republic of Buryatia, a large Russian federal city, with a population of 300,000. It was a trade center crossing the Trans-Siberian Railway network, and the Trans-Mongolian Railway connecting Mongolia and China, a place where facilities and resources were built to occupy an axis of the Russian aviation industry. But there was only one image in most people's minds about Ulan-Ude, a city with a huge lake called Lake Baikal. It was inevitable. In front of the oldest and deepest lake in the world, anything else would be just a little thing. The winter of Lake Baikal was magnificent. The frozen Lake Baikal boasted a very clear and beautiful color, like crystal. A man was fishing on the frozen Lake Baikal. He was a strange man in many ways. Once the man had worn armor that was worth seeing in ancient China. On the other hand, what he had in his hand was a tool called a vajra, used in ancient India. Finally, the man was a white man with long blonde hair. The white man in the blonde hair wearing the ancient Chinese armor and the ancient Indian weapon, there was no word for unity anywhere in the man. But the most unusual and bizarre thing was the man's fishing method. The man who made holes in the frozen Lake Baikal did not put a fishing rod in the hole. Whack! He just kept digging holes. In addition, the man was not just digging holes, but making a square shape with holes, like a dotted line of stamps. Then, when the holes made a square shape, the vajra in his hand began to vomit lightning. Pazik, pazik. The sudden appearance of the golden lightning turned into a throwing spear. The man put the changed lightning into the hole he had made. Then, with a huge burst of thunder, the cracks spread across Lake Baikal, which had been frozen hard. But the cracks did not spread across the whole of Lake Baikal, because the man had blocked the cracks from spreading. Inside the square fence, the stunned and electrocuted fish began to float up, one by one. The man smiled slightly at the sight. Mr. Sergei. A woman came up to him from a distance. The forces of Major General Vladimir have passed through Birobidzin. They are moving faster than I thought. They seem to be moving with the best power available. I'm sure they are. Without the Tiger unit, Major General Vladimir and his forces in Khabarovsk would be dead. With those words, he made a huge smile, looking east for a while. I hope this will be a bigger fish than I thought. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 136, Lightning Spear, Part 2. Chapter 136, Episode 136, Lightning Spear, Part 2. Chapter 48. Lightning Spear, Part 2. Translator, Khan. Editor, Red. Moscow, the Kremlin. The flower, the heart of the Red Square, was always the stage for the supreme powers of Russia. Contact with those on duty has been suspended. What the hell is going on? This fact, even in the era that the monsters appeared, did not change. Generals. Those with stars over their shoulders and with heavy medals above their chests, filled the tables of the most luxurious large banquet halls in the Moscow Kremlin. It was like looking at the starry night sky. We're working on it now. How can you say such words? We're working on it now. However, the atmosphere was so gloomy that the glittering of the stars and medals were put in the shade. Everyone in the room looked stiff. We must somehow recover the nuclear warheads as soon as possible, before the winter is over, and start the operation. Who doesn't know that? The problem is that the people who are in the process of recovering the warheads are lost. Then we need to dispatch rescue teams or search teams to figure out what's going on. We've put all the elites in the process of securing the warheads, and do you want me to send some ordinary soldiers where they went missing? On December 31, 2016, monsters appeared. It was the beginning of despair, and Russia, which had the largest territory, became the country with the most land devastated by monsters. The days had been terrible. It was only because of hope that Russia could last for a year in those days. So, are we going to end this operation, as it failed? Are we going to reopen it next year? The hope was that the moment they could cover the monsters and zombies with the cold of Siberia, if they used the Soviet Union's heritages throughout Russia, they could reverse the war against monsters. Furthermore, it was also Europe's hope. Besides Russia, there were many countries with nuclear weapons, including France and Britain in Europe. But the number of nuclear weapons possessed by France and Britain was about 400. On the other hand, Russia's nuclear weapons exceed 1,500 in actual deployment, and the number of weapons they possessed was over 5,000. The fact that Russia was the country with the largest number of nuclear weapons and armored power in the world was not a simple expression. Of course, if all that was blown up, mankind would be destroyed, not monsters, but it was clear that nuclear weapons seemed to be a solution to the present era. Crucially, Russia had the largest territory in the world, and a monster named Chernivog, a purple-grade monster, the peak of monsters. Russia was at the surest experimental stage. It was an experimental stage to determine whether or not they could kill a monster of the purple grade with nuclear weapons. From that point of view, it was no exaggeration to say that using nuclear weapons to kill Chernivog was very important not only to Russia but also to mankind. Even if the results were not good, the attempt should not fail. Therefore, someone said, why don't we ask Mao Spencer for help? The stars were quiet as the name Mao Spencer was mentioned. No one asked who said the name, because if someone had no contact with Mao Spencer, he would not have been able to sit here now. That's dangerous talk. He'll ask for some nonsense. That was why the moment the Six Snakes had lost their mainland, the Russians in power had coldly cut off their relationship with Mao. The Russians in power owed too much to the Six Snakes to continue their relationship with them. But again, would they borrow the power of the Six Snakes? It would not be different from the sound of kicking the debtor out of the house and calling him again and borrowing more money. Of course, no one said that that idea was good. Why don't we ask the Vatican for backup? All they could say was the next best option. It's not going to be good for the Vatican to have our Russia fail like this. The next best option that came out was the Vatican. The Vatican, the city itself, was history and a relic, and it was the only place in the monster era that had kept its integrity without any damage. Of course, after the emergence of monsters, the leaders of each country, Europeans in power, and awakeners were all gathered in the Vatican. Asking for help there meant asking for help from Europe. They won't be able to help us for free. But it's better than screwing up this operation. After this winter, there's no answer. How do we wait until next winter? I think it would be good to talk with them. Of course, there was no definite answer here. It was beyond everyone's expectations to have such a meeting in the first place. There were only two things that were clear at this moment. That's crazy. Why are things so messed up? First, those who were here were in a position that they needed something. Mr. Mao, the Russian generals meeting is over. There was nothing special in it. They'll send someone from Russia to the Vatican sooner or later. What's the situation of Sergei? He is waiting near Lake Baikal. Lake Baikal? He sent a false rescue request there, and after he destroys the Far East branch, he will return. That's his method, loving fishing. The Six Snakes were waiting for a gap between the leaders of Russia, who were in need of something, and they would not be still. And there is new news. The twins have secured a nuclear warhead. They stand by with the Terracotta Warriors. We can blow it any time you want. That's great. So, the more severe winter in Europe began. Boulogneud, once housing over 300,000 people, had now become a land where only zombie monsters remained. A man had appeared there. The footsteps of the man in Russian military uniform were cautious. Eoeoeoeo. It was to avoid zombie monsters that were spread like living alarms all over the place. He even exhaled carefully, the white breath covered by a mask over his mouth. The man arrived at Ulanyud Station, a part of the Trans-Siberian Railway network. All the windows were broken, and the door was broken, and Ulanyud Station reminded him of a ghost house. It was a place he would not normally enter sober. But the man in the uniform took a deep breath and went through the window into Ulanyud Station. The man who entered the station lowered his mask and began to make a sound with pursed lips. Ye. The whistle with a strange rhythm began to flow through the quiet station of Ulanyud. Wick! Wick! Not far away, a small whistle sounded, and the man, who was lowering his posture and nervous, relaxed and immediately stood up and began to walk forwards. When the man reached the spot the whistle had come from, a man with a blonde hair and ancient Chinese armor was standing there. The moment the man in the Russian army uniform saw him, he stopped immediately. The blonde guy, on the other hand, smiled. I hoped I could catch a big fish at once, but it's not easy either. But I'm glad I got a bite. At the words of Sergei, the man with blonde hair, the man in the Russian army uniform did not answer. Instead, he glanced around quickly. I'm sorry, but your colleague is dead. No, I killed him. Sergei delivered the terrible news to the man. The man who was glancing around looked straight at Sergei. Sergei whistled briefly at his eyes. Your eyes are burning. Judging from the fact that you are here alone, you're competent enough. The mark on your uniform says you belong to the direct command unit of Major General Vladimir, and he has raised you well. At that moment, the man wearing the Russian army uniform immediately held the AK-47 rifle and pointed it at Sergei. Two. There was a flash of gunfire. But Sergei did not avoid the shots. Ting. The 3 shots that flew towards Sergei's chest were crushed, not even scratching his armor. As soon as Sergei raised his arm to cover his face, he was in fact in a situation where bullets did not work. Sergei rushed straight forward. It was an explosion, more than a rush. Boom! With a single foot stamping down, Sergei's body flew forward like a cannon shell. Swish! At the same time, the vajra in Sergei's hand cut the air. It was a very nip and tuck movement. If the man in the military uniform hadn't suddenly lowered his position, Sergei would have cut the man in at once. He is better than expected. Sergei was briefly impressed with the fact, rather than embarrassed. At the same time, he understood. Well, unless Major General Vladimir is a fool, he can't send a mere rabble as the search party where the Tiger unit has requested a rescue. It was not very strange for the man in front of him to avoid his attack. Of course, he was for sure that the member of the search party would never be able to avoid his second attack. Luck only happens once. I will kill him right away. Sergei had no intention of keeping the searcher alive. If the searcher returned alive to the main camp, the big fish who Sergei wanted would not bite the hook of his fishing rod. He shouldn't even give him a chance to scream. So, Sergei had no intent to hide his ability. Before he could complete his jump and land on the floor, he pulled out all his skills at once with full force. Pazik! Vajra, Vasvi Shakti in his hand spewed out lightning and now had the shape of an elongated spear. It was not just a spear, but a javelin. As soon as it left its owner's hand, the spear, like a flash that could penetrate any target the owner was aiming for, was the deadly spear of Karna, an ancient Indian myth hero, obtained from Indra, a god of lightning, in exchange for his golden armor. Sergei, after forming the spear, landed on the floor and now looked for his target to die under this deadly weapon. He turned around, with the pose of a javelin thrower. He found the target looking at him with black eyes, instead of running away. Swish! At the same time, a sword that had flown out from somewhere cut off Sergei's right wrist. Thud. His right hand, and the Vasvi Shakti that his hand was holding, fell to the floor with a clatter. Ah! Only then did Sergei's face begin to stiffen, feeling that something was going wrong. Who are you? Sergei managed to open his mouth through his stiff face. It was the beginning of a nightmare. Kim Tae-hoon. He, who lost his right hand and his most powerful weapon, had to deal with a monster from Korea. Hunter. Kim Tae-hoon's eyes began to split, like those of a dragon. Equals sad face Vasvi Shakti. Relic grade, grade 1. Relic value, legend. Relic effect, it is a spear which the hero Karna received from Indra, a god of lightning. A powerful lightning spear that can penetrate anything. Vladimir, who confirmed the contents of the smartphone, looked up at the man in front of him. Jang Sung-hoon, who had already annoyed Vladimir, was facing him across only one table. But it was quite different from before. Unlike that time, when it was full of playful and fun attempts to provoke his opponent anyway, Jang was more serious than ever. There's no better evidence we can show you. Jang had to be serious because he claimed that the 6 snakes and their head Mao had attacked Russia. But I need to hear the answer here. And now, Jang was asking Vladimir for a choice. Will you hold hands with us? At that question, Vladimir gave a long sigh that he should release at the negotiating table. But he did not regret the sigh he had spoken. There is only one choice. He was thinking this was a threat table, not a negotiation table. It was not wrong. Kim Tae-hoon showed his ability perfectly. He annihilated the Tiger unit alone, and he shattered Sergei and his forces, who had set a trap. At the same time, he showed that there was an enemy who threatened and had attacked Russia. In this situation where the enemy of the unheard of was in front, and an overwhelmingly violent person had reached out his hand, there was no such thing as choices for Vladimir. What do you want from us? All he could do was hold that hand. At the question of Vladimir, Jang said, everything. Then what do we have to do? Vladimir spat out the next question. To the question, Jang replied, making his playful and fun face. Can you give us a false identity? A false identity? What is that? We need a false identity, just like Tom Cruise, who was able to enter the Moscow Kremlin with a false identity in Mission Impossible 4. The playful look on his face reminded Vladimir. What happened to the Moscow Kremlin in Mission Impossible 4? At the same time, the expression on his face hardened. He remembered the scene where the Moscow Kremlin and Red Square were shattered by an explosion in Mission Impossible 4. Jang grinned at the expression of Vladimir. That movie was fun, wasn't it? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 137 Lightning Spear, Part 3. Chapter 137, Episode 137, Lightning Spear, Part 3. Chapter 48. Lightning Spear, Part 3. Translator, Khan. Editor, Red. In mid-January, Lake Baikal, which was again bathed in severe cold, was as beautiful as the surface of a planet made of crystal. Looking at the beautiful background, drinking a cup of coffee that had just been made, with the night view of Lake Baikal where the stars were shining, was so romantic. How wonderful this was. For this taste, the boss is drinking coffee. Jang Sung-hoon, who could feel the smell of coffee engraved deeply on the breath he was exhaling through a nose as red as a strawberry in the cold of the frozen Lake Baikal, seemed to understand a little why Kim Tae-hoon was so crazy about coffee. A man started walking on Lake Baikal toward Jang Sung-hoon. The man who appeared sat down on a fisherman's patio chair that Jang had prepared in advance. That alone could tell the identity of the man. Boss, did you finish your work well? The face of Kim was not so bright because of his calm expression. Not yet. He must have a heavy mouth. Jang did not urge Kim. Would you like a cup of coffee? It was Jang's frank feeling that he wanted to stop Kim for a while, who had been running without stopping, somehow. No. What? Does the boss refuse coffee? Your coffee doesn't taste good. Whether he knew the intention of Jang or not, Kim rejected Jang's consideration and prepared his coffee using the tools Jang had prepared to make coffee, which was exactly Kim's. No, I used the same beans and the same tool, it would be the same. How can it be different? Jang complained at Kim's words. Different. Kim cut off the complaints of Jang coldly. Jang shook his head. While Kim was making coffee, Jang threw out, so, what does he say? He was Sergei, who had been captured by Kim. Of course, Kim did not kill Sergei. Sergei had a lot of information to tell them, as long as he was surely one of the 6 snakes and Mao's closest aide. He could also be a tool of intimidation and a subject of negotiation. Lastly, if he killed Sergei, Mao would be likely to find out immediately. There was no need to have a broad prospect. Japan had confirmed the life and death of the ninjas using shikigami, and if a relic and an awakener that made it possible were next to Mao, he could grasp the life and death of his aides no matter how far away they were. Even if not, it was the 6 snakes, with more mysterious relics than anyone else, including Akjo. It was not necessary to kill Sergei and give Mao a signal, it was a signal that Kim Tae-hoon was carrying a sword to kill Mao now. He said about belief. It was not easy, of course, to get information from Sergei. He did not give any major information in front of Kim's torture. Belief? Instead, Sergei only told Kim why he followed Mao and acted as a member of the 6 snakes. Isn't there belief to become kings in a world that has been ruined by monsters? That's a purpose, not a belief. This and that, that's all bad anyway. If it had not been for the 6 snakes, someone else would have done it, and it is what anyone would do. In fact, all who have survived now are new leaders who have new power in an era where the existing order has been collapsed by monsters. That doesn't mean that a bastard is not a bastard, right? That's right. Really? So it doesn't really matter if such people die. As you say, man is a goddamned race. Then Jang was able to know the intention of Kim, and the belief of the 6 snake members, including Sergei. Since a human is a goddamned race, it doesn't matter if they die? Wouldn't they rather be the order of a new era, and lead the world? Instead of answering, Kim took a half-full mug, brought it to his mouth, and drank. The bad guys became the enemies. Since they're the bad guys that much, they have harassed you. If they were nothing, the boss would have killed them. Now I am curious to know how much more they are going to do. Taking advantage of Kim's silence that started like that, Jang laid out his complaints without hesitation. But Kim did not hear the complaints. Instead, what Sergei had said hovered in his ear for a moment. Let's check out whether the night sky before the monsters appeared was beautiful, or the night sky after the monsters appeared was beautiful. Kim, who remembered the words, looked up at the sky. Jang, who looked up after Kim, looked at the night sky and said, "The night sky is so cool." Major General Vladimir made a decision to leave his destiny to Kim Tae-hoon. As soon as the decision was made, he no longer hid his cards. He finally pulled out the card of Audiobook. The biggest reason the Tiger unit is located in Ulan-Ude is because of the Audiobook. Audiobook was not a very special name. It was just a factory name. The special thing was the factory's production. I had to protect the Audiobook factory that produces the Mi and Su fighters in Russia. The aircraft was produced by a factory named Audiobook. Of course, since the advent of monsters, wireless communication, including radar, was not possible. It meant that it was virtually impossible to operate a fighter or an aircraft, which was a high-tech product. Therefore, Jang was surprised and asked, "Didn't Russia have radar or wireless communication technology?" "We're working on it, but we haven't got radar or the right wireless communication technology yet." Maria shook her head at the question. "Then how are you going to operate the aircraft?" Rather, the opposite. The opposite? The Wright brothers didn't build a plane with wireless communication technology and radar, did they? At that moment, Jang and Kim's expressions were firm. Maria stepped up and continued to talk. At first, Russia was in a panic because the latest Russian fighter jets and aircrafts became useless. The pilots were concerned right away. No one calmly said that they would take off and land in a situation where they couldn't communicate with the control tower. It was Kim Tae-hoon who received her words. The rapid development of fighter aircraft was around World War I, but radar was used in World War II. Speaking out the words, Kim's face was not good. It was evidence of reflection and regret. Why didn't I think of it? It was a reflection and regret that he did not think of what Russia had prepared. Jang, on the other hand, cocked his head. He understood the words of Maria and Kim, but he did not understand all of them. No, to state in a brief way, did they build a plane without radar and wireless communication? No, they can make it float. Even a hot air balloon can float in the sky. The problem is if they can run it or not. For ordinary people with common sense, an airplane did not just end up flying in the sky. Rather, it was the opposite, and it is the most dangerous thing to fly in the sky. Among those who cannot get on planes, there are not many people who cannot get on the plane because of fear of heights. Most are afraid of the planes because it might fall. But on the contrary, those who participated in war know. An airplane is not an object that falls more easily than you think. And considering those who die in a plane crash, there were far more survivors on the plane. Of course, the important thing now was not to persuade Jang. She didn't have to try to persuade Jang. What shape? It is based on the propeller engines used in World War I, but what's the speed of flight? We're still developing it, but the prototype we're working on is up to 300 kilometers per hour, but the average speed should be around 200 kilometers per hour for safety and other problems. What is the distance with one load of fuel? About 2,000 kilometers. The driving route is the Trans-Siberian Railway Network. There will be no better guide in this age. If they persuaded Kim Tae-hoon, everything would be solved. And he was willing to be persuaded. What's the number who can board? 6 people, including the pilot. That's a good number. There's a problem, instead. Kim cocked his head at the word problem. What we're developing is a transporter, not a fighter, and combat capability is virtually eliminated. It's impossible to have a fancy air show at high altitudes, like a fighter. Of course, there's no way to respond to exposure to flying monsters. Kim answered briefly at the issue. Fill up the fuel. Maria warned Kim again, it's dangerous, is that okay? Jang answered at her warning, is it us that's dangerous, or the poor monsters that will attack our boss? I'll fill up the fuel. The red square was beautiful. Especially when the snow fell from the gray sky, the red square turned into the reddest square. It was so now. The snow, calmly falling from the sky, was making the red square glow. I'm sorry, Mr. Mao. 2 men were talking in front of the beautiful sight. They were Mao and Lieutenant General Dmitri with the thick fur coat and mustache, who had driven Mao out earlier. I don't think we need to talk about anything uncomfortable to each other. Tell me why you called me today. I need your help. What exactly do you mean? I won't hide it, we are currently disconnected from the troops that were sent to collect the warheads, and I need a search party to identify their situation and a rescue team to rescue them. Didn't you ask the Vatican for help? I have asked the Vatican for help, but I cannot leave my country's fate to the Vatican alone. Are you going to make me compete with the Vatican? I don't mean to make you feel bad, I just made a choice that would help our country's interests. Mao paused for a moment, then looked at the red wall where the snow had begun to build. I don't have much time, and I want you to answer me here today. Dmitri looked at Mao and urged him to answer. At his appearance, Mao said, I'm sorry. At the apology, the eyes of Dmitri had cooled more rapidly than the falling snow. Is it about the other day? It's not irrelevant. I don't think you are one to make up your mind because of regret. No, it's not. The reason why I declined your offer is not what you think. What is different? At that moment, the crazy explosion began to emit a huge roar. Bang! Rumbling! The explosion was accompanied by an earthquake and a powerful storm that could not be described. In the explosion, Dmitri's body and Mao's body staggered like a sailboat on a raging wave. But the two equally tottering faces were not the same at all. The expression on Dmitri's face was beyond surprise, and it was a shock. Oh, my God! It was a natural expression in front of the scene where the red square collapsed under a repeated explosion. Mao's expression was different. He was smiling at the explosion. No way! The smile was evidence. It was the evidence that the main culprit of this crazy explosion in Red Square was Mao, not just anyone. You bastard! Dmitri, who had noticed it, reached out his arms as if to grab Mao's neck. Swish! A single bronze sword cut his stretched arms off as they were. Ha ha! A pleasant laugh came from near the hilt. There was a beautiful Asian woman there with a lively smile. Ugh! On the other hand, Dmitri, who had lost his arms, fell to the ground with his balance lost. Bang! Bang! In the meantime, the explosions were repeated and became a series of explosions, and the explosive sound gradually began to get closer to Mao and Dmitri. In that situation, Mao looked at Dmitri. As always, humans need an example to know their place. Of course, it was impossible for Dmitri to hear Mao properly in the repeated explosions. Mao himself did not care whether Dmitri was listening to him or not. Anyway, Dmitri would die soon regardless. That's the difference between dogs and humans. Once a dog is mad, there is nothing we can do about it, but if humans see an example, they can figure out what's going on and adapt. Mao, who had finished his talk, chopped his neck with his hand, and the woman with the sword struck the neck of Dmitri with her bronze sword. Swish! The golden letters on the bronze sword that cut off the head of Dmitri were shining. Yuango Jin self-use sword. The glittering letters were gone as soon as the woman put the sword into the sheath. Mao turned to the woman. The woman smiled a little. Behind that smile, Major Chinshan showed up. The face of Chinshan was full of red spots. They were blood spatter marks. We have removed most of the VIPs, but we couldn't remove them all. I'm sorry. It doesn't matter, because a survivor is a real example, Mao spoke and gave a short sigh. Now we can talk to the people in the Vatican. Then we'll take you to the Vatican. No, the next destination. Bang! At that moment, an explosion exploded closer, and Mao swallowed what he was about to say. When the explosive sound stopped for a moment, Mao spoke again. We're going to Finland. You really mean Finland? We will wake up the huge giant Hrungnir there, and make it advance to Europe. As soon as the monster Hrungnir was mentioned, the twin sisters behind him, as well as Chinshan, looked surprised. They had to. Hrungnir, the dark blue-grade monster, was as crazy as the color of its eyes. It was a monster of the monsters who would be willing to compete with the dragon, called the strongest monster of the dark blue grade. Furthermore, there was one difference between Hrungnir and the dragon. If Hrungnir moves, the giants will move with it. The giants were the monsters who made Finland, Sweden, Denmark, and Norway a land of death that humans could not live in. Hrungnir was the head of the giants. In a sense, it was a more threatening nightmare than a dragon for humans. Of course, it was clear what the most threatening nightmare was. With that much, the Vatican will lower its position and reach out to us. There is no such thing as Korea's crazy monster, though the legendary relics are overflowing there. There would be no greater threat than forcing that nightmare to happen for his benefit. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 138, The Vatican, Part 1. Chapter 138, Episode 138, The Vatican, Part 1. Chapter 49. The Vatican, Part 1. Translator, Khan. Editor, Red. 1. The droning of a plane with several propellers began to pass over Moscow. It was quite dangerous, since it didn't send out a warning as it flew over the center of Russia, and it was flying low enough to be visible to the naked eye. In fact, an attempt was made to crash the plane at its appearance. But it was not started by fighters or shooting from below. What appeared were monsters. 3 bizarre monsters reminiscent of pterosaurs flapped their powerful wings and headed toward the plane, making horrifying screams. The distance was narrowed instantly. It was a dangerous situation since at the moment of collision, both sides were inevitably hit hard. But there was no fear in the flashing orange eyes of the monsters flapping their wings at the plane. The propellers, which were rotating so strongly that ordinary people would be frightened just imagining their approach, did not threaten the monsters. And the plane itself did not hesitate at all to confront these monsters, and it sped up, as if it had decided to hit the monsters in front of it without any inclination, rather than turning around. A game of chicken started over Moscow. However, the losers of this game were the monsters. Thunk! A single arrow appeared from somewhere and pierced the bodies of all 3 monsters at once. There were no screams at all. The heart-pierced monsters stopped flapping their wings and began to fall down straight to the ground. However, those aboard the plane did not look at them. Their eyes were directed at the front. Damn it, boss. I think someone came before us and filmed Mission Impossible. The appearance of Red Square, which had been devastated by an unknown explosion, was shocking. No one could express his own appreciation or cross-question the words that Jang Sung-hoon had said. "I'm going down first." At that moment, Kim Tae-hoon's voice was heard in everyone's head. "Boss." At the voice, Jang called out for Kim reflexively, but the thing that welcomed him was only the strong wind coming in through the airplane door as it opened. 2. Kim had visited Moscow several times, but he had never been allowed to visit the Kremlin. When he came to Moscow at the invitation of the Russian government, Russia did not invite him into the Kremlin palace. Of course, the biggest reason was that he did not have to go to the Kremlin palace, but the thoughts of those who knew him were different. They said Russia was afraid of Kim Tae-hoon, a crazy bomb, stepping into the Kremlin palace. At this moment, he had lost his chance to visit the Kremlin palace forever. Wow, it was completely destroyed. There was no more Kremlin palace in this world. If I'd known this, I'd have borrowed a loan to travel to Moscow. I wouldn't have had to pay back the debts, anyway. It was a terrible sight in many ways. But what mattered right now was not the fact that they could no longer see the Red Square, the Kremlin palace. Did a monster sweep it away? It was a bomb. Bomb? It wouldn't lead to this much collapse unless it was placed in the right place. After finishing the explanation, Kim raised his head and scanned the entire Red Square again. It was unspeakable devastation, but it did not impress him. Nevertheless, his expression was hardened for another reason. I don't know if Lenin's tomb is okay. Lenin's tomb was the place the founder of Russia, the communist hero, had been buried. It was also the reason why Kim and Jang had to wash their identities before coming to Moscow. At first, Lenin's tomb was not located in the underground facility of the Kremlin palace, but of course, it was not because Kim and Jang were communists. You're all right, aren't you? What can you do to Chernobog without Bogatry's great sword? Apparently, Kim had told himself in his dream that the weapon that could kill the immortal wolf Chernobog was in Lenin's tomb. So, he made a plan. With common sense, how could he ask them to open the coffin, saying, "There is a weapon in Lenin's tomb that can kill Chernobog"? But now it was all meaningless. I will ask Maria first. Kim went to Maria immediately. she was not far away. She was silently looking at the Kremlin palace nearby. Her condition was so terrible that it could not be compared with Kim or Jang's. It was natural. It would be strange if she could easily accept the collapsed Red Square, as she has risked her life for her country and walked on the battlefield for it. But Kim did not console her. He did not even put rhetoric into the words that he wanted to speak out. He asked her a question as if staring at her blurred eyes. "Where did you keep Lenin's mausoleum?" "Yes?" "What?" "Lenin's tomb, in which there is a weapon that can kill Chernobog." It was not just a statement, but a shocking statement that could not be accepted even in normal condition. But rather it worked. What's that? As a shock therapy, the new shock that entered the mind of Maria returned her eyes to normal. "His coffin is. Of course, it was only for a while that the pupils were clear. We carried it to a secret bunker in the underground of the Kremlin palace in case something happened." Her eyes began to shake violently as she spoke. It was the same with Jang. Well, is the only weapon which can kill Chernobog buried deep down in the underground of the Kremlin palace, which has been collapsed, under a pile of stones that would take at least a year to clean up using hundreds of heavy movers? After the question, Jang shut his mouth. What more could he say? The only weapon that could kill Chernobog, the only clue that Kim would escape from the curses of the monsters that he had gained so far, and that he would gain from now on, had become something he might not promise next time. However, Kim was different. He judged the situation coldly. "I will exclude Bogatri's great sword at once. What I cannot get, I cannot get." Here, spitting out complaints and chewing despair, there is no way for Bogatri's great sword to come out of the bunker deep in the collapsed Kremlin palace. So, what matters right now is the background of what happened now. It was not a simple explosion. Someone decided to destroy Red Square. It was bombs that had destroyed Red Square, and to be precise, the Kremlin palace. It was not just a bomb, but a huge amount of explosives were used, and it was not just used but designed for an explosion. If it were just a simple explosion, it would not have collapsed to this extent. Who would have done that? Not a monster. It was clearly not a monster. If a monster had the ability to deal with explosives at this level, Kim would just give up the war with the monsters here. It was unlikely that any force in Europe would be the culprit, as Moscow was a huge breakwater that would prevent the monsters in Siberia from entering Western Europe. Without the lips, the teeth feel the cold. There might be a man who expected the fall of Moscow, especially those who were located around the Vatican, but no one wanted it to be a reality. The only thing left was one. Then, the culprit is just the 6 snakes. The 6 snakes broke down Russia. So now it's time to move on. I need to figure out why. What did they gain by destroying Russia? The 6 snakes would not have destroyed Russia for no reason. The 6 snakes were interfering with the plans of Russia once more. They were actively interfering with Russia's attempt to recover the warheads during the winter. They had cut off the hands and feet of Russia. Russia would have tried to negotiate with the 6 snakes. When he realized that, Kim thought that what the 6 snakes wanted was to occupy a favorable position in negotiations with Russia. He thought that the 6 snakes, who had lost their stage in Taiwan, would settle on Moscow and reveal their ambition to dominate the world once again, based on Europe. I had the hidden intention to take advantage of it in reverse. That was why Kim forged his identity. He intended to hide his identity and kill the 6 snakes who had settled in Moscow. He was going to hide his identity and enter the snake cave to catch the snakes. But the 6 snakes did not settle on Moscow, they made it hell. Was it because the negotiations didn't work out? If the negotiations do not go well, they change the partner at the negotiating table, but they don't change the negotiating table. Nor was it highly likely. If the 6 snakes had wanted to settle in Moscow, they would have settled by any necessary means. This means that they did not intend to settle in Moscow in the first place. The only certain thing was that the six snakes had no intention of settling down in Moscow from the beginning. Then, what is their aim? Conviction is forbidden, conjecture remains conjecture. This is not known immediately, I can only guess, and I must not be sure of the conjecture that comes from it. Therefore, Kim measured the impact of Moscow turning to this state, rather than guessing the purpose of the six snakes. Western Europe will be shaken. The news of Moscow's collapse would naturally spread rapidly throughout Europe. Europe would naturally be tainted with fear. At the same time, they would be anxious. In the fear and anxiety, the existing power structure would once again shake greatly. A hero in a warlike age. At that moment, Kim gave an answer. 2. Yes? What? At the moment of giving the answer, Kim did not waste his time worrying anymore. We're going to the Vatican. 3. In 1999 and 2012, a lot of people said, humanity will come to an end, and only those who believe in God will be saved. The world thought that such a thing would never happen, and of course, they called the other people crazy. In fact, the next year those who said that were gone. By 2016, no one was talking about such a thing anymore. But by 2017, everyone in Europe has become a lunatic shouting about the end in salvation. The Vatican. Even in the era of monsters, it boasted a strong presence, making those in Europe the madmen mentioned above. In front of the madness that started, all the power of Europe was reorganized at the center of the Vatican. The power of the Vatican began to change into a form that could not be found in history. The Vatican's owners were not just religious people, but the men in power that controlled the fate of Europe, and even the world. That was why the Vatican discussed the fate of Germany, not anywhere else. The giants have attacked Germany now. Hamburg has already fallen, and they are moving toward Cologne. Cardinals, if you have any keen insight, please make it clear here without hesitation or adjustment. It was evident that the Vatican was now the owner of Europe, beyond the leaders of Europe. Of course, they did not have duty and responsibility along with their power. I think all we have to do is to accept the refugees. Even in the days of monsters, there was no sense of crisis for the owners of the Vatican, which had never been invaded by a single monster. Even if there was a sense of crisis, the firm belief in the fact that God would protect them made the small sense of crisis even more discolored. If Germany has already collapsed, it is dangerous to put more troops into Germany, and there is a high chance that the giants will not cross the Cologne. Isn't it there is a cathedral in Cologne? It was still true. The Vatican cardinals did not have fear, even though they had a sense of crisis of the giants who had destroyed Finland, Norway, and Denmark as soon as they appeared, and were now moving south. The giants have been silent over the Baltic Sea. It may be temporary. If they filled their stomachs enough in Germany, they might be quiet after that, or they might go back over the Baltic Sea. So, it would be better to watch them than to make war with all our might. The absence of fear made them feel ambivalent toward the monsters. I think it is Moscow that is dangerous now. Didn't the bomb attack happen? There's no guarantee that such a disturbance will not happen in the sanctuary. The news that scared the owners of the Vatican was the news of the collapse of Moscow, not the presence of the giants who had destroyed Germany, nor Rungner, the monster with the dark blue eyes that led them. The rumor is that the six snakes committed a terrorist act. Why would the six snakes blow up the Red Square in Moscow? Didn't Russia reject their offer of help, and cut off their ties with the six snakes? So, Russia has asked us for help, not the six snakes. The Vatican was safe from the monsters. It was possible because the Vatican maintained the most complete form of a sacred place of any religion. However, that was all. The Vatican relics blocked the monsters, but there was no ability to prevent humans. That was why the Vatican cardinals were reluctant to send troops to war against the giants. In a situation where only people could stop people, the Vatican owners were worried about the absence of their troops. Do you mean that's why the six snakes broke Moscow? It is a warning. It is an example of how a person who refuses their offers is treated. In that sense, what the owners of the Vatican were now afraid of was not the giants, but the 6 snakes. It was still true. Now that we have a story about them, let's move on to the 6 snakes. To the congregation, the story of the giants had no sense of weight. All their attention was, after all, on the 6 snakes that threatened them. Mal Spencer of the 6 snakes suggested that they would hunt the giants if we need them to. As evidence, everyone who attended the meeting looked at the remark differently. I don't think it's free. I think it's dangerous to accept an offer right away. The 6 snakes themselves are dangerous, not a suggestion. We'd rather declare war on the 6 snakes this time. Of course, their attitudes changed too. If Moscow is really the result of the 6 snakes, it's no good to fight against the 6 snakes, is it? The 6 snakes' suggestion may be that they want to reconcile with us. There's no reason to say no about killing the giants, of course. What if we reject the 6 snakes, and they hold hands with Muslims? If 6 snakes are placed in Mecca, the Muslims will be glad to accept it. Everyone was serious and thoughtful in front of the schemes of the 6 snakes. Then we'll vote on whether to accept the 6 snakes' offer or not. At last, they began to make decisions in a way that would fit the Vatican's long history. There was no more talk of the giants between them. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 139, The Vatican, Part 2. Chapter 139, Episode 139, The Vatican, Part 2. Chapter 49. The Vatican, Part 2. Translator, Khan. Editor, Red. 4. On December 31, 2016, there was one thing that survivors found when monsters came out. God. Most people who sought and prayed to God in that way were frustrated that God did nothing for them. But people in Europe, especially Italy and Western Europe, were different. When they sought God, God was willing to answer the young sheep who were looking for him. The Vatican was the answer. It still is a beautiful city as it used to be. It remains alive and protected from monsters. The Vatican's appearance, which had been able to maintain its presence after monsters came out, was the clearest proof that God's will was in this land. In the face of that evidence, Europe had no choice but to enter an age of fanaticism beyond blind faith. In that era, the Vatican, which proved that God still existed, became the most powerful group of a new order. Since the Vatican remains undiminished, the cardinals must be doing well. A cardinal's presence among them was absolute. The 17 remaining cardinals in Vatican City were just like agents acting at God's will. They have to stay healthy. It was a superficial story that the public knew. They carry a cross instead of you. There were more hidden stories to be said than done. There was something to talk about. It was certain that a cardinal's dignity was absolutely undeniable in an age in which faith in God was so fanatical. But could they make the right decisions? There was no need to mention the incompetence of the cardinals. There was no need to describe incompetence in the first place. What mattered is whether the cardinals had knowledge, experience, judgment, or examples to consider when making decisions during the age of monsters. Of course, there were no such things for the cardinals. Indeed, the cardinals did not know monsters. Staying in the Vatican, the safest place in the world from monsters, they had never seen a living monster with their own eyes. Nevertheless, survivors of Western Europe left their fate to the Vatican, and they were willing to risk their lives in a war against the monsters if the Vatican cried out for war. Their faith in God made it possible for some of them, but they were only part, and most of them, even though they made rational judgments before faith, were still willing to leave their fate to the Vatican. Isn't that right, John? Sir Spencer, you have harsh words. The above mentioned was possible due to a man saying this remark, who had a long horse-like face and a golden ponytail, dressed in the black priestly robes. Archbishop John Gabriel was the head of the Vatican City State, which had been newly established, and he had made it possible. He, who was originally one of the deacons of the former pope, now led Vatican City in the monster era. When the cardinals concluded that they would pray to God to defeat the monsters, John Gabriel led an army armed with powerful relics and weapons through Europe, starting with the Louvre Museum as well as the relics of the Vatican, and won the war against the monsters. John Gabriel had shown the decision that the cardinals had made through inefficient processes was not good. His accumulated results were the basis for people to be willing to leave their fate to the Vatican. He was really a hero of rare caliber. Now, he was talking with Mao, the head of the Six Snakes, in front of the peaceful scenery of the Vatican. So why did you come here? There's something the Vatican has to do. Why should the Vatican help the Six Snakes? Because you've been helped. If anyone knew the identity of the Six Snakes, they could not help but know what he meant. Mao gave John Gabriel a scenario: put all the responsibility on God and the cardinals by putting out the symbolic existences of the cardinal in front, and take all the good results for himself. It was a wise and touching scenario. Even if he was defeated in the battles with the monsters, he did not have to take responsibility for the failure. If he said that defeat was God's will, everyone was convinced and nodded. The cardinals were like a cross for John Gabriel. Just by making people admire the cardinals and holding them sacred, John Gabriel was able to be forgiven all his failures. In other words, to John Gabriel, the Six Snakes and Mao Spencer specifically were an Achilles heel. Of course, he was not satisfied with this conversation now. What I want is simple. You lead the Crusaders, and fight with the head of the giants, Hrungnir. Not to mention, he didn't like the speaker, nor the content of the conversation. The Crusaders are not allowed to lose. The Crusaders were the army of the Vatican City. It was literally an army that fulfilled the will of God, a group that had gathered the Awakeners representing Western Europe, armed them with the most powerful relics in Western Europe, and planted faith close to madness in God. It was the best weapon the Vatican had ever built with their power. Now, Mao was asking the Crusaders to hunt Hrungnir. And when the Crusaders are defeated, Europe is shaken. At the viewpoint of John Gabriel, it was a hunt that was more likely to be a defeat than a win. In addition, as he said, the Crusaders were not an army that could be allowed to be defeated. Yes, that's why I want you to do it, and as terribly as you can. The faces of those who fight with you will be so terrible when they are so desperate. It was not just a defeat, but a desperate defeat. Of course, John Gabriel had no intention of receiving this proposal. What do we get by doing that? That was why he was asking this question now. You've already learned the lesson, right? But as said before, Mao and the Six Snakes were Achilles' heels for John Gabriel. Lesson? The lesson of Moscow. As Achilles had been shot dead by an arrow in his heel, John Gabriel had no way of doing anything to his fatal weakness. It was still true. In front of Mao, he could no longer express his intention to refuse. What is your intention in doing this? Eventually, John Gabriel decided to defend his Achilles' heel. Mao was glad to answer at his reply. A hero appears in a desperate situation, in a war that the Holy Army of the Vatican cannot even win. You are going to be a messiah, and are not going to hide in the shadows anymore? At the cross-questioning of John Gabriel, Mao looked at the Vatican landscape instead of answering. If the Six Snakes become a messiah, Kim Tae-hoon, you will have to cross the dead bodies of the Vatican and Europeans before you kill us. Mao looked at the scene and smiled at the corner of his mouth. 5. Huck. Frankfurt, Germany. Germany, whose main river was the Rhine, was not only one of Europe's major economic centers, but also always crowded with people before the advent of the monsters. However, since the advent of the monsters, Frankfurt had become a land of monsters, where there was no reason to visit unless it was a mercenary who made monster hunting their job. In other words, Emma's job, a red-haired beauty who had been panting in the Dreieich Nature Reserve in Frankfurt before it was ruined, was now nothing but a mercenary. She was also a mercenary who would now lose her life in exchange after encountering a powerful monster. In addition, it was a group of werewolves with orange eyes that were chasing Emma. There were no less than 10 of them. Even that was considered small now. Werewolves have been seen in hordes of over 100, and the monsters are mad. The number in the werewolf packs that Emma and her colleagues encountered for the first time was over 100. It was crazy. Damn it! Damn it! If a dozen werewolves formed a pack, the level of hunting difficulty became yellow grade. Even Emma, who had survived for a year since the monster appeared, had never heard of 100 werewolves forming a pack. All monsters are going crazy because of the giants. It was the giants who crossed the Baltic Sea and set their huge feet on German soil that made such nonsense a reality. The giants were a powerful threat to humans and monsters alike. Of course, to fight the ruthless giants, monsters began to unite, dozens of them becoming hundreds, hundreds becoming thousands. But Emma and her colleagues didn't know that. Huck. The result of that ignorance was Emma's rough breathing. To survive, she and her colleagues had scattered. They had scattered in all directions and run away. Damn it! At the cost of 9 sacrifices, it was a way to escape with 1 or 2 people surviving. It was the highest survival rate in this situation. I did not expect that I would die here even before I got married. And at this moment, Emma was sure she was one of the 9 sacrifices. Her face, which turned purple for lack of breath, was evidence. Huck. I'm sure I am really about to die, damn it. I can smell the coffee that I've never had since the monsters appeared. It was also evidence that she could smell the deep aroma of coffee between gasps of breath. It was evidence that her nose had lost its sense of smell as she was about to die. In the end, Emma saw a phantom in her eyes. What? A long ways away, in the trees, in front of a campfire, the sight of 2 men and a woman drinking coffee with marshmallows as if camping, filled Emma's eyes. Am I dreaming because I am already dead? Of course, she thought it was a fantasy. Yipe! Emma fell to the ground, not seeing the roots in front of her feet, looking at the phantom. She fell forward and turned over and looked behind her. She saw 20 orange eyes running madly to eat her, and whiz! There was something dimly passing fast through those orange eyes with an eerie sound. Blush! Angry werewolves fell like broken dolls, shedding blood at their temples. Of course, Emma thought this was a dream, a vain sight until a man extended her his hands and words. Are you all right? Oh, you can call me Jang. And those are my bodyguards, you can call them Kim and Mary. You're so surprised that you can't talk. It was then that Emma could see that this was not a dream, but a reality. Have some warm coffee and marshmallows, and warm yourself. Of course, the reality that she saw was the most unrealistic reality ever since the monsters had appeared. 6. After the advent of monsters, mankind was deprived of many things. Most of the things that enriched mankind were taken away. Humans could no longer expect to drink coffee after eating rich salads and oily steaks. So it was with Emma. As an awakener, she knew how lucky it was to be a mercenary and be able to eat food and not to starve to death in exchange for killing the monsters. Now, however, she was in the middle of a quiet forest, sitting in front of a bonfire, and she was soaking her mouth with the most delicious coffee she had ever had, eating moderately melted marshmallows. It was a luxury she had never imagined. Of course, in front of this unrealistic luxury, she was forced to melt. How did you get chased by monsters? I ran into 100 werewolves, and I had to run away. Then why did you come to Frankfurt? To this dangerous place? The mission we were given was to clean up the surroundings so that the Crusaders could fight the giants. In front of the man named Zhang who had saved her from death, she did not intend to hide or do anything. Where are the Crusaders? They're waiting in Stuttgart. She said everything she knew. I heard that they're going to attack the leader of the giants in Frankfurt on February 14th. If it is the leader of the giants. It's a monster with dark blue eyes that makes the giants look like children. Then Emma, why did you participate in such a dangerous thing? You would not be able to live after being exposed to the fear of the dark blue great monster. Jang was surprised at the words that she spoke of her own accord. Emma gave a bitter laugh at the words. The Vatican told me to do so, so I should do it. How can I resist his will? Much more, since the Crusaders are present in full force, it is a holy war. Not to get something, it's about paying back what I've been given. But it's too dangerous, isn't it? It's all right, and there's a rumor that the oracle has come down. The oracle? On February 14th, God sends a savior to save the world on his behalf, and the savior will save us from the giant. Emma, who said the words, sipped her coffee and scanned the crowd. Emma's eyes stopped at a man who was looking at her, drinking coffee in the same way as her. A wry smile hung at the corners of his mouth. Kim had bushy hair that gave her a sharp impression. What is it? Emma, who could not guess the meaning of the wry smile, cocked her head. Savior, do you mean the Messiah is coming down? Jang asked her again. Emma swallowed her coffee quickly and said, yes, it's not 1, but 5. Those 5 will save us from the trials. Messiah, at the word Messiah, Jang also made a similar smile to the man named Kim, who was smiling wryly. Emma cocked her head again and asked, is there a problem with what I said? The advent of the Messiah, it was not a story for them to smile at like that. At the question of Emma, Jang smiled and said, there is no problem. It's just my face looks weird. Who doesn't like it when the Messiah is descending? Isn't that right, Kim? At Jang's sudden question, the man Kim swallowed the coffee he was drinking and said, I'm really looking forward to it. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 140, The Giants, Part 1. Chapter 140, Episode 140, The Giants, Part 1. Chapter 50. The Giants, Part 1. Translator, Khan. Editor, Red. 1. Thump. It was a giant with a huge body, about 20 meters tall and so big that it was impossible to estimate its weight. At the same time, it was a walking disaster. The huge thing moving was a disaster itself, and it was not possible by physics. Thump. Furthermore, the physical impact of such an enormous body could not even be imagined. Thump. 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 The giants did not number 1, but crucially, hundreds. At a glance, it was hard to even estimate the whole number of giants who were crossing the river like a stream, and just strolling over a small hill as they advanced. The most overwhelming of them was the biggest giant at the back. It had a huge body, with a height of about 100 meters, which made the previous giants look like nothing. With its advent, this monster Hrungnir had made the land beyond the Baltic Sea, the land that had once been considered the best place to live, an uninhabitable land. It looked down at Frankfurt, the center of Germany, with the dark blue eyes of its huge body from on high. Whoa-ho-ho! At that moment, the giants with the green eyes, the green Jotuns everywhere, opened their mouths and let out a howl of domination. The cry shook Frankfurt. The cry and the advance of the giants started to turn over Frankfurt. The ground began to emit the sound of thunder. It was like the sky and the earth were upside down. Lord! The moment they saw it, they could not help but seek God on the spot. Please look over us who follow and love you. In front of this scene, the image of those who prayed for God, transcending everything, was not at the cliff of despair. Rather, it was the opposite. Fill our minds and bodies with the Holy Spirit. There was no sign of terror on their faces and bodies, or anywhere else, as they recited prayers. The clothes of those who were decisively looking for God were not the typical attire of those who desperately prayed. They were wearing armor instead of priestly robes, and they were holding a sword instead of a cross, and a shield instead of the Bible. Let us be the swords and shields of the world. They had the eyes of fierce beasts hungry for battle. Of course, when they finished their prayers, they did not run away. They did not turn away. Everyone looked straight ahead. Among them was a man with a long head like a horse. John Gabriel was the head of the Vatican city-state, and he was leading the Crusaders to prevent the invasion of the giants. At the end of the prayer, he opened his eyes and looked at the sight he had to face. Now he remembered a man's face, not the giants who had just made Frankfurt a city where nothing existed. Mao Spencer demanded that John Gabriel lead the Crusaders to fight the giants, in hope of a terrible defeat. John Gabriel accepted that demand, which was bound to be bloody. But it was not a declaration of surrender to the 6 snakes. On the contrary, when he heard the proposal, he was going to stab a dagger in the 6 snakes. You won't have the chance to be a messiah. By victory, not the defeat, he intended to block the opportunity for the stage Mao wanted to come out. There was nothing wrong with it. Even if Mao just wanted them to lose, he did not tell John Gabriel to be defeated on purpose. Even if he won the war against the giants, it was never a breach of their agreement. That was why John Gabriel did not argue about the deal in vain. Of course, there was a requirement for that, to kill Hrungnir. We will kill the huge giant Hrungnir. We'll kill a dark blue-grade monster for the first time. The Vatican had never killed a dark blue-grade monster. It was not that they avoided hunting because they lacked confidence. The Crusaders had already succeeded in hunting more than 10 blue-grade monsters, and through the hunting, they had gained experience, won monster stones, and were able to get powerful relics and items. Their faith grew stronger. Today we will change history. Due to the belief that God's grace protected them, John Gabriel, who was about to fight the giants, could shout more confidently than ever. Today we will prove that the Lord's will has descended here. The Crusaders shivered at the cry and the glory it promised. Ring the bell of Jerusalem. Ding dong. When the very clear sound of the bell began to ring, there were no more people who shivered. Who? There were only fanatics who were not afraid of death. 2. Kyurong. The giants' footsteps were like thunder as they raced across the Main, the river that was not going to stop their passage south. Boom. The sound of cannons from those who wanted to stop the giants from moving south beyond the Main was also like a thunderstorm. That was about it. The battle on the stage of Frankfurt was different from the sound. Of course, the landscape of the battlefield was also different. Boom. Boom. A number of mortars, including the Leopard 2 tanks and their cannons, which represented Germany and its tanks, spewed shells, and the giants marched through the baptism of shells. Kuyo-eo. When the giants who had reached the main body of the Crusaders beyond the main river repeatedly roared out, the awakeners of the crusade who were waiting began to work on the giants' bodies with their weapons, clinging to them as they moved. Attack! Eyes. Aim at the eyes. Cut the ankles. Break it down. A tram was crumpled like a soda can by the feet of a giant who went on the rampage, and the giant's body collapsed under the attack of the ant-like crusade, falling to the ground and creating an earthquake. The sight of a hell, which humanity had never experienced or imagined before, was unfolding around the main river across Frankfurt. Ding dong! The so pure and beautiful sound of the bell ringing in the scene made Frankfurt stage an unrealistic stage that could never be understood by reason. Boss, the Crusaders are more powerful than we've heard from Miss Emma, and are not getting over the main river. Jang Sung-hoon, who used a telescope to confirm the fact next to Kim Tae-hoon, was calm in front of this unrealistic scene. If they go this way, the Crusaders will win. It was a sight he was familiar with. Then your plan is going to go wrong, isn't it? Rather, Jang had a sense of crisis at the combat ability of the Crusaders. I don't think there's any chance of the 6 snakes coming out here. Kim Tae-hoon, who was looking at the battlefield with his black eyes without a telescope, said, "They're stronger than I thought." So does the boss see it? Right? Some of them are not awakened, but they fight well in front of the fear of a blue-grade monster. I think their relics are not normal. Needless to say, as they've plundered human history, it would be odd if they didn't have that many relics. It is just what you say. The relics are powerful. What? That's all. Kim Tae-hoon, who spoke out the words, once again looked at the battlefield wide. The power of the Crusaders who built the final defense line at the south of the main river and the giants trying to cross the main river to somehow crush the Crusaders was visible. It was simply chaos, and there was no proper order anywhere. They have strong relics, but their skills at using them are no better than the hunter applicants of the Mat Guild. Ah. Then Jang could understand Kim's intention. Well, they don't have the concept of tactics or strategy, as the boss says. They just fight with strength against strength. To fight with just strength against strength, even animals will not do that. It was just as Jang said. The Crusaders were powerful, but that was all. They were fighting a power-to-power battle against the giants, over just a river called the Main. Man cannot win against a monster by using power against power, and even more so if it is the dark blue grade. Kim Tae-hoon, the Mat Guild, and Korea could feel the fact that it would never be an answer in the fierce struggle to survive against monsters. In other words, the Crusaders were not aware of it as they had not had to realize it. They've crushed the monsters only with the power of their relics. In that sense, it's natural. When most people tried to survive in the war against monsters, the Vatican did not have to make such an effort. The relics that Europe had were plundered from the world over the years, including the Louvre Museum, gave Europeans the power to fight monsters. It was like teaching a child how to hold a gun and use it. Anyway, if a child knew how to shoot a gun, he or she could kill a beast with violence. In other words, the child who grew up like that did not have an opportunity to learn other ways to kill a beast. The huge giant Hrungnir would give a great lesson to the Crusaders, which they had not learned. It would teach them so intensely that they would never forget it again, and it would be imprinted in history beyond the level of imprinting on their mind. Mao would have expected this, too. Mao, the head of the Six Snakes, would have made the same prediction as Kim Tae-hoon. And he would set the stage to take advantage of this situation. That was why Kim was here. He predicted Mao's aim in front of the collapsed Red Square in Moscow. He wants to be a messiah. He predicted that the six snakes that had been trying to become the reality in the darkness came out under the bright sun and wanted to be the savior. Of course, it was not to be a holy martyr who sincerely burned everything for the world. Mao and the six snakes would not burn themselves for the world, but would they burn the world for their own benefit? Their purpose is to use Europe as a shield. What they wanted was a scapegoat. The fanatics of God had secured all the power of Europe in their own hands. Therefore, if they could be a messiah to Europe, Europe would do anything to protect their messiah. If someone were to target the messiah, they would block anyone who threatened the messiah without a moment's hesitation. They would do anything for the messiah. They would gladly be a shield to protect the messiah. A shield to stop me. The shield was what the six snakes wanted. Through the shield, the six snakes were trying to stop the crazy monster Kim Tae-hoon. Of course, he did not intend to let the six snakes have shields. At that moment, Kim's eyes stopped in one place. He found a group of about 100 people gathered there, just a little distance away from the battlefield where the fierce battle took place. He found two women in front of them, twin sisters with the same appearance. I found her. Yes? Who? The bitch who killed me. 3. Sir, the number of the giants crossing the main river is decreasing. Half a day. The fight against the giants stopped for a while after a time, like watching a movie. The world's most horrifying long film has stopped. The giants are not heading south now. They seem to be getting their breathing. But at that fact, Johann Gabriel did not express his joy. "Sir, God has taken care of us, and we will win if we continue on this way." In contrast to the bright voice that came out of the bright expression of his subordinate, his face was stiffened as he looked at the battlefield. The battlefield has collapsed. There were certainly no living giants on the south of the main river. There were only the dead bodies of the giants who were attacked by repeated bombardment and the crusaders around the main river. There were about 200 huge dead bodies dominating everything. An enormous number of giants' dead bodies lay all over the place. It was similar to the image of the city center, whose buildings had all collapsed. That was the first reason to make John Gabriel's face hard. It will be hard to bomb from the banks of the main river anymore. It was crazy to fight with tanks and artillery in the middle of a city where the buildings had collapsed. The mobility of the tanks was secondary, and it was difficult to secure the launch angle for the shooting. In other words, the tanks and artillery that made the greatest contribution to the collapse of the giants were now unable to exert their power. Of course, they have not lost yet. The damage to the troops was not serious, and the munitions to continue the battle were still overflowing. They had planned on a long fight in the first place. The use of Frankfurt as a battlefield was to occupy the advantageous ground. But it had not provided a basis for overcoming the current situation, even if it might be comforting. Above all, John Gabriel was feeling a clear limit as he commanded the battle. The huge giant has not moved yet. Although the Crusaders did not bring out all their power, John Gabriel more than anyone else could see that it was the same for the giants. He had never forgotten that the huge giant, Rungner, who could change the situation of the battlefield at once, was still watching the battlefield from the back. Above all, he could not think of what tactic to use next. How do we fight next? They had never been in this situation. The Crusaders had always won a simple and light victory with powerful relics. This tough fight was not suitable for the Crusaders. In other words, the Crusaders had never had such a hard and difficult fight. Then the dark clouds overhead began to let out the faintest raindrops. It didn't seem like heavy rain. But there was great anxiety in John Gabriel's heart. Then, a sound began to come down from above. Woo-oh-oh, dot. Huck! The man who was reporting grabbed his chest and fell on the ground and began to shake like an epileptic. Ugh! So did John Gabriel. He had to take 2 steps to the side to regain his balance. What the hell is it? John Gabriel looked up at the sky in surprise. Woo-oh-oh! Woo-oh-oh! It was then that John Gabriel could see that the sound was not coming down from the sky, but from the mouth of the huge giant, who seemed to reach the sky. Ah! And he realized that this sound, which made the reason in the head white even though it was only heard, was not at the level that a weak human being could fight against with a spear and sword. He also realized that he was so full of faith in God that he could not make a rational judgment for a while. But the nightmare was not the end, it was the beginning. Oh, my God! Some of the giants' dead bodies lying on the battlefield began to move. Giants are moving. The dead bodies are moving. The heart that had stopped, or the giants who were barely breathing, began to move at the sound of their leader. Some of the fallen giants were not dead, but waiting for their bodies to recover. It was a failure of the Crusaders. They did not know that a monster was not dead until its heart was crushed. Woo-woo-woon! At the same time, huge stones began to fly over the main river. Get away! Boom! Boom! The giants who they thought would no longer cross the main river began to throw the stones they had collected instead of charging ahead. Arg, dot. The 3 elements were enough to break down the front line beyond the main river, which had been victorious, waking dead bodies, the stone throwing of the giants, and the fear of Hrungnir. The 3 things erased the word victory in everyone's mind. The front line is collapsed. It was the same in John Gabriel's mind. The moment the word victory disappeared, John Gabriel was already running to the place where the 6 snake soldiers would fight against the giants on behalf of the Crusaders anytime. I need the strength of the 6 snakes. When he went there, it was the twin sister who welcomed John Gabriel first. One of them smiled at John Gabriel, who appeared, and said on behalf of everyone, "Here you are, you idiot." The smile spread to the mouths of 100 people waiting behind her, like an epidemic. Then when Johann Gabriel stood before them, he heard a voice. "Is this all?" Everyone looked up in the direction of the voice. Everyone looked over their heads. John Gabriel also raised his head and looked over his head. They could see a man who was looking down at them from the sky, which was dulled by the dark clouds. Of course, most of them were not able to grasp the identity of the man at once. Only one of the twin sisters who had just smiled, Lin Si, identified the man. "The Dragon Slayer?" Of course, the man did not answer. Instead of answering, he waved his right hand toward the ground as if he were greeting them. Whiz! Dozens of swords began to fall from the sky like a shower. "Get out of here!" The battle had begun. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 141, The Giants, Part 2. Chapter 141, Episode 141, The Giants, Part 2. Chapter 50. The Giants, Part 2. Translator, Khan. Editor, Red. 4. Kim Tae-hoon did not underestimate the 6 snakes. Even if he had dozens of powerful and significant relics, even if his body had already reached a level that transcended a human being, even if he had acquired the power of the dragon and countless monsters, Kim did not underestimate the 6 snakes. It was not simply because his personality was so careful. The 6 snakes was a force that wanted to rule the world in the era of monsters. In a world where civilization had collapsed, they had planted roots throughout the world and achieved what they wanted steadily. Then, how could he look down on them? If he did, it would be too funny. There was no reason to underestimate them, not at a single point. The fact was the same at this moment. Get out of here! As soon as the sword showers fell, the warriors of the 6th snake who were waiting to kill Hrungnir moved frantically. The embarrassment they felt was enormous. It would be strange if they did not panic when Kim himself made an unexpected sudden attack. But their movements during their surprise were in perfect order. Under the heavy rain of swords, someone made a quick dodge, and someone lifted a shield. Clank! There were a sound of iron and a wind-splitting sound. Ugh! A faint groan came through it. That was all. No one screamed noisily. Even the dying swallowed their last words before they died. It was evidence that the people gathered here were not a disorderly crowd, but well-trained, and able men who could smile in front of Hrungnir with the dark blue eyes. Don't be inattentive. Our enemy is the Dragon Slayer Kim Tae-hoon. He's the monster who killed the dragon alone. As said before, Kim knew better than anyone else at this moment that they were not enemies to look down on. And he knew what to do to kill them. Thud, thud. That was why something fell to their feet when everyone was looking for Kim, who was flying in the sky, with their weapons sticking up against the shower of swords. Fow show show show. The thing which fell like that immediately began to pour out a thick cloud of smoke. A smoke bomb? It was nothing but a smoke bomb. Not one, but dozens of smoke bombs exploded, making everything a world full of smoke. Everyone swallowed at the fact. The sound of swallowing was also proof that they were veteran warriors. The smoke bombs restricted their vision and smell. Even if anyone could not tell how the stage was advantageous between more than 100 warriors of the 6 snakes and only one, Kim Tae-hoon, there were those here who soon realized that. Their nightmare became reality too quickly and too easily. Ugh! A scream was heard through the thick smoke, and a bloody smell revealed its presence clearly among the acrid stench of the smoke. There! Don't move rashly. even in that situation, everyone remained calm. They knew better than anyone the power of the spears and swords in their hands. The spears and swords were powerful enough to tear, pierce, and cut the skin of monsters that could not be harmed by bullets. If they swung such a weapon indiscreetly and attacked their colleagues, it would be a bigger misfortune. Ugh! When a new scream burst out, everyone was patient. Instead, they set their 5 senses up to find Kim immediately and start fighting as soon as the smoke disappeared. If the smoke disappears, we will kill him then. Even at the death of their colleagues and the coming death, they did not shake and waited for the right time. Hoo-woo-woo. Someone's huge breath blew away the smoke that filled the surroundings at once. Finally. Of course, the warriors of the 6 snakes now flashed their eyes and opened their ears wide to find Kim. It was dozens of objects floating in the air that welcomed them. It was something similar but different from the smoke bomb that tormented them a little bit ago. Ah! The flares, hidden in the smokescreen, started to explode as soon as the smoke was gone. First, the light burst, and then there was a shrill, ear-piercing sound. Arg! The impact of the flares on the acute 5 senses was so intense that it was fatal. It would be better if a grenade exploded. Indeed, the physical defenses of these people and the relics they wore were powerful enough to withstand the power of a grenade. On the other hand, no matter how great a relic was, and no matter who had a strong physical ability, their eyes and ears were not as strong. Ugh! So, everyone started to stagger as if they were drunken, with their eyes closed tightly. It was a pain they had never experienced before. But swallowing them at this moment was not the pain that they had never been used to. What attack is next? Dangerous. The fear of being in the defenseless condition in front of the monster Kim Tae-hoon devoured the warriors of the 6 snakes. In that fear, there was only one thing the warriors of the 6 snakes could do: they took as defensive a posture as possible, just as a turtle hid in its shell. At least I have to save my life. It was a natural act that would be taken by any animal with a survival instinct. The natural survival instinct that animals took was an opportunity for a hunter. It was an opportunity to predict the behavior of the prey and to pull the trigger firmly in accordance with the action. Of course, Kim pulled the trigger toward the warriors of the 6 snakes, who took an extremely defensive posture. Swish! The Kusanagi that could cut anything in this world painted a semicircle flash. 5. Lin Si and Lin Yining, the twin sisters, had always been winners. It has been true since the advent of the monsters. The 2 sisters fought against the monsters with their bare hands when all others ran away from the monster. Since then, the 2 sisters had never turned away from the monsters in front of them, and they had never thought about defeat. It was the same when the 6 snakes suffered hardships and adversity, when Japan collapsed, and when Taiwan collapsed. At that moment, Lin Si and Lin Yining sisters performed their given roles with Major Chinchan without a single failure. The Kusanagi. The same was true when everyone became a turtle in front of the explosion of the flare. She never considered defeat. She had protected her eyes and ears just before the flare burst, and she waited for her chance. She waited for Kim Tae-hoon to take out his card first, and as soon as he pulled out the card called the Kusanagi, her mind drew a card to cope with it. The energy consumption of the Kusanagi is high. The Kusanagi was powerful. It was impossible to stop the Kusanagi with a few relics since it was beyond imagination. At the same time, its consumption was beyond imagination. The Kusanagi demanded a price so high that even an owner of S energy rank could not use it more than once. After he uses the Kusanagi, his power drops sharply for a while. Lin Si thought it as a chance. Because of that, she sent, the Dragonslayer uses the Kusanagi. First, avoid it by any means, Her telepathy was passed on to her twin sister and the people around her, and those who received her telepathy waited in a situation that was invisible and unheard. We'll surely kill him now. Swish! Soon after, Kim's sword, the Kusanagi, slashed through a huge semicircular arc and cut everything that was caught in it. The world was cut in half like a sheet of paper. Click. Kim put the kusanagi back in the sheath. The flash disappeared, and for a moment silence replaced it. Pull what? Then the cutoffs began to make a creepy sound as they started to come apart. In that situation, the counterattack of the Six Snakes warriors began. Ding! The beginning was the lute that Lin Si's twin sister held. As soon as she thrummed the strings of the lute, the dull eyes of the people around her began to glow golden, and the golden light brought back the focus to their eyes. At the same time, it stimulated the energy in their guts. Ugh! Ah! Their eyes, which were tinged with a golden light, seemed to be filled with hostility and bloodthirstiness. There was no room for fear in such hostile and bloodthirsty eyes. Those who forgot their fear immediately rushed at Kim as he put the kusanagi in its sheath and took a breath for a while. It's quantity, not quality. If we want to kill that monster, we have to press him down with quantity. In the meantime, Lin Si pulled out one of the two swords she had. It was a brightly shining bronze sword. It was a sword that was plain without useless ornamentation, but it was so beautiful in and of itself. After she put the sword on the ground, she shouted, "The Emperor commands, the military, carry out an attack." The moment the spell-like cry ended, the ground began to shake, and the soldiers and horses made of soil began to shoot up from the earth. Thump! It took only a moment for an army of 1,000 troops to be built. The army of 1,000 that appeared like that moved after the warriors of the Six Snakes attacking Kim Tae-hoon. Thump! 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 The ground resonated loudly at the footsteps of the earthly soldiers and horses who rushed to line up for battle. In front of the scene, Kim did not perform any special action. After he put the kusanagi back in its sheath, he breathed calmly and changed only his eyes in front of the enormous army that was rushing toward him. His black and shining eyes split in half. Opening his draconian power, his right hand, covered with the scales of the dragon, pulled out a new sword to replace the kusanagi. At that time, the clouds that covered the sky retreated, and the sun that showed up began to shine on the sword that he pulled out. The dragon light sword began to shine brilliantly under the sun. 6. John Gabriel had tried to stab a dagger into the Six Snakes, but he had never ignored their power. There was no way he could ignore it. It was not God, but the Six Snakes that made John Gabriel a new power in Europe, the top person among the influential people, and even the emperor above the Pope, holding all the power of the cardinals of the Vatican. Because of that, he could not understand what was happening in front of him. What the hell? The warriors of the Six Snakes were being slaughtered. Not just anyone, but the warriors who the Six Snakes had selected, nurtured, and armed themselves. This is nonsense. The massacre was being done by not a large army of tens of thousands, but only one. A single man was slaughtering the 107 warriors of the Six Snakes. Clang! The end of the massacre was the battle between Lin Si and Kim Tae-hoon. Clang! The sword of Gojen, which could cut anything, and the dragon light sword that could cut anything under the sun, hit with the sound of metal colliding. Of course, the sound did not last long. Lin Si was definitely strong. All her stats were a rank, she had eaten countless monster stones and she could not be weak. But her strength could only struggle in front of Kim. Clang! In the end, at the third collision, Lin Si was no longer able to receive Kim's attack. The sword of Gojen endured the dragon light sword, but her arm holding the sword of Gojen was cut and hurled back, and the blackened left fist of Kim struck her chest in the gap. Pewduk! Her ribs crumbled, and there was the sound of her chest caving in. At the sound, Lin Si shouted at Kim, throwing out a gout of blood and squeezed out her last strength. Boom! The sound of a bomb blasting were her last words. Of course, her last words did not leave much impression on Kim. Ah! Rather, the last cry she uttered gave a great shock to Johann Gabriel, who was watching from far away. Hawk! Hawk! A horrified sound broke out from John Gabriel's mouth. It was not the sound of reason, but instinct. I have to run away. It was the instinct that Kim's next target was him, after leaving not a single survivor. And as his instinct had warned him, Kim, who had killed all of them, stepped toward John Gabriel as soon as he confirmed that he no longer had any survivors left to kill. Stomp, stomp, stomp. Kim left his footprints clearly on the ground covered with corpses and blood. His walk was not fast. It was slow enough to get him a breath of wind. Nevertheless, John Gabriel could not escape from Kim. He just sat down on the ground and waited for Kim. When Kim stood in front of him, he said reflexively, "God." It was the only word he could say at this moment, the most desperate call of his life, when he had been looking for God for a lifetime. But God did not respond. "My name is Kim Tae-hoon." Instead, Kim Tae-hoon said, "I am the head of the Monster Hunting Guild, the Mac Guild, now in Korea." Instead of answering, John Gabriel blinked his trembling eyes. "I will kill the giants and their leader, the huge giant," Kim suggested to him. Woo-oh-oh-oh. Then, as if waiting, the big cry of Hrungnir the huge giant flowed down from the sky. The sound made Johann Gabriel tremble like an aspen leaf. But Kim said without any tremor, looking at the shaking eyes of John Gabriel, "If you pay the price." It was the last notice. Instead of talking anymore, Kim wiped off the blood on his face and the blood that Lin Si had poured a while ago. With that appearance, John Gabriel was able to recall one of the most perfect words to explain Kim. "Devil." "What's the price?" "The Vatican." And at this moment, John Gabriel made a deal with the devil. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 142, The Giants, Part III. Chapter 142, Episode 142, The Giants, Part 3. Chapter 50. The Giants, Part 3. Translator, Khan. Editor, Red. 7. There were many reasons why the war with monsters is scary. The strength of monsters that transcended common sense was one of the reasons, and their behavior that could not be measured by common sense was also a scary reason. One of the reasons is that surrender did not work. Against monsters, no matter how hard they shook the white flag, and even if they cried and begged for mercy, it did not work. Woo-oh-oh-oh. The fact had not changed in the battlefield that was now centered around the main river. Ugh, the moment the Hrungnir sphere hit the battlefield, the Crusaders were virtually incapable of combat. It was natural. Why did this happen to me even though I have a relic? The fear of a dark blue-grade monster was not something they can tolerate just with the power of a relic. Only the combination of the help of a legendary relic and an awakener with a high energy rank could gain the qualifications to face the dark blue eyes. Of course, most people didn't know this because they died when they encountered a dark blue-grade monster. Cool-woo. I must avoid. No one could avoid the huge stones being hurled while nearly incapacitated by the fear. Bang! A stone smashed a tank and the men within. Ugh! My legs. As screams burst out, trams were crushed, and human bodies splattered, the giants who were once smashed apart beyond the main river like corpses, moved once again. Eeo. The leg-cut giants crawled, wielding their arms like whips and hammers using their remaining power. Whack! The giants' arms struck the bodies of those who could not even stand properly because their legs were trembling. If Rodan had seen this scene in his lifetime, perhaps the door of hell would have been like this. Jang Sung-hoon, who looked at the scene from a distance, closed his dry mouth. His thoughts as he looked at this scene of hell were not pleasant. However, he did not let his personal feelings color his decisions. What Jang had learned from Kim was that the more fierce and desperate the war is, the colder and more calculating his action should be. It was still true. From the cold viewpoint of Jang, there would be nothing to change now even if the special forces that Jang and Kim brought were put into the battlefield. They could save a few more people, but it was not profitable when he checked the situation. Above all, Kim had not intervened in the battlefield yet. As the boss said, they placed too much confidence in the effects of the relics, and they were overconfident about their abilities. I suppose why this situation happened was that they were so irresponsible that they thought God would do it all. They could not win a war without a leader. Therefore, without a leader, they must not fight. It was a core rule. So, Jang waited, and the men who had followed him waited without turning away from the scene of hell in front of them. They saw that a sword passed through the center of a giant's chest as it was walking toward the main river, where the sound of artillery could no longer be heard. Thump! They saw that giant with its heart pierced by the sword falling forward. Jang opened his dry mouth at the scene. Now, we begin the operation called gleaning. 8. Faith is proportional to betrayal. And betrayal makes humans miserable. That was why the vicinity of the main river in Frankfurt was filled with misery. Lord, the only thing that survivors in the southern main river, which was now the stage of the giants, could look for was not a fellow or a boss, but God. Woo-ee-oh-ee-oh-ee-oh. But it was the giants' huge hands and feet that came to them. Bang, bang. The God they cried and sought did not answer them. By the time those who were looking for God in front of the fact began to shudder at the unspeakable betrayal, the giant, who had carried out the massacre that made the betrayal more miserable, fell down. Thump! That was the beginning. Thump! The giants who were advancing to cross the main river grabbed their chests and fell forward, or began to fall back. The huge giants' bodies crashed against the ground, shaking the already gruesome land. What's going on? Everyone was captivated by the fact for a moment. Oh, God! Some found the God that they had been crying for. They truly believed that God had finally begun to save them. Of course, it was not God who saved them. Who? A man was breathing somewhere away from the main river, where he had piled up more than 100 spears and swords. He was Kim Tae-hoon, the main character of the miracle that took place around the main river. The way he did the miracle was simple. He measured the distance to the target. Once he activated the eyes of the black snake and the white snake at the same time. Then he turned his gaze toward the swords and spears piled up behind him. Equals Sadface Oliver's sword. Relic grade, grade 1. Relic value, special. Relic effect, it is the sword of Olivier, one of the 12 paladins of Charlemagne. Its strength and sharpness are extraordinary. Equals. He picked up one of them and threw it without a ready posture as if he throwing a javelin. With all his power, he threw it at the chest of a giant who seemed to be too close to him, although it was far away. Whiz! The sword that flew out like that pierced through the giant's heart in a flash. That was the background of the miracle that had happened on the main river. But this miracle was not free. 19. Kim was calculating the number of giants he had killed correctly, and of course, he was calculating the price of killing the giants. Furthermore, he was going to receive the price of their lives from those who survived here today. If they would not pay for it, he would force them to pay out, and he was going to get paid in some way. That was the background of winning the war that Kim Tae-hoon had thought would be impossible. Kim never suffered a loss in any battle, and he received the cost of his wounds in some way through the war to match the risks he took. The remaining giants number 177. However, Kim's dark eyes turned black like a lens and looked at the huge giant Hrungnir. No, I'd rather kill a big one first. At that moment, Kim no longer turned his head to the pile of swords and spears. Cho. Instead, the swords and spears themselves approached Kim as if they were alive, and began to hover around him like satellites. He picked one of them. First, I will go with the sword of Gojin. 9. A man was stumbling as if he was drunken. Stomp. When the man's weak steps stopped, there was a battlefield before the man. No, it was more like a grave than a battlefield. There were huge fallen giants all over the place. There was a huge hole in the chest of every dead carcass. The man, Johann Gabriel, was distracted for a moment. Is this really real? But in front of this absurd sight, he did not look for God as always. He really did this. Instead of looking for God, he thought of a man. Kim Tae-hoon. He remembered the man's face, which he had no choice but to call a devil, and then he closed his eyes. Hey! Take that! The bell! John Gabriel could hear a language unfamiliar to him, and he turned his head. Then he saw the men in black and red leather, and pure white feathers, moving briskly around a head-sized bell which was shining with brass. Some of them laid down the fallen people in one place, and some moved to take the bell. The sight frightened Johann Gabriel because the bell was not a normal one. The bell of Jerusalem? The bell of Jerusalem was literally a bell of the Holy Land with the dignity of God. It was indeed a tool that could make God's voice. Oh, no! Of course, John Gabriel ran away, screaming. It was unacceptable, either by instinct or by reason, to be robbed of the bell of Jerusalem by those who he did not know the identity of. But his run did not last long. Blush. Ugh. In the state of being exposed to the fear of Hrungnir, in the situation where he had lost his fighting spirit, his body, which was still frightened by Kim Tae-hoon's appearance, fell to the ground after taking a few steps. A man stepped toward him after he had fallen, stomping the ground. The man was unique in many ways and he had many accessories. The fingers of both hands all had gold rings, stone rings, and jade rings, and on his neck, there were 3 necklaces, such as a Buddhist rosary, a gold necklace, and a cross necklace made of silver. There was no sense of unity in the things he wore. The man held out his hand to the fallen John Gabriel. Are you all right? Who are you? Of course, John Gabriel did not accept the favor. Even though everything was broken, he gave out the greatest sense of anger that he could. Oh, you didn't hear the explanation from the boss. The man who held out his hand to him took it back and smiled. I'm Jang Sung-hoon, and I belong to the Mac Guild. The Mac Guild, the words shook John Gabriel's eyes again. It was words he heard today for the first time, but it was words that John Gabriel would remember as clearly as his name for the rest of his life. Of course, it was not remembered in a good sense. Jang smiled at the reaction of John Gabriel because the reaction was the most obvious evidence that he had met Kim Tae-hoon. He said with that smile, for reference, I'm in charge of the appraisal of the relics in the Mac Guild. The appraisal of the relics. You heard it from the boss, didn't you? He'll get paid for killing monsters since it's not free. Well, that's... You accepted the offer, and you can see the giants dying here. Jang, who was speaking, pointed to the bell of Jerusalem behind him with his thumb. And what good are the euro, the dollar, and the gold in this age? It's obvious, isn't it? You'll get relics in return? We're taking relics. At that moment, Jang said carefully, with his mouth at the ear of John Gabriel in a very low voice. Not only relics but historical art, even if they have not become relics, can be also paid the price. For example, the Mona Lisa. I don't think it's a relic since it's not here. Where is it? At the whisper of Jang, John Gabriel could see again. I'm the second in command of the Mac Guild, and if the boss is in charge of the actual fighting, I'm in charge of the practical affairs. If you have a close and intimate relationship with me, you'll have nothing to lose. Oh, of course, I'm not asking for bribes, just because I'm interested in art. I dreamed of decorating the house with the Venus de Milo and the Nike of Samothrace. Oh, I'm not asking you to give them to me, but I'm just saying it's my simple dream. John Gabriel could see that the Mac Guild was a devil's den. Then, one of his men approached and told Jang. We found the Nike. Oh, really? Was it there? Yes, it's a first-grade legend. What's the effect? It enhances combat capability. Take it carefully, because it should be displayed at the Mac Guild Museum later. The conversation between his subordinates and Jang proceeded in Korean, but it was not difficult for John Gabriel to gauge the words. He did know what the word Nike meant. Oh, no. The Nike of Samothrace was a valuable Vatican relic, as valuable as the Bell of Jerusalem, and at the same time, a human treasure that showed that mankind had built a brilliant civilization in this land. It was a treasure of treasures that could not be measured. We have to stop them. So, John Gabriel tried to overcome the situation by making an armed demonstration, if necessary. Bloodthirstiness and fighting spirit began to grow in the eyes of John Gabriel. The fact was caught by the subordinate who was reporting to Jang. It was meant to be caught. He's dangerous. The special forces Jang brought were those who would sacrifice on behalf of Kim Tae-hoon as needed. In other words, it meant that they were good enough to replace Kim Tae-hoon for a while. Of course, they were much better than the elites of the Crusaders. They were different from experience. They did not survive in the war against the monsters with the help of relics. They had climbed from the bottom and gained the power of their own. Assuredly, none were weaker than John Gabriel, even if he was ready to fight. Of course, as soon as John Gabriel started to attack Jang, at least one of his limbs would be cut off. Fortunately, no such thing occurred. At that moment, there was a huge boom of thunder, and everyone turned their heads in the direction of it. They saw a blue flash of light cut the sky and stick into the chest of the huge giant. The spear of Indra, Vasvi Shakti, had pierced the heart of Hrungnir. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 143, Disaster, Part 1. Chapter 143, Episode 143, Disaster, Part 1. Chapter 51. Disaster, Part 1. Translator, Khan. Editor, Red. 1. Lightning and thunder had always been fearful to mankind. When lightning struck the sky and thundered, humans were terrified and frozen. Rumble. The same was true when a single lightning bolt penetrated Hrungnir's chest with a thunderous sound. Huck. Everyone on the battlefield was frozen in front of a flash of light and the thunder rumbling that swept through the sky. What's going on? The absurd sight in front of them did not even allow them to shout out in shock. Rumble. The feet of Hrungnir, which shook the frozen world, had stopped for a moment. Woo-oh-oh-oh. The cries as well as the feet stomping, no, the vibrations began to shake the surroundings of the main river. Hrungnir poured out his feelings with the scream. It was angry, and the reason was obvious. There was a huge hole in its chest, and blood bursting out through the hole. Now Hrungnir was under the threat of death and was angry about it. Of course, its steps were not simple steps, but the beast facing a threat did its best, displaying its full power. Rumble. At every step, the ground shook with the power of the giant. Ah-ha-ha-ha. Wee-oh-wee-oh-wee-oh. The world was stumbling, and even the giants fell down, losing their balance at this shaking. A sight that seemed like the end of the world loomed in front of everyone. In the haze, a sword flew once again toward Hrungnir's chest, moving with a sharp sound that cut the wind. Thunk! A katana, with a pure white blade, penetrated deep into the chest of Hrungnir after flying like a missile. Whiz! Soon after that, a golden-colored sword was inserted into its chest. Whiz! Whiz! Like the bullets of a machine gun, dozens of spears and swords flew toward the hole in the chest of Hrungnir. Thunk! 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 They continuously, constantly, repeatedly, drilled into the hole in Hrungnir's heart. Every time Hrungnir took another step, its heart was filled with another 3 swords. Woo-ee-oh-ee-oh-ee-oh. Of course, the more it walked, the more holes were drilled in its heart, and the more it screamed. The cry was weak after Hrungnir walked 10 steps. Its body began to wobble like it had anemia. Hrungnir's body, which could not hold after it staggered, began to lean, and slowly and grandly fell to the ground. Boom, dot. The impact was enough to send the bodies of everyone, who had been suffering from suppression, into the air, and let experience zero gravity for a while. A miracle. It was a scene that could not be explained by anything other than those two words. It was a man coming down from the sky that put the finishing dot on the scene. 2. Kim Tae-hoon had learned a great deal through the dream that Napoleon's golden glass allowed him. The dream that gave him the greatest and most important lessons in knowledge was, of course, the first dream. In his dream of being killed by the dragon, he had seen how he had handled his weapons in the battle. He saw several spears and swords hovering around himself like satellites. It was a hint, an idea for the best battle method, which Kim Tae-hoon had refined through repeated trial and error. The hint told him, use a lot of relics as bullets. Having many weapons hovering around him was, to put it plainly, like a revolver's cylinder circling around. Now Kim had used the best battle method for the first time. He had his weapons hovering around himself and fired them off like pulling a trigger. He used the sword of Gojin to gauge the location of the heart, used the lightning spear, Vasvishakti, to neutralize the hard skin, and then shot dozens of relic weapons like bullets of a machine gun toward the exposed heart. Not bad. The power of the attack was now proved by the dead body of Hrungnir, which was under Kim's feet, the heart completely destroyed, and by the dark blue jewel in his blood-stained hand. Sad face the crystal of the huge giant. Strength and health increase significantly when ingested. Proficiency of mana rank can reach transcendental when ingested. Anyone can acquire the power of the huge giant, the mana of the huge giant, when ingested. Kim Tae-hoon, after confirming the value of the crystal of the huge giant, swallowed it, and then checked the back of his right hand with his black eyes. Basic abilities. Strength, 1277. Health, 1313. Special abilities. Energy, A+ rank. Mana, S rank. Telekinesis, S rank. Defense, A+ rank. Mana resistance, A+ rank. Achieved ability. The mana of the huge giant, grade 2. Anyone given the mana of the huge giant can gain the power of the huge giant. Mana has reached the transcendental rank. It was an income beyond his expectation. I like the new skill I've learned this time. Mana had reached the transcendental rank, and there was no problem in measuring its utility value. The value of the gilt bronze incense burner of beach will increase. Mana is consumed as fuel to bring out the power of relics. Considering that, it was not difficult to gauge how the mana of the huge giant would affect things. In addition, Kim had many relics that could use the mana of the huge giant properly: the gilt bronze incense burner of beach, the horse figure type earthenware, and the Qin Shi Huang sword will be helpful, too. This time, he had the newly acquired the Qin Shi Huang sword. It was a lucrative hunt in many ways, but Kim did not smile at the fact. Instead, he lifted his head and looked around, and saw a flag flying. It was a huge flag, on which the symbol of the Mak Guild, Mak, was drawn. The flag clearly told everyone on this battlefield who the true winner of this battle was. It was also telling Kim that the disaster has begun. Now, it's time to clean up what Mao has done. 3. When Hrungnir fell down, John Gabriel thought there would be nothing that would surprise him anymore. He expected that he would not experience any more unrealistic days. But it did not take long for his thoughts and expectations to break. Kim Tae-hoon made it happen. Coffee. As soon as the unrealistic battle was over, the stage of dialogue was created, and the leader of the Crusaders, Johann Gabriel, sat down with the Mak Guild's representative, Kim Tae-hoon. It was no surprise. They had made a deal, and now that it was over, it was time to calculate the price. But the scene of boiling water and dropping coffee on the spot was something no one expected. Even Kim enjoyed his coffee. Not just to rinse his mouth, but holding his coffee in his mouth, he just looked dispassionately at John Gabriel. John Gabriel could not find the word negotiating anywhere in the image of Kim. And in fact, Kim had no intention of negotiating here. He swallowed his coffee and said, "I will tell you again." In that way, the conversation began. "The price is all the Vatican has, and remember it." John Gabriel opened his mouth and let out a full sigh of relief. Anyway, he is a human. The fact that Kim was talking reassured him because at least he realized that Kim Tae-hoon was a conversational partner. "I have something to say about that, and I will certainly not forget the grace you have shown us today, and I will pay for it, but I cannot give you all of the Vatican." So, John Gabriel regained his composure and began to say the words he had prepared. "I can't give him everything." To be honest, John Gabriel had no intention of paying everything in the Vatican for saving their lives in this battle. What the Vatican had now was virtually everything in Europe. It made no sense to give it all. "There's no contract, so I'll have to finish a negotiation here. I'll minimize the losses. Especially, if he gave everything here, the relics, the existence of the Vatican would be meaningless. The Vatican knights who lost their relics could not wage a war properly against the monsters in the future? Of course I don't mean I won't pay, but I can't give you any of the relics with the Vatican's honor and history." In this situation, John Gabriel did not have a sense of shame. Shame and dishonor did not matter to him in the negotiation that concerned life and death. What if it took hundreds or tens of millions of lives, not just a few lives? There was no reason why he could not commit a sin against heaven. The only problem was that the man in front of John Gabriel was Kim Tae-hoon. Once the belle of Jerusalem dash. This is how your conversation would have gone after Mao and the 6 snakes killed Hrungnir. What's that dash? In front of John Gabriel, who asked a cross-question, Kim kept his coffee instead of continuing his words. The silence started like that. John Gabriel did not dare to open his mouth and break the silence. It was simply a time of torture. Gulp. Kim swallowed his coffee again, and slowly spoke out words with a deep aroma of coffee. "If the soldiers of the 6 snakes on standby had killed the huge giant, you would have tried to negotiate this way. We can't give it all. We have our situation, so let's change the deal." John Gabriel did not answer. It was not easy to breathe or speak in the situation where he seemed to have been stabbed with a dagger. But it was the beginning. Do you think the 6 snakes didn't expect that? At the words of Kim, John Gabriel turned his opponent in front of him into Mao Spencer, not Kim Tae-hoon. He imagined what he would do when he visited the 6 snakes warriors and asked for help, when they accepted his request and killed the huge giant Hrungnir, and when they made the same request. He would not be as surprised as he was now, but he would probably be trying to negotiate with the 6 snakes. Oh my God, and John Gabriel's attempt to negotiate would have failed. He would not expect a reasonable negotiation from the man who blew up the Red Square in Moscow purely for the purpose of punishing Russia, which had refused his proposal and request and been made an example. Furthermore, Mao and the 6 snakes would have expected John Gabriel's actions to revise the deal. They would have prepared something accordingly. That can't be right. When he reached that point, his face was white as a sheet. Now he realized that the disaster prepared by the 6 snakes and Mao was not the end, but the beginning. Would the 6 snakes prepare a new monster? It had already been proven that the Crusaders were not capable of dealing with a dark blue-grade monster. In such a situation, what would happen if a monster above the dark blue grade came to Europe? There was no need to worry long. The Vatican and Europe would dedicate their bodies and souls to those who would stop the monster, hoping for salvation. When a miracle once happens, people deny it, but when a second miracle happens, they long for it. It seemed time for a real Messiah to be born. There would be no choice for those who would desire salvation from the Messiah who was born like that. The fact was still true. The second disaster prepared by the 6 snakes would soon hit Europe, and there was only one person who could deal with the disaster. I will return to the point, and I will somehow take the price of killing the huge giant, and if I kill the monster in the future, I will also take the corresponding price. The moment John Gabriel realized it, negotiating was no longer in his mind. Kim Tae-hoon did not speak out any more words that he did not need. He just enjoyed his coffee quietly. 4. Siberia, where harsh winter winds were still raging. In the biting wind, people in white uniforms were gathered in a cluster. No matter how warmly dressed they were in coldness like their whole bodies were being chopped, but no one complained about it. Of course, there was no fire. Even more so, they all had keen eyes that would defy even the severe wind. The keen eyes showed that their determination, responsibilities, and obligations were not simple. It was the men in the white uniforms that appeared in the distance that changed their eyes. It is not here. It is not here? Yes, the warhead is gone. There's a sign of invasion. I think someone took the warhead. At that report, the keen eyes of everyone began to shake like candles in front of the wind. The man who was reporting said with unshakable eyes, but with a mixed expression, "Deliver the news to Major General Vladimir as soon as possible. We've lost a nuclear warhead. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 144, Disaster, Part 2. Chapter 144, Episode 144, Disaster, Part 2. Chapter 51. Disaster, Part 2. Translator, Khan. Editor, Red. 5. To reiterate, the Vatican will have the right to use the relics on this list, and instead, you will pay 40% of the monster stones of the monster that you kill with the aid of this relic to the Mac Guild. The conversation between Kim Tae-hoon and John Gabriel ended easily and briefly. There was no reason for the conversation to be long or complicated since the winner and the loser had already been determined. This right is valid for 1 year, and if either party does not require a termination or change of the contract 3 months before the contract expires, the contract will be renewed automatically for another year. But the real story was what came next. After the leaders had finished their conversation, the men who served them had to verify everything was practical and valid. It was troublesome and complicated in many ways. They had to check each sentence and word used in the contract and measure the merit of the contract. Now, sign it. That role was, of course, Jang Sung-hoon's. In addition, Jang's role was not over at that point. "Oh, and this is a personal request, but I'd like you to put this poster around the Vatican city-state. It's not special, but I'm going to make a European branch of the Mac Guild, so I'd like to advertise it." Jang immediately set out to work on creating a branch of the Mac Guild in Europe. It was part of their original plans. The good things are to be shared with you, of course. Even if Kim Tae-hoon was so powerful, it was not easy to have a strong influence on the lands of Europe unless he settled there. Human history had proved it. If he wanted to rule a country, it was impossible unless he eventually won the help of the people in the country. Oh, anyone can join the Mac Guild, and there are no restrictions on race, religion, or nationality. Of course, in the absence of any merits, the Mac Guild European branch would not put down roots properly. Naturally, Jang had prepared the merits. In addition, some of the relics that are not on this list will be rented to hunters in the Mac Guild European branch. It will be at a lower price. I will lend them to the hunters if I like. I am not sure if I've told you I'm interested in art, but certainly I told the head of the Vatican city-state, Some of the relics received from the Vatican in return for the fight would be held in the hands of hunters joining the Mac Guild European branch. It would be the creation of something from nothing. It was crazy from the standpoint of the Vatican. I can give you an application if you want. For reference, if you sign up, I'll give you a cute Mac doll. Arriving at this point, the Mac Guild European branch would build their force and get organized incredibly quickly. Oh, don't you care? I don't intend to push you. The boss? Are you asking where he is? It was his responsibility to represent the presence of the Mac Guild European branch, which began to be structured. The boss is in France now. The Mac Guild master, Kim Tae-hoon, would definitely show Europe who they should choose to back in a world full of monsters. At the moment it happened, the ends of the Eurasian continent would be placed under a single name. Equals 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 equals. 6. The movement of more powerful monsters greatly changed the map of territories claimed by lesser monsters. The Mac Guild had identified this in countless cases. Furthermore, the Mac Guild had also confirmed that when powerful monsters appeared, monsters did not just move, but showed different patterns of movements according to their grades and characteristics. For example, a blue-grade monster that led a group of at least 500 did not simply run away. As soon as possible, it explored its new territory, and when it found a suitable place, it used its full power to occupy the place. In the process, some clever individuals deliberately saved their prey, rather than kill them all, to keep them as an emergency food supply. This was exactly the case for the Goblin King, the huge golden-skinned goblin with blue eyes. It was originally located in Belgium. There, as its name suggested, it had reigned as king. But it boldly abandoned its territory as soon as the giants came over the Baltic Sea to Germany. Furthermore, after abandoning a large number of the goblins following him, it moved with only 5,000 elites. Its target was none other than the capital of France, Paris, where it made its new territory. The entry of the Goblin King and the Goblin Corps into Paris, which began like that, was not hard. Hundreds of thousands of survivors and troops residing in Paris failed to even fight properly against the Goblin Corps. So far, the first reason was that the blue-grade monsters were hunted solely under the Vatican's initiative, and the second reason was that those with great talents and powerful relics residing in Paris had gone to Germany to fight the huge giant. The third reason was the people left in Paris. The survivors of Paris, as they had done so far, went to war, believing that God would take care of them in any crisis and hardship. Of course, proper combat was not possible. Virtually all of them were made useless by the fear of the Goblin King, and the neutralized men were nothing but plentiful food for the goblins that the Goblin King had selected. On the street of Champs-Élysées, under the Eiffel Tower, under the Arc de Triomphe, the sound of chewing flesh was heard. God damn it. That's why Leo Leroy was watching hell now. Damn it. Damn it, damn it. But at this moment Leo couldn't escape from this hellish landscape. I need to save Catherine. She was too frightened to run away even when he saw her being dragged to the Bois de Boulogne after being beaten indiscriminately by a group of goblins. That was why he felt more desperate. Find a way somehow, Leo. Find a way somehow. I can't lose even her. In the situation where he had to save his lover, the fact that even if he risked his own life, there was nothing to be changed, put Leo into the deepest despair. If I go to the Vatican and ask for help, The Vatican was the only place that he could think of at this moment. The blue-grade monster was an evil thing that only the Vatican could punish, and saving the world from the monsters was also a miracle that only the Vatican could perform. Damn it, it can't be true, But in this situation, it was difficult to get out of Paris right now. The distance from Paris to Vatican City, 1,000 kilometers away, was too far. Even if he ran the whole distance to the Vatican, even if the Vatican showed him the mercy of God, there was no guarantee that his lover would be alive when he came back. Ugh! In the face of this reality, a sense of misery flowed through Leo's tight lips. I'll ask you a question. The sudden penetrating voice made his clenched jaw drop. Ulp! Leo turned his head, frightened. Looking behind, he saw an Asian man there. The man with the two swords on his back was impressive. Leo pointed at the man with a gun in his hand reflexively. Who is it? Can you speak English? In front of the gun, the Asian spoke stilted French calmly. Leo shook his head reflexively as he listened to the French. The Asian man clicked his tongue briefly. Then, Leo looked at the Asian man and asked, "Korean?" Leo spoke awkward Korean, and the fact put the Asian man in a good mood. "You speak Korean?" "I lived in Korea for 5 years. I want to understand the current situation in Paris. Anything is good, whether it's about monsters, survivors, or relics." Leo paused at the sudden and inexplicable man's request. But his concern was not long. The man in front of him was not a man hunting a human, but monsters. Most of all, he didn't think he could do anything about the guy even if he pulled the trigger. "Who?" Leo lowered his gun, calmed himself down, and then slowly continued, remembering the words in Korean after a moment. "Paris is now occupied by the Goblin King. There is the camp of the Goblin King. People are being captured. The Parisian army has retreated. No survivors have been identified. All the survivors have scattered." The man's eyes went black during the explanation in Korean, which was awkward but enough to understand the general meaning. Leo stumbled back, surprised, but the man looked at the Bois de Boulogne, the castle of the Goblin King, with his black eyes, unconcerned. It was a very long distance, not visible to the naked eyes, but in the eyes of the man, the goblins moving through the forest park constantly came in. Kiki. Ki. He could hear the distant sounds that a goblin was threatening another goblin with, as it was about to bite the arm of a living human, as well as the bizarre sound of the other goblins. The man, who had checked the situation, turned his black eyes back to their original color and said to Leo, "My name is Kim Tae-hoon, master of the Mac Guild, a hunter guild hunting monsters." The man walked forward with a brief explanation. Leo shouted, surprised at the sight. "Goblins are dangerous. Kaya." As soon as the words were finished, 5 goblins, who had heard the conversation and sneaked in to ambush them, appeared and flew at the man with open jaws, intending to wet their dry throats with fresh blood. Thunk! However, the ground was promptly soaked with blood from the sides of their heads. The man, Kim Tae-hoon, walked toward the forest without looking at the fallen dead bodies. Leo's mind as he looked at the scene was stamped with the words, "The master of the Mac Guild, Kim Tae-hoon. Master. Help, help. Please help. Equals. 7. Folkestone. It was a city in the southeast of England. Few outsiders knew the name of this coastal city, which was located overlooking the Strait of Dover. But to the UK, the value of the city of Folkestone was unbelievably high. Folkestone was valuable because of the Channel Tunnel, a submerged tunnel across the Strait of Dover between England and Europe. However, the scenery of such Folkestone was both horrific and bizarre. The roads, mountains, and fields were filled with cars, as if all the cars in England had gathered here. But with so many cars, there was no indication of any people being around. A deep silence. There was a man standing alone in this graveyard silence. The man standing alone between the ownerless cars was looking at his palm with his head down. The man's palms were full of the ashes left behind after something was burned. The man looking at the ashes was silent. Krrrr. Then a cry which was clearly from a monster began to vibrate through the cars. Finally, a giant tiger with 2 heads appeared, leaping over the roof of a car. The body of the monster, which flashed yellow eyes, was all skin and bone, in spite of its huge size. It hadn't eaten properly for a long time. Perhaps that's why the bloodthirstiness that flashed in its yellow eyes was more intense than ever. Naturally, the hungry monster threw itself at the man without any hesitation. At that moment, a spear showed up out of nowhere and cut through the monster's necks. The headless body fell to the ground. "I'm sorry." The man who immediately apologized was none other than Major Chinchan. "I'm just..." The man receiving the apology was Mao Spencer. "They are all dead." "Yes?" Everyone left in Germany to kill the huge giant was killed, including the Lin sisters. With those words, Mao Spencer began to dust off the ashes in his palms. The black ashes crumbled and soon disappeared. Major Shinshan tensed up when he heard that. What do you mean? The words coming from the stunned Shinshan were quite weak. Mao did not answer his question. Instead, he looked at his palms, which were now empty. At that moment, a weird laugh burst out of Mao's mouth. In front of the laughter that he could not help but call insanity, Shinshan closed his mouth. Mao's laughter filled the quiet space for a long time. When the laughter stopped, Mao looked again at his palms with the words. I made the 6 snakes in the hope of dominating 6 continents, and I lost all of them. Mr. Mao, for now. Empty hands and naked fists. Mao grabbed his fist. Empty hands and naked fists were everything he had now. But he was not about to cry. Instead, he only laughed bitterly. Major Shinshan spoke carefully again in front of Mao. Then what are you going to do? We'll leave. To leave. The Eurasian continent has left our hands, there is no reason to stay here anymore. Then where are you going? There was no answer to that question. Instead of answering, Mao looked at the end of the Channel Tunnel, toward France, beyond the Strait of Dover. The good news is that we can earn enough time thanks to the prepared nuclear bombs. Mao turned his head in the opposite direction after he finished his low-pitched talking to himself. We will go to Stonehenge first, and then we are going to the United States. At the answer, the United States, Shinshan appealed to Mao with tears in his eyes. If we go to America, the Pentagon will never follow Mr. Mao. If they know Mr. Mao is in trouble. Why not go to Egypt, where you still have influence and power? Egypt is too close. We will be caught if we go there. But the United States. The person who is in need should lower his head, and if the Pentagon won't follow me, I'll just lower my head and go underneath them. Major Shinshan closed his mouth at the teeth-grinding sound at the end of Mao's words. There was no way he did not know Mao's character. Mao felt it was a great humiliation to serve underneath someone who was once his equal. Nevertheless, he had to accept the humiliation. Perseverance. Mao was willing to compromise with humiliation for the future. The bitter smile at his lips began to turn into a little bloody smile as he determined to make the compromise. I wonder if he can stop the army of the Orkhan, and that was the end of what Mao had said. He moved his chin without finishing his words. Shinshan checked the direction of the chin and nodded. He shouted, "We are going to Stonehenge." Shortly after the cry, the entrance to the Channel Tunnel collapsed with a loud explosion. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 145 Disaster, Part III. Chapter 145, Episode 145, Disaster, Part 3. Chapter 51. Disaster, Part 3. Translator, Khan. Editor, Red. 8. The Bois de Boulogne. Located in the city of Paris, this forest park was a beautiful resting place for Parisians and a wonderful thing to see whenever they looked west from the Eiffel Tower. It was a place Paris citizens deserved pride at having made it, and the tourists who visited Paris remembered. But at this moment it was a nightmare for the citizens of Paris. Kick. Shriek. Shut up. Be quiet. God damn it. Countless people were shivering in terror at the shrieks of dozens of goblins. None of them were healthy. Not only were most of them covered with wounds, but not a few of them were barely breathing, bones broken and already unconscious. In addition, they were all muddled up with their own or others' waste, because they didn't have a chance to clean themselves. It was the fate of uncared-for livestock. Arg! A scream was heard by the people living in the sordid, miserable conditions. The scream, which rose far away, was strong enough to shake the Bois de Boulogne forest. Save me. Don't eat me. Please don't eat me. The horrible scream that followed drove the survivors thicker and deeper into despair. Arg. Cuck. Cuck. As soon as the scream that shook the forest was gone, the breathing of those still alive stopped for a while. Damn it. It's a dream. It must be a dream. Everyone was tight-mouthed, forgetting to breathe, and forced themselves to savor the fear. Kier. Key. Goblins who looked at them whet their appetite. But a giant goblin with yellow eyes looked on with glaring eyes and warned the goblins with its gaze, the humans here were emergency food, so don't even think about taking a nip. Key. In the end, some goblins couldn't resist their hunger, and they ran to the lake in the Bois-de-Boulogne forest nearby. They drove their heads into the lake and began to drink deeply. Key cake? One of the goblins who had been drinking so much water stopped and looked up, as it felt something strange. The goblin rolled its orange eyeballs around, but there was nothing strange about the lake. Key? The goblin tilted its head once and then pushed its head back into the lake to drink again. At that moment the goblin was able to identify the strange scent it had felt. Key? The goblin saw soldiers made of earth moving under the lake. Key? As soon as the goblin backed away in a fright, the soldiers moving under the lake appeared. Kiki. The goblins who were drinking water in front of the soldiers were horrified. Boom. It was a good response to the appearance of the soldiers, who boasted a huge height of 4 meters. Key kick. The reaction of the goblins began to burst forth throughout the Bois-de-Boulogne forest. The slaughter began. Underscore 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 9. Oh, my God. In front of Leo there was now a giant goblin, a giant, big enough to be an ogre, rather than a goblin, with fangs that reminded him of Shebel tiger, and blue eyes. This was the second time he had seen this goblin. The first time, Leo saw this huge goblin from a very long distance. When its bell-like cry came out of its mouth, he fainted. It was as it was. Leo's reason was cut off, and his body collapsed like a broken doll. When he opened his eyes again, hell was already out. In the hands of the Goblin Corps, people were treated like meat, not just corpses, and some had been taken alive to the Bois-de-Boulogne forest. This ridiculous monster. In such a situation, the goblin in front of him, the Goblin King, walked leisurely around the city of Paris, eating. It pulled off the head of a man who fainted in its way, then chewed it like a candy and filled its belly. The number of heads it had eaten was at least 300. Leo, who had run away with his lover before this, Katrin, prayed earnestly to God at that moment. Please don't let me see this monster again. But now he had seen the goblin again. I can't believe it was so easy to kill. Goblin King was crumpled in front of Leo, a corpse with a frightened face. There were 5 swords in its chest, like a flower arrangement. Am I dreaming now? Leo turned his head as if he couldn't believe this nonsense. The scene around him was hard to understand. Goblin bodies were ripped up, and there stood soldiers of ancient China, made of earth, who could only be called giant statues. The spears, swords, and feet of the soldiers were stained with dark red blood. The blood reminded Leo of the giants stabbing and the goblins that became meatballs in front of them. It was a sight so pathetic that the goblins looked more pitiful than anything else. Ah! The last place Leo's gaze went to was the sky. As the man fell down on the corpse of the Goblin King with a thump, the 5 swords stuck in the chest of the Goblin King moved by themselves and began to orbit him like satellites. He drove his arm deep into the bloody chest of the Goblin King and pulled it out quickly. In his hands was a brilliant blue jewel. That was the end of the story of MacGill's master Kim Tae-hoon, which Leo would tell his lover and the people around him, and to himself for the rest of his life, savoring the memories instead of a drink. 10 equals Achieved ability. The dignity of the Goblin King, Grade 3. With the power of the Goblin King, you can force goblins into submission. Equals. Kim Tae-hoon, who confirmed on his right hand with his black eyes, closed his eyes slightly. His expression, after closing his eyes, was not good. It is much weaker than I thought for a blue grade. Kim Tae-hoon opened his eyes again and looked around. The newly acquired relics, the horse soldiers created by the Qin Shi Huang sword, decorated his eyes. The pressure of the horses, which had become even greater thanks to the mana of the giant, was beyond description. In addition, the combat power of the giant horse soldiers was astounding. Mere moments were enough for the horse soldiers to make the Goblin King and its elites, who had destroyed Paris, into corpses at once. But in front of that fact, Kim Tae-hoon never fell into the illusion. I can't believe the power of Paris is this weak. Kim Tae-hoon, the city he knew as Paris, and France were strong. France was one of the 5 permanent members of the United Nations. If they had been weak, France would never have been given one of the 5 permanent seats of the United Nations. No, it must have been weakened. Strength did not mean that it simply possessed nuclear weapons. It had many fighter jets, warships, and tanks. The strength that Kim Tae-hoon knew of was the power to survive the wars, surviving as a strong nation after the great wars that dominated human history for many years, including 2 world wars. Such Frenchmen gave away Paris, the heart of the nation, so helplessly against the blue-grade monster. That was the reality of France now, the reality of Europe. They've had their teeth pulled out perfectly. Not only are they a toothless tiger, but they have become a toothless pig. They no longer had teeth to survive in the age of monsters. This is his snare. It was what the 6 snakes wanted. A beast without teeth can never be a beast. The toothless beast has no choice but to leave all its fate to the real beast in order to survive in the age of the monsters. Of course, it was more important than anything for the 6 snakes, who were trying to control everything in the age of monsters. It was necessary to turn the beasts who could bite them into toothless dogs and pigs. The work of those 6 snakes was so perfect. China and Russia have collapsed. China and Russia, 2 of the UN's permanent members, had virtually collapsed. They could no longer exercise their proper powers. France's perfect teeth were pulled out. And at this moment, France clearly understood that it had no more teeth. The British won't be any different. With the situation in France like this, chances were not very high that Britain was different. It was doubtful how much Britain, which was completely and miserably sealed off, could have endured, compared to the Continental Sealing Act that France took to block off Britain. Is the US the only one left? Under these circumstances, the only country left was the United States. It's pathetic. In front of the facts, Kim Tae-hoon remembered his dream of the day again, and his dream of self-determination. He had done everything. He killed the Emperor of Orcs, the immortal wolf, the evil dragon Fafnir, the dragon of disaster, Quetzalcoatl. Nevertheless, he chose to die on his own. There was nothing left in the world. In fact, he could not keep everything he had wanted to protect so much. Then, how is it now? There are no more predators with sharp fangs in the place where the 6 snakes have passed. Monsters, on the other hand, still inundated the world, and none of the purple-grade monsters have been killed. It was Mouse Spencer who knew this better than anyone else. He had not expected that Mouse Spencer was a member of the Spencer family, the English aristocrats. There will be no one in the world who knows that better than the one who planned it all. I'll have to be determined about this. Naturally, Mouse Spencer will somehow make active use of the situation. I will also have to. Anything he can do against an enemy like me will save his life. I will also have to prepare, so I can face him. When Mao appeared in front of Kim Tae-hoon, he was ready to make a choice with no regrets left. Sure up. At that moment, a jade bird, an akjo, flew over the shoulder of Kim Tae-hoon, who was in deep thought. He immediately looked at the akjo, and it opened its mouth. Boss, dash. Jang Sung-hoon's voice that came out. His voice was heavier than ever. This is breaking news from General Vladimir. The mushroom clouds rose in Mongolia -. He was quick to guess why. When Kim Tae-hoon heard the words, he could tell what Jang Sung-hoon would say next. The Orcs' Emperor, the Orc Khan, is leaving Mongolia, moving to Kazakhstan. Its final destination is likely to be Europe -. The Orc Khan was the emperor of all the orcs scattered around Mongolia, as well as of all the orcs that had appeared in the world, and a monster with purple eyes. It was a crisis that the six snakes designed to become the true messiah of Europe and the Vatican. Now the Orc Khan was coming toward Europe. Not alone, but by forcing all the orcs that existed on every road, leading over 100,000 orcs this way. I avoided the worst. Kim Tae-hoon was relieved by the fact. Right now Bogadir's great sword, which could kill the immortal wolf in Siberia, was buried in the collapsed Moscow Square, and the Orcs' Emperor was easier than the immortal wolf. There is a way. The six snakes knew it too. If there had been no way, he would not have chosen the Orcs' Emperor as a European crisis. Furthermore, the six snakes would have already learned a way to attack the Orc Khan, and they prepared what they needed to do so. Otherwise, the six snakes would not have brought a purple-grade monster to Europe, which they wanted to be their stronghold. All the relics of the six snakes are now mine, and so there is no reason I cannot kill the Orcs' Emperor. Everything that the six snakes had prepared to deal with Orc Khan became his. There was only one thing left, to find out how to use the tools he had. I must have the key in my hand. Among the relics I have recovered, there is the key to killing the Orc Khan, but... and I'm sorry to be late, but I know how to kill the Orc Khan -. At that moment, Kim Tae-hoon turned his head and looked at the Okjo sitting on his shoulder. The Okjo spat out the remaining words. I saw it in my dream when having a drink yesterday -. 10. Vatican City. The capital of Italy, the center of Rome, a majestic place, was now ruined. Two men were talking to each other in the background of the terrible sight. When the conversation between them was over, one of them suddenly put something in his mouth. Then the man, after swallowing what he had put in his mouth, said with a salute, "Then, boss, I'll see you again within 4 weeks. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 146 Orc Khan, Part 1. Chapter 146, Episode 146, Orc Khan, Part 1. Chapter 52. Orc Khan, Part 1. Translator, Khan. Editor, Red. 1. Changchun City. Originally, it was located in the north of the Korean peninsula, and 7 million people lived there. But now, it was hard to find any trace of them, let alone living human beings. There were footsteps there after a long time. The main source of the footsteps was the soldiers. The footsteps of those who wore the national flag of the Republic of Korea on their right shoulders and the divine animal mak on the left, were cautious, but there was no cowardice. In Changchun City, which now belonged to the monsters, they were walking more imposingly than anyone else. It was not a bluff, nor the courage of ignorance. As if to prove it, as soon as a giant centipede rose from under the ground, the soldiers began to move like wolves on the hunt rather than in surprise. Restrained shots burst out, and as the giant centipede struggled against them, some of them pulled back bows they were holding instead of guns. Twang! The arrows that left the bowstring rose and drove deep into the head of the writhing centipede. Twang! 5 arrows from all sides punched into the head of the centipede in succession. In the head of the centipede, flowers made of arrows bloomed. It was incredible to see such accuracy. Such archery skills, which were really close to the miraculous, made the body of the centipede like the Tower of Pisa. The giant centipede began to totter. Of course, unlike the Leaning Tower, the body of the centipede fell to the ground without delay. There was a heavy thump, and sandy dust spread out. Go up and take a look. It was the first time they spoke. A man who was given the order immediately began to climb the ruined building. The man climbed the wall, clinging to it like Spider-Man. The man who had climbed up the building and secured his lookout point took a telescope and looked around. "Sergeant!" At that moment the man stopped his head as if he had found something and called out to the ground. "The orcs are moving." At the word, orc, the soldiers below smiled with a deep tension. "What are their numbers?" "About 500. But the pale smiles disappeared like melting snow in front of the number of 500. The same was true of Sergeant Lim Young-soo, who got the report. In the head of Lim Young-soo, the report sent by the search party came to mind. The search party report was correct. There is an orc community near here. The search team, which was searching Manchuria, told him that there was a large orc community in Changchun City. That was why Lim Young-soo and his men were here. Their job was to remove the monsters in the north of the Korean peninsula before they crossed the Yalu River and caused problems. It was especially important to remove monsters that gathered together, like orcs, when they could be removed. If a powerful orc appeared, the orcs would become an orc army under the powerful orc, and it was obvious where the orcs would head. Of course, 500 was not an unreasonable number. 500 is enough to kill in the city. Nevertheless, Sergeant Lim Young-soo was considering fighting instead of retreating. Because he was stupid? It couldn't be. Because of the resonance? Of course not. There was only one reason to try to engage, because of the Mac embroidered on his shoulder. To a Mac unit, 500 orcs were not things to avoid, but creatures to annihilate. They were now the best in Korea and even the best elites in the world. "Ha!" Lim Young-soo heard the surprised voice of the watching soldier. "What's going on?" The orcs suddenly changed direction. "What?" "They're heading in the opposite direction, west, toward Mongolia." The soldier put away the telescope in his hand and immediately dropped to the ground. He landed in front of Lim Young-soo at once reported with a firm expression. "Not a group, but all groups of orcs from every side are moving in one direction at once. The numbers are not normal. The orcs around here are gathering in the same place at the same time." After the report, Sergeant Lim Young-soo no longer considered combat. "I think something's going to happen, which we've never experienced before." At the words of Sergeant Lim Young-soo, his men's expressions hardened. A chill ran down their spines. Underscore 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 underscore. 2. Vatican City. In a world where everything was falling and collapsing, something new emerged there that was even more glorious than before. Flags, new flags, were fluttering all over the Vatican. It was a beast that occupied the flag. It was a beast that has not existed in the Vatican, or in Europe. The animal was Mac. It was amazing. Who would have imagined that Vatican City, the real ruler of Europe, would hang the flag at the same height as their flag, an animal they had never seen? Did you hear the rumor? I heard that he had taken Paris back in one morning. He finished it in an hour, not a morning. But even more surprising was that no one had any doubts about it. The degree of recapturing Paris is an after-lunch level of exercise compared to his display in Frankfurt. I'm glad Mac Guild came to Europe. If it had not been for him, the Vatican would have been trampled by the giants. Yes, I'm so glad. Everyone was grateful for the flag of the Mac Guild flying there in Vatican City. What about my directing? 2 men were walking down the streets of Vatican City where the flags of Mac Guild fluttered. For reference, I have changed our Mac mascot design a little bit, in a more ferocious way. Jang Sung-hoon was the man explaining things. Maybe next year, Mac Guild will be more famous than McDonald's. I should have made a corporation and listed it. Of course, it was Kim Tae-hoon next to him, listening to the explanation. Oh. There it is. The place where the two of them were heading for a cool conversation could be called the heart of Vatican City. That's the Sistine Chapel. The Sistine Chapel was the place where the Mass of the Pope was held, and the conclave was held to elect the Pope. I didn't know I would see the creation of heaven and earth and the Last Judgment like this. It was also the place where the masterpiece of Michelangelo's soul, one of the most famous artists in the world, was left. The first thing that welcomed Kim Tae-hoon and Jang Sung-hoon as they visited the Sistine Chapel was the soldiers who were camping in front of the cathedral. Wow, they've collected a lot. The number of men was considerable. 100 units were roughly visible. This is what we see, and the deployed numbers. Phew. If they added the number of those who were hiding around the Sistine Chapel, it was possible to say that the number would be more than 1,000. It was a large enough number that shrinking back was expected. However, it was not Kim Tae-hoon and Jang Sung-hoon who were shrinking at this moment, but the soldiers facing them. As evidence, the soldiers' necks, which faced Kim Tae-hoon closer, were tensed. But no one thought of it as blame or shame. Kim Tae-hoon killed the giants and their leader alone. It would be strange if they kept a calm face, in a situation where they might face him as an enemy. In the middle of such tension, a man showed up and walked toward Jang Sung-hoon and Kim Tae-hoon. Welcome. Come with me. John Gabriel was the real owner of Vatican City. He met Kim Tae-hoon and immediately led him into the Sistine Cathedral. A short conversation was held coming and going. I want you to be polite to the cardinals. What if I am not polite? Please, I beg you to show your sincerity. Even if anything happens. I don't want to see blood. They'll be angry with you, but they can't threaten you. It was a conversation that was not very pleasant. The conversation made it possible to guess the atmosphere of the conversation that would take place here today, at the Sistine Cathedral. The moment I leave here, this place will collapse, and I have no reason to see blood. Today, Kim Tae-hoon was planning to deal with the cardinals, who decided everything for the Vatican. After the manipulation of the 6 snakes and John Gabriel, the cardinals with the authority and arrogance, who had no idea of the changed world, now had to deal with the strongest man in the world, the man who used any means and methods for his purpose. I beg you, though. John Gabriel was confident that this conversation would not end well. Phew! With a sigh of relief, Johann Gabriel opened the door of the Sistine Chapel. The cardinals were waiting beyond. They were gathered under the west wall of the chapel, the wall of the Last Judgment painted, as if they wanted Kim Tae-hoon and Jang Sung-hoon to take care of themselves and kneel before this great work. Wow, that is beautiful. Boss, do you want me to hang it up at Bucheon City Hall? However, the first words of Kim Tae-hoon and Jang Sung-hoon the cardinals heard, made their bones cold, rather than satisfying their expectations. How dare you say that? So impertinent. A cardinal shouted reflexively at Jang's words. It was a natural reaction. The Last Judgment was a treasure of human and Vatican history that no longer needed explanation. It was a treasure that did not even allow photography to avoid any damage to somehow leave it in the posterity. But Jang was going to take it off and use it for decoration somewhere else? It was insulting beyond the ridicule of God. For the cardinals, the representatives of God, it was humiliation and disgrace beyond insult. In response to such a reaction, Jang Sung-hoon laughed. It was a smile that a predator with a very ridiculous target in front of him would make. Boss, I don't think they know what's going on yet. I don't think they've heard how many monster stones Chief John Gabriel pays for the Sistine Chapel a year. At his smile, the faces of the cardinals were surprised at the words Jang Sung-hoon spoke. After closing the door of the cathedral, the expression of John Gabriel, who was waiting near the door, hardened. Kim Tae-hoon had gained authority over everything in the Vatican in return for saving Europe from the giants. The Sistine Chapel was no exception. Now the Sistine Chapel was all owned by the Mat Guild, not only just the brick, but even the dust rolling on the floor. The Vatican City had to pay the rent for the Sistine Cathedral every year to the Mac Guild. Chief Gabriel. Is this true? Of course, the cardinals had no choice but to find Gabriel for this situation that had never existed in Vatican history. Oh, my God, you sold Sistine Chapel, what the? What nonsense to sin against the Lord. The cardinals were ready to burst into anger, making their old bodies redden like active volcanoes. Fortunately, John Gabriel had no trouble explaining the situation. Quiet. Kim Tae-hoon opened his mouth, and everyone else quietly shut up when he spoke. It was a surprise. Ugh. Ha! The cardinals had dedicated their lives with patience and faith to the invisible, unheard, untouchable, and unappealable God. No matter if they went in the wrong direction now, their patience and faith would not fade. They were willing to accept death for God. Such cardinals were weighed down by a sense of oppression. Let's talk about it in a short way. That was the extent of Kim Tae-hoon's presence. His presence was the result of the days he had walked so far. He walked from end to end of the Eurasian continent, killing countless monsters alone. What could they compare the weight of that process with? There are orc armies coming here now. Above all, the monster that Kim Tae-hoon would discuss today was a very big thing. It is the Orcs' Emperor, the Orc Khan, who leads the horde. A purple-grade monster. The Orc Khan was a monster that did not need another explanation, only the fact that it had purple eyes. There's no information about it yet, and I don't want to judge it poorly. The monster was leading a horde of orcs toward Europe. Obviously, there are only two things: it's coming to Europe, and Europe can't stop it. Genghis Khan, the emperor of the Mongolian Empire in the past, had painted Europe as a nightmare. The wild run of Genghis Khan had never reached the Vatican, but he was not the Orc Khan. It was a monster of monsters that would not be satisfied with trampling through the entire continent of Europe, from the Vatican to Spain and Portugal. I'm the only one who can kill it. After that, Kim Tae-hoon stopped talking. The crowd became quiet. So, in the silence, one spoke. So what do you want from us? Kim Tae-hoon did not answer the voice. The answer came from the formerly silent Jang Sung-hoon's mouth. We don't want anything from you. What the hell is that dash? You don't know the reality yet, but as I said, everything the Vatican has already belonged to the Mac Guild. There was no laughter in Jang Sung-hoon's voice. The power of the Vatican in Europe is nothing more than a toothless pig that cannot deal with even a blue-grade monster like the Great Giant. How much will that power help us in front of a purple-grade monster? It would just be a piece of meat that feeds the Orc Khan and the orcs. So we don't need anything, and we don't need any help. The fate of Europe was not something to laugh at. It is your job to give us a reason for our boss to fight the Orc Khan and defend the Vatican and Europe with his life. Jang Sung-hoon, who spoke the words, looked at the Last Judgment behind the cardinals and said quietly, Lord, please don't ask me for my sins on the day of judgment. The faces of the cardinals hardened in front of the low-voiced words, and Jang Sung-hoon spoke the last words toward them. You'd better make a wise and clever decision, so that you can kneel in front of the picture behind you and not say what Paul III said. At the end of the words, they could hear a knock over the door as if someone had waited. The knock sounded like a heartbeat pounding. John Gabriel, who had been standing near the door like a stone statue, opened the door halfway. A woman's voice came through the door. This is a photograph of the Orc Khan and the Orc Horde coming to Europe. They're near the Caspian Sea. Maria had appeared there. More than 500 soldiers were killed to take this picture. There was a huge orc in the picture she handed to Johann Gabriel through the door, ripping the body of a blue-grade gamecock apart with its bare hands. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 147, Orc Khan, Part 2. Chapter 147, Episode 147, Orc Khan, Part 2. Chapter 52. Orc Khan, Part 2. Translator, Khan. Editor, Red. 3. A gamecock with ferocious eyes under a blazing comb never runs away with its enemies in front of it. The fact does not change even if it is faced with a strong enemy. It was the same now. The blood-stained gamecock, flesh torn all over, was still facing the enemy, its eyes burning. Furthermore, it never uttered the sound of death or a cry of pain because it was close to death. As its feathers and flesh were torn apart, the gamecock, soaked in its own blood, gave a cry of tearing up the sky. With the sound, it spewed out the last of its power. The blazing comb of the gamecock rose up. Anger soaring, the formidable power of the gamecock was activated. A huge explosion burst out around the body of the gamecock with a clap of thunder. The explosion of power seemed to send everything near the gamecock to the far end of the horizon. But in front of the explosion, it didn't fly away. Far from flying, it broke through the overwhelming explosion with a single leap and climbed onto the body of the gamecock in one fell swoop. Then it began to tear away the flesh of the gamecock, its sturdy feathers, its tough hide, and its hard flesh, with its big hands. As if to dig out the soil, it dug out the flesh of the gamecock, and then, as soon as the heart was revealed, the giant orc with purple eyes put its fist into the heart and pulled out the heart of the gamecock. Blood spurted out, the explosion died down, and the gamecock that had been burning its fighting spirit collapsed. It was a disaster. The end of the scene, which was inevitably called for, was a shout of triumph from the monster who had just destroyed the gamecock. The Orc Khan had arrived in Europe. 4. Jang Sung-hoon, Maria, and Kim Tae-hoon sat around a crude table where they could see the chimneys of the Sistine Chapel. There were mugs in front of them with coffee, blooming in the morning. Its aroma was quite good. Even the Italians, who were some of the most finicky coffee drinkers in the world, could admire it. But the coffee in front of Maria had not been touched. Instead of sipping her coffee, she looked nervously at the chimney of Sistine Cathedral and then at Kim Tae-hoon, who was enjoying his coffee. Finally, she looked at Jang. Jang Sung-hoon, who had just wet his lips with a sip, put his mug down and asked, "Do you have anything you want to say? Why are you so calm?" Maria spoke, but could not hide her anxiety. She had accumulated a lot of experience and ability on the battlefield so that she did not lack the experience. In other words, the reality she faced now meant that she was serious enough to disturb her. "Now that ridiculous monster is coming to Europe, can we stay like this?" The Orc Khan, the emperor of all the orcs, was leading the orc army to Europe. They're approaching the Caspian Sea, and detouring around it. If it bypassed the Caspian Sea, then what was next? It would be the Black Sea. And then, if they cross Ukraine or Turkey, there's no way to stop them, but as soon as they pass the Black Sea, Europe must wage a bloody war with the orc army, a war without a winner. We'll have to deal with it before then. Maria thought there was only one way to stop it after she knew the existence of Orc Khan. Before the Orc Khan and the orcs crossed the Black Sea, the only solution was to detonate nuclear weapons in Ukraine or Turkey in the Black Sea and crush them. In fact, Maria and Russia tried to do so. However, Kim Tae-hoon did not give an okay sign for the operation. That was the problem. It's not time to do this. At once, nuclear weapons. If they really wanted to stop the Orc army and the Orc Khan in Ukraine or Turkey, they had to step up now. Even now, they could not do such a thing like regular soldiers. That was because as Orc Khan headed for Europe, the monsters in Turkey and Ukraine were going crazy as well. In this situation, Kim Tae-hoon was the only one who could install nuclear weapons. It was natural that Maria's heart would burn. Hey, if we use nuclear weapons every time we have a problem, will the humans in this world remain? Nuclear weapons are a self-destructing weapon. We'll only use them right before the end of mankind. That's the only way we can stop it now. Who said that? Did the boss say that? At Jang's objection, Maria looked at Kim. Instead of answering her eyes, Kim only savored coffee. Finally, Maria looked at Jang again. So there's another way to kill the monster. I don't want to tell you about it here because it's a secret. You and I know each other, and if you could arrange a meeting with a woman for me, I'd really like it. It's rising. Kim Tae-hoon's voice crossed the line between Maria and Jang Sung-hoon. The two, who were facing one another, turned their heads and looked at the chimney of the Sistine Chapel. They could see white smoke streaming up through the chimney. 5. That's all we can give. Along with the words, the cardinals began to put the papers in their hands slowly and in order on the table. It was a subscription, a Mac Guild subscription. After a long discussion, we have come to the conclusion that there is nothing else we can give you. And again, after a long discussion, we unanimously agreed to give this to you. The cardinals accepted the fact that they no longer had any materials to pay Kim. And now they realized that all they could give was mental things. The result was this just now. Please accept it. It was what Kim Tae-hoon and Jang Sung-hoon wanted. Apparently, in exchange for the great giant, Kim Tae-hoon took possession of everything the Vatican had. He also wrote a contract. But how effective would the contract be? It was not very reliable a contract in the first place, and there was nothing as useless as a contract at this time. Furthermore, their opponent was not just a group, it was the Vatican. It was a group that had shown faith and commitment to one being for more than 20 centuries. Putting them under with only material difficulties had never been done by anyone in human history, and attempts to subdue them in that way had always created greater chaos. Kim Tae-hoon was no different. He would not make the Vatican give in from the bottom of their heart just with force and violence. All he had to do was make the Vatican defeat itself. It was the only way to make the Vatican a comrade, not an enemy, and to admit that mankind was facing a disaster that had never been encountered before, and that the Vatican must follow Kim Tae-hoon to survive the disaster. I checked my subscription. So, the Mac Guild accepted the Cardinals' choice. By this time, the Cardinals have become members of the Mac Guild, and I now ask for active cooperation and service for the Mac Guild. After Jang Sung-hoon received the subscription from the Cardinals, he began to organize it. In addition, the Mac Guild will do our best to protect its members. Jang Sung-hoon, who had arranged the subscription forms, finished the words and looked at Kim Tae-hoon. Everyone looked at Kim Tae-hoon. Kim Tae-hoon spoke in front of their eyes. We'll finish it in the Black Sea, prepare the battleship. Kim Tae-hoon moved to protect the Mac Guild. 6. The Black Sea. Until December 30, 2016, it was the tensest sea in the world. While countless countries claimed the Black Sea as theirs, the occupation of the Crimean Peninsula by Russia, which began in 2014, made the Black Sea a chessboard of world powers, not just Eastern Europe. It was funny that the monsters ended the tension. For a while, the screams of humans filled the Black Sea that had become the monsters' hunting ground, but it was literally only for a while. In Turkey, where humans had disappeared and the Black Sea was to the north, peace and abundance, which could not be compared with the past, had begun to take its place. It was the orc horde that broke the peace, the abundance, and the stillness. They were overwhelming from the beginning. As the 100,000 orcs marched on the ground without rest, the ground shook like an earthquake and screamed. The sound alone scared the powerful monsters and made them run away. On the other hand, those who could not escape had to face the most terrible death in the world. The hungry orc horde ate anything that was alive. There was no hunting in the process. There was no battle. There was just a process of eating it if there was something alive. No matter how huge the monsters were, only bones were left when the orc horde ran. But it was the presence of a giant orc moving at the rear of the horde that produced more overwhelming results than the 100,000 orc horde produced. It was about 4 meters tall. It was obviously rather big. Of course, it was not so big compared to the monsters that were called huge. But the muscles that filled its body were definitely different. The muscles seemed to be twisted with steel, and they were so intense that just moving its body lightly made the viewers gasp. The figure with the green skin reminded them of the Hulk from Marvel Comics. The difference from the Hulk was that 4 sharp fangs were protruding up and down from the muzzle of this monster, and that its eyes were shining purple. That was the only difference. The destructive power that it could show was not lacking compared to what the character Hulk showed in the comics. Kr. There was no difference between the ferocity of the Hulk and the ferocity of this monster. It was impossible to face even at long distance, not just right before it. It's not a joke. The soldiers, who were watching the Ork-Khan from a distance with a telescope, felt the fact. We could not imagine that it was this bad. They were Russian soldiers, all fluttering. They were not just soldiers, but those who qualified to fight monsters, with patterns on the back of their right hands. We've got more than the B rank in our energy, but we can't get any closer. Furthermore, they were not merely awakeners, but also elites. Everyone had a combined strength and stamina of more than 500, and a higher energy rank than B. They were those who had the qualifications and abilities to not be disturbed in front of powerful monsters. We wouldn't have been able to get this close without this cross. But the presence of the Ork-Khan affected them, too, before they could even see the Ork-Khan without a telescope. It had them pissing themselves at that distance, and that wasn't a metaphor. It's a good thing I wore diapers as ordered. Those here were actually pissing, even wearing adult diapers to prepare for it. Even that was a relief. It doesn't have a monster to attack, so we are just pissing. Let's thank it for that. Those who were monitoring the Ork-Khan and the Ork army ahead of them died while watching the Ork-Khan fight with the Gamecock. The reason for their death was simple. As soon as the Ork-Khan bellowed towards the Gamecock standing in its way, most of those who were watching the Ork-Khan died of a heart attack. Diapers were merely lessons left for the survivors. This appears a monster that doesn't make sense. I don't understand why such a monster has been silent in Mongolia all this time. In addition, there was one more lesson left by those who had died before: this monster did not condone any enemy. It's crazy to be able to live by killing a monster like this. Fortunately, there was one person in the world who would be free from the lessons. The man was on the side of the soldiers who were here now. He is here. At that moment a soldier raised his head and looked up at the sky. The rest of the soldiers followed. A plane flew rapidly over the sky toward the Ork horde. The most noticeable thing they could see from its low flight was the Russian flag decorating the plane. But it was not the flag that came into the eyes of the soldiers, but a new Mac on the tail of the plane. The soldiers who confirmed the new Mac immediately crossed themselves or gathered their hands. There were different ways, but the prayers were the same. May the grace of God be with the master. With that sign, everyone immediately bit the capsule in their mouth. The bitter liquid that burst out of the capsules began to double the amount of the energy in their guts after it descended their throats, and their eyes changed. Bang! At the same time, shells fell off the low-flying airplane and began attacking the Ork horde on the ground. The Ork-Khan bellowed out its war cry. The fear of death began to spread rapidly around the Ork-Khan, and even reached the soldiers who were still very far away. Ugh! Ah! The soldiers began to scream with a look like Munch's scream. Of course, the fear reached the plane passing over the head of the Ork horde. But the plane was not shaken at all by the fear. However, the plane turned its nose toward the Black Sea to the north and continued spitting out shells. The fact changed Ork-Khan's purple eyes. It stopped bellowing, and instead grabbed one of the orcs nearby and threw it at the flying plane, an unconventional attack. Whiz! What was more unusual was that the body of the thrown orc passed by the plane more than 200 meters above. The Ork-Khan did not stop there. Thump, thump, thump. It started running after the plane, and when it leaped up, his body was high enough to look closely at the plane. The impossible chase between the Ork-Khan and the plane began. Oh, my God! The soldier's eyes, looking at the ridiculous sight, the wingless monster chasing the airplane flying by, were shaking non-stop. Everything was so shocking. Despite the situation, the soldiers did not forget two things: the fact that they were still alive, and the fact that they had a mission to complete as long as they were alive. Now, let's move. It was the Land Rover Range Rover, called the Rolls-Royce of the desert, that was waiting for the soldiers who turned their heads to complete their mission. We risk our lives now, and deliver the weapons to the master. The hunting began. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 148 Orc Khan, Part III. Chapter 148, Episode 148, Orc Khan, Part 3. Chapter 52. Orc Khan, Part 3. Translator, Khan. Editor, Red. 7. Samsun Çarşamba Airport in Turkey. The airport at Samsun, overlooking the Black Sea, was desolate. A smashed and broken runway told them that it was an airport, but there was no other element that indicated one. In that situation, a plane appeared over the airport. It seemed that the time for the airport to act like one had come after a long time. But the appearance of the plane was not good. It was a fall, not a landing. It looked like it had been hit several times by huge stones, and the airplane, without a single thing except for its wings, could no longer be called an airplane. An orc that had flown from the ground pointed to it. The orc, who appeared with an unheard scream, tangled up with a propeller on the wing of the plane. The result was naturally terrible. The orc's body was cut off by the propeller, and the motor that had been driving the propeller was overloaded in the process. The plane, which had lost its wings, barely managed to stay aloft, and it fell heavily towards the ground. It was all over in a flash. The plane crashed on the runway at Çarşamba Airport, and the debris scattered all over the place with a crunch of impact. The bombs in the plane burst in succession, and the remains of the debris were blown away. But it was not the end, merely the beginning. On the runway at Çarşamba Airport, the tide of orcs came in, shouting fiercely. The orcs were not afraid of the fires everywhere, the sharp wreckage of the plane, or the bombs that might explode at any moment. They rushed to the plane and surrounded it at once. One of the orcs strode toward the cockpit of the plane, looking past the blazing flames. But when it realized that there was nothing in the cockpit, a question formed in the orc's mind. Then, another orc screamed, looking at a place that had nothing to do with the plane. All the orcs looked over. Huge horse soldiers made of soil faced the orcs. Unlike a horde of orcs, who were free and unruly, the horse soldiers appeared to take the same steps at the same time, keeping the line together. Thump! 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 The horse soldiers began to walk faster. Thump! 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 The horse soldiers began to race. As they did, the spearmen at the front line of the soldiers leveled their spears straight ahead. The orcs did not back down or panic before the appearance of the horse soldiers. Rather, they began to run toward the soldiers that were coming at them. Very quickly, the two groups clashed like clapping hands together. Bang! Bang! A bloody and soiled battleground unfolded over the runway at Çarşamba Airport. Ko-ho-ho! In the meantime, a huge dragon made of golden smoke began to fall down on the runway. The orc hunting began. 8. The war between mankind and monsters demanded a completely different mindset from the wars that had come before. A typical figure was numbers. Numbers were the most important factor in war. But numbers in the monster and human war were no longer important. No matter how many numbers there were, the numbers were meaningless in front of an overwhelming presence. The same was true of the monsters. To Kim Tae-hoon, the numbers of the orc horde were also meaningless. The fact that the airport was now crowded with more than 100,000 orc horde proved it. Thump! The beginning move was 1,000 of the horse soldiers of the Qin Shi Huang sword, showing that each had power equal to 100 warriors against the crowded orc horde. It was no strange thing. Originally, the horse soldiers were able to cope with an orange great orc. Now, the horse soldiers were able to gain the power of the giant using the mana of Kim Tae-hoon. It was a nightmare for the orcs. The great spears and swords wielded by the soldiers of the Qin Shi Huang tore the orcs, crushed them, and the giant horses trampled on them and filled the airport with the screams of orcs. One soldier, in particular, played the most outstanding role. It was made of clay, but it looked completely different from the horse soldiers of the Qin Shi Huang, the horse figure type earthenware, master statue. The master statue and the servant statue, who became much more massive due to the mana of the giant, carried out a massacre across the orcs. They took an outstanding active part in the combat. But even that great performance was not comparable to the dragon who was going through the battlefield. A giant dragon, 100 meters long, made of golden smoke, was making its way over the orc horde, wandering around the airport. The dragon of the gilt bronze incense burner of Beach, which supported the great work of art, was spreading its prestige in the distant country of Turkey. Of course, the dragon was not alone. Various animals of the golden smoke filling the gilt bronze incense burner of Beach were also rampaging throughout the battlefield. Even though Kim Tae-hoon had not yet participated in the battle properly, the 100,000 orc horde was not able to achieve the right results. There was only one thing that could change this situation. The orc Khan with the purple eyes walked toward the battlefield. Its eyes were angry. The same was true of its actions. The orc Khan stood there, hit things that interfered with it without mercy, or crushed them with its feet. The orcs with yellow or green eyes screamed under the anger of Orc Khan. With a cry that humans could grasp the meaning of, the orcs began to move away from the Orc Khan. Its surroundings turned into an empty field. The master statue of the horse figure type earthenware ran in without hesitation. A warhorse made of clay breathed hard, and a warrior of clay mounted on the horse stared at the Orc Khan with a sword in his hands. The warrior of clay had no ulterior motive for fighting the Orc Khan on its master's behalf, and Orc Khan did not condone such a warrior's challenge. The Orc Khan reached the warrior with just one leap from place to place, without any help. Then, with a single punch, the warrior's body was shattered. The startled horse spewed out a harsh breath. The breath became its last. Orc Khan lifted the horse with one hand and smashed it down the ground. The horse figure type earthenware, which had performed wonderfully against the orcs, became garbage in an instant. Of course, there was still a chance. Jingle! The servant statue of horse figure type earthenware rang the bell for his master, so his owner could again compete against the Orc Khan. However, the attempt was shattered by something suddenly flung out. The master statue that the Orc Khan threw out shattered the body of the servant statue. It was overwhelming. The Orc Khan, who showed such a commanding presence, began to swell its chest greatly. The orcs looking on trembled and covered their ears with both hands, even though they were fighting. Soon after, Orc Khan vomited what had been filling its chest into the world. Kwawa-ea! A great fear, far beyond dragon fear, devoured the Karsamba airport in one gulp. It was thunder, a devastating attack. The attack caused the eardrums of orcs to burst, and some of them fell to the ground, vomiting blood as they were. The solid bodies of the horse soldiers of the Qin Shi Huang cracked like the land in severe drought. The worst was the golden smokes of the gilt bronze incense burner of Beach. They disappeared without even screaming. The fierce battle had become a futile struggle. It was a wretched sight that went beyond appalling. Only two in the scene could keep their previous intentions in a high tide. One was Orc Khan, calmed this battlefield with only one roar, and the other was Kim Tae-hoon, who had created this battlefield. Who? Kim Tae-hoon, who had appeared with his back to the Black Sea at the end of the runway, informed the Orc Khan of his appearance with a long sigh. Kim Tae-hoon was already preparing for the fighting. Draconian mode was activated, with the dragon light sword in his right hand, and a new Aegis shield in his left hand. His appearance seemed ready but weak. It seemed that he had spent all his strength holding back the fear of Orc Khan. That was the difference in power between Kim Tae-hoon and Orc Khan. he was seemingly out of power against it. The Orc Khan could not help but notice. It immediately noticed that Kim Tae-hoon, despite withstanding its fear, could not threaten it. Of course, the Orc Khan had no such hesitation. The Orc Khan ran toward Kim Tae-hoon. The distance between them was about 1 kilometer, but it was only a short distance of 100 meters for the Orc Khan. 8 seconds were all the time Kim Tae-hoon had against the Orc Khan running at him. It was enough time to breathe once and end. It was enough time to blink a few times. It is entrapped. It was enough. It was the time it took to invoke the trap Kim Tae-hoon had already set. Gleipnir. With his cry, golden chains began to rise under the ground. 9. The Orc Khan is never tired, so it never stops, and it has enough vitality and resilience to survive a nuclear explosion. It was the information that Kim Tae-hoon, who had finished the hunt, handed to Jang Sung-hoon, who would kill himself in front of him. You will never kill it just by cutting it. The Orc Khan was a paragon of the impossible. Even I can fight it for a few minutes at best. The Orc Khan, with the strength close to infinite, could fight without rest, and its vitality and resilience overwhelmed even a dragon. It seemed to be a god of war. In a fight to see blood, it was the incarnation of battle that could win against any monster. In other words, the way to beat it was to avoid close quarters. In some ways, it was a contradiction. But in that contradiction, they found the right answer. That's why the 6 snakes prepared Gleipnir. The 6 snakes found a way to kill the Orc Khan, despite it seeming impossible to anyone. We will grab Orc Khan with Gleipnir and use a warship to drown it in the Black Sea. They were going to bury it at sea. At this moment, Kim Tae-hoon used the method on behalf of the 6 snakes. As the Orc Khan charged at Kim Tae-hoon, gold chains began to rise from under the ground, wrapping around the Orc Khan in a flash. The Orc Khan groaned and exerted strength all over its body, but the chains began to melt into its skin, rather than breaking. It was enough time for the snare of Gleipnir, which had held even a god, to hold the Orc Khan. As soon as Gleipnir caught the Orc Khan, its real power was revealed. The gold chains that had been concealed under the sea like a submarine optical cable began to reveal themselves. At the end of the exposed gold chains was a great warship. It was a Moscow-class battleship, second largest after the aircraft carrier among Russian warships. The battleship, of course, began its voyage toward the center of the Black Sea when the bait was caught. Fighting hard, the Orc Khan worked to defy the power of the chain dragging it towards the Black Sea. The tug-of-war between the warship and the Orc Khan began. It was ridiculous, actually. The Moscow-class warship had more than 100,000 horsepower. But a 4-meter-high monster, no matter how much muscle it had, was impossibly tugging at the giant battleship. Common sense was unacceptable. The Orc Khan had never recognized common sense. It screamed as it realized the uncommon sense as reality again. It began to endure the power of the battleship dragging it towards the sea with its screams. It was something they could not believe. Of course, the power competition could not last long. As time went by, the battleship began to speed up, and if the battleship was at full power, not even the Orc Khan could sustain its efforts. Furthermore, the land on which Orc Khan was standing was giving way as it fought this ridiculous competition of power. The body of the Orc Khan held out, but the ground began to crumble under it. The Orc Khan's body gradually moved toward the Black Sea, and it did not seem that Orc Khan had much time left standing. But that was enough time. Orc Khan had no intention of just fighting with brute force ignorantly. It began to rip off the golden line, the Gleipnir, which held it. It tore the Gleipnir away, and its flesh came with it, but it did not care. It would rip out all its hide if it needed. It knew by intuition that if it was dragged into the sea like this, it would die in the deep sea no matter how much power it had. It feared death that it had never feared before. The struggle seemed to work. Chwak! Although Orc Khan's body was gradually dragged into the Black Sea, the method of tearing out the Gleipnir merged in its skin along with the skin began to work. It was really going to rip the skin off its body and remove Gleipnir with it. If a sword had not been drilled deeply into its back, its attempt would have worked. Surprised, the orc Khan turned its head and looked behind it. In its eyes, Kim Tae-hoon, who had set himself as bait, had come in. Toot! And it saw a Land Rover Range Rover racing toward Kim Tae-hoon. 10. Moscow. The red square had been beautiful, but now it had become a place of ruins, and heavy equipment to restore the ruins. Major General Vladimir's complexion was whiter and colder than the accumulated snow as he looked at the scene. It was human beings who had finally destroyed the castle that had endured the monster's invasion. What was firm in the face of the monster's emergence, its elusive disaster, was crushed by human hands. Major General Vladimir knew better than anyone what it meant. Even if we win the war against the monsters, that's all. After that, there will be a war between the Awakeners. The war would not be over unless humans survived. Vladimir sighed a long breath. Through that sigh, a man approached. Major General, the collapse is worse than we thought. At the report of his man, Vladimir's eyebrows wriggled. How much? They didn't just blow up a single bomb. They set up a large amount of explosives inside the building, and they set them up in locations that could accelerate the collapse. Did they do it without being noticed? It's not something they could do in a short time. I'm sure they worked at it for a minimum of more than a fortnight. Vladimir felt dizzy at the word. Mao Spencer never intended to negotiate with our country. He just needed time to build a bomb. But Vladimir remained unmoved by the dizziness. So how long will it take to excavate the underground bunker? As you know, the underground bunker is located at the bottom. It's not just digging in, but we have to work carefully that the surroundings don't collapse. Therefore, at least 20 days are required. 20 days. Major General Vladimir turned his head south while talking. In his mind, the face of Kim Tae-hoon came in. He must have started now. Is, after all, the fate of man in his hands? By now, his battle with the Orc Khan was both a subject of fear and a subject of faith for Vladimir. It was also the last hope of mankind. The only presence that could face the overwhelming disaster and could rush toward it was now him. That was why Russia was now using all its might to clear the ruins of the Kremlin palace that had collapsed. First of all, as he said, it's best to secure Bogadir's great sword. Under the debris, there is a weapon to destroy the deadly monster that dominates Siberia, and Kim Tae-hoon will be happy to use that weapon to restore Russia's vast lands. There's still time to spare. The good thing was that they still had plenty of time. The bitter cold of Siberia was still raging, and now that it was, catching zombies was the last chance to prepare for a nightmare, unless something special happened. Major General. We're in trouble. What's the matter? An earthquake was detected in the eastern part of the country. There was no reason for trouble until the winter was over, unless strange things beyond common sense happened. It looks like a nuclear bomb went off. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 149 Advent, Part 1. Chapter 149, Episode 149, Advent, Part 1. Chapter 53. Advent, Part 1. Translator, Khan. Editor, Red. 1. The Black Sea was always quiet. Unlike other seas, the Black Sea, which had a lot of hydrogen sulfide in it, did not have many living things. A huge battleship floated on the eerie stillness. It did not show any such thing as dignity or great honor. The battleship looked like a horde floating on the water. Even though it was big enough to carry thousands of people, they could not find any trace of human beings anywhere. It was no wonder it was dead. Kim Tae-hoon was drinking coffee on the deck of the ship, a place where a bizarre silence could be felt. Who? However, Kim Tae-hoon's expression of breathing out seemed more relaxed than ever. Now I feel a little relaxed. Kim Tae-hoon, who had coffee again with his spare time, turned his attention to the deck. He could see another sea, not so black. Who? Kim Tae-hoon, who made a long sigh again, reviewed the battle he had just had. A ridiculous monster. The Orc Khan was strong. If I had just confronted it in a normal way, it would have been terrible. It was too strong. As a matter of fact, the Orc Khan was not something Kim Tae-hoon could beat with his own strength. It had a tug-of-war against a battleship for a short time. If he had engaged in a physical fight, he would not have been able to withstand its fist, even if he was in draconian mode. If it were not for the way the six snakes had prepared, or if they had not saved Gleipnir, Kim Tae-hoon would have only run away quickly from the Orc Khan. That was why the Vatican had become ashes in the scene before Jang Sung-hoon's death. To find out how, Kim Tae-hoon took time for the Orc Khan and the Orc horde to trample Europe. So, this fruit was sweeter than ever. Kim Tae-hoon closed his eyes, savoring the strong aroma of his coffee. As the Vatican was guarded, the appearance of Fafnir was prevented. In addition, the success of the hunt for the Orc Khan was significant in many ways. The most important thing was that he kept the Vatican. Kim Tae-hoon had never forgotten what he had said to himself in his dream. Kim Tae-hoon had told himself before his self-suicide, the moment the Vatican collapsed, the evil dragon Fafnir from myth appeared. If the evil dragon Fafnir, who could not be killed without the sword of Siegfried, Bamung, had appeared, Europe would have become a land empty of humans. The Bogadir's great sword can be recovered in a month. Here, the work to secure the Bogadir's great sword, sleeping in the underground bunker of Kremlin Castle, was proceeding smoothly. It did not seem difficult to secure Bogadir's great sword before the bitter cold of Siberia ended. With the Bogadir's great sword and the jewel of Orc Khan, there is no reason to fear Chernobog. Finally, Kim had gained the strong power of the Orc Khan's heart, the jewel of the Orc Khan. He did not know what the power of Orc Khan's jewel was. However, it was clear that it would give power that could not be compared with any power he had. Furthermore, what if Bogadir's great sword were added here? It seemed that all preparations for hunting the immortal wolf Chernobog were over. The game would soon be actually over. And if I kill Chernobog, then... After he killed Chernobog, Kim Tae-hoon would no longer need to be afraid of death. After that, there would be only one thing left, the six snakes. Mao Spencer, now it's your turn to be beaten. Kim Tae-hoon's eyes, which were planning the next hunting in the leisure time, began to sink cold and black, like the Black Sea. I will get the blood price somehow. As he watched, a bird flying over the Black Sea came into him. 2. The Sistine Chapel. It was the noblest stage of the Vatican, the Pope's stage from Massachusetts. But now the Sistine Chapel was occupied by soldiers in military uniform. Of course, there were no such things as charity or sacredness anywhere in Sistine Chapel. Only the harshness, the murderous spirit, and desperation were seen there. At the center of the grueling atmosphere was a map of Russia. Around the map, several people were making serious faces. Jang Sung-hoon was also present. So, here, in Yakutsk, a city in northeast Russia, a nuclear explosion occurred? It was Maria who answered the question of Jang Sung-hoon. Yes. Is there anything special here? No, nothing special. Is there really not anything special? There was no report or any major military facility in Yakutsk city that I knew of. John Gabriel was also in a position to talk here. John Gabriel, the chief of the Vatican City, Maria, the representative of the Russian military, and Jang Sung-hoon, the second leader of the Mak Guild, were there. The theme of their conversation, like a summit meeting, was the nuclear explosion in Yakutsk, a small city in the northeastern part of Russia. Then why did a nuclear bomb go off in Yakutsk, northeast of the vast Siberian fields? The six snakes would know that. The nuclear explosion, the terrible violence that man created, had hit Siberia. That was why the atmosphere of the Sistine Chapel was so bad. Moreover, a nuclear explosion was the worst violence created by mankind, and the violence that only mankind could create. We need to figure out what Mao is trying to do. The nuclear explosion that hit Yakutsk City was not a coincidence, but a result of a human being with intentions. Jiang did not miss that fact. Why did he detonate a nuclear bomb here? For what? A nuclear bomb can never be detonated remotely now. This means that they had set the timer, but it's unlikely that they set the timer recently. It is more likely that the nuclear bomb timer was set up in Mongolia to stimulate the Orc Khan. The reason for the nuclear explosion in Mongolia was simple. It was to provoke the Orc Khan so that it would lead the Orc horde to Europe. With an offering of the Orc Khan, the Six Snakes would become the savior of Europe and rule everything in Europe. But Jiang could not easily guess the intention of the explosion in a small city in northeastern Russia. Is it to provoke the immortal wolf? It was the immortal wolf Chernobog that came to his mind right now. It was likely that Mao had used a nuclear bomb to move the immortal wolf, just as he had brought the Orc Khan to Europe using a nuclear bomb. However, even Russia does not know where the immortal wolf is now. In a situation where only a timer setting can trigger a bomb, the chance of this explosion making the immortal wolf move at will is not high. But it was hard to say that the possibility was high. First of all, the activity radius of the immortal wolf was not certain, and its range of activity included all of Siberia, one of the world's largest areas. On such a stage, could they move the immortal wolf with a nuclear explosion? If the immortal wolf is headed for Europe, even if it stimulates the immortal wolf, the Six Snakes would be between a rock and a hard place. If the immortal wolf moved to Europe, there would be nothing worse for the Six Snakes. The Six Snakes wouldn't take a gamble like that, and they never operate that way. They don't bet on nuclear weapons instead of chips, even if they do. Betting on a nuclear weapon means there's something else to be sure of. From the standpoint of the Six Snakes, they would now lose their Europe, which would be their base, without being able to use it properly. It would be the same as killing themselves. It is not the immortal wolf that they want to move. Jiang Sunghoon knew better than anyone that the Six Snakes were not those who would kill themselves. Here, Jiang measured the person who had planned this. He thought of Mao Spencer, who was capable of anything for his own purposes. At that moment he figured out what the man really wanted to do. What Mao Spencer wants. He's going to destroy the Korean peninsula. The reason he detonated a nuclear bomb is that he's going to destroy the Korean peninsula. With what? With monsters. But the immortal wolf should be excluded. Then, what's left? Not long before, Jiang came up with an answer. Ms. Maria, has Russia ever seen a monster above the blue grade? Maria answered without hesitation, there have been a few blue grade hunts, but they've never hunted a blue grade monster before, and I'm honestly sure that Kim is the only one who can hunt a blue grade monster. So how many dark blue and blue grade monsters has Russia discovered in its territory? I don't know the exact figures. Because of Chernobog and the zombies, it was difficult to search. Just tell me the number you figured out. 21 blues, and 9 dark blues. What happened to those monsters? Well, those who could escape from Chernobog would have run away, and those who could not escape would be frozen in Siberia as zombies. How much heat is generated at the moment of a nuclear explosion? Yes? When Maria asked a question instead of an answer, Jiang no longer continued the conversation. Instead of talking, he put his hand on the map of Russia and near nations. It was Mongolia that he picked up. It was because of the Orc Khan here that most of the monsters in Russian territory did not come down to the south. So, he moved his hands near the Caspian Sea. And now the Orc Khan has moved toward Europe. He went back to Russia. The zombies would have woken up from the heat of the nuclear explosion, and they would naturally follow the living. And now, where the survivors of East Asia are gathered. The last journey ended on the Korean peninsula. Ah. When they reached that point, everyone was silenced. Jang Sung-hoon also fell into a depression. What Ma wanted to move was not the immortal wolf, but the monsters that were zombified by the immortal wolf. In the silence, Jang Sung-hoon's worst scenario was drawn. And if Chernabog moves along with the zombies? With a harsh sound, the door of Sistine Chapel opened as if it were breaking, and a man appeared. The door itself was a treasure, and in the Sistine Chapel, no one ever manhandled it. Of course, the soldiers waiting there would normally go out and deal with this rude visitor. But no one moved in that situation. All that anyone could do in front of the appearance of Kim Tae-hoon was harden themselves, that was all. Boss. Only one person, Jang Sung-hoon, approached Kim Tae-hoon without hardening. As soon as he approached, Jang said, "Ma left a trap." That explanation was enough. The conclusion that Kim Tae-hoon had come to was also the same as the one that Jang Sung-hoon made. The 6 snakes were not satisfied with only possessing Europe. It was their plan to take Europe and destroy the Korean peninsula. In this situation, the answer they chose was decided. The heat of the nuclear explosion will bring the zombies to the Korean peninsula. The worst is the immortal wolf moving, but it will be hard to stop the zombie horde with the power of the Korean peninsula. The power of the Korean peninsula is great. But it is not enough to stop the blue and dark blue-grade monster horde that has become zombies. Further, it is not all about stopping them. What is more important is to reduce the damage as much as possible. We need to issue an evacuation order, and we need to move to Jeju Island, and if necessary, to Japan. Boss, wait here until Bogader's great sword is secured. There was nothing Kim Tae-hoon could do about this problem. If Kim Tae-hoon comes out, he will be able to stop the zombie horde. But the worst situation that Jang Sung-hoon said before, is if the immortal wolf appears. Now, Kim Tae-hoon cannot kill the immortal wolf. There is no way, no tool. If Bogader's great sword is secured, the winner will eventually be Kim Tae-hoon, no matter what the damage is. All they had to do is take the damage. If they made time for the evacuation of the citizens, and they used the sacrifices of soldiers and hunters to prevent the zombie horde from entering the Korean peninsula, then everything will be sorted out. Furthermore, if Kim Tae-hoon kills the immortal wolf, the risk factor disappears. Therefore, Jang Sung-hoon did not doubt that Kim Tae-hoon would make the same choice as himself. Boss? However, when Jang saw Kim's eyes, Jang was able to guess Kim's intentions. No. No. Never. Jang Sung-hoon protested. It is a monster who won't die. You can only kill it with Bogader's great sword. You can't win the fight. In the end, you'll be exhausted and go down. At the objection, Kim Tae-hoon showed the purple crystal in his hand instead of answering. Orc Khan's crystal. Strength increases significantly when ingested. Health increases significantly when ingested. Energy rank can reach the transcendent rank when ingested. Defense rank can reach the transcendent rank when ingested. Anti-mana rank can reach the transcendent rank when ingested. You can acquire the power of Orc Khan, inexhaustible infinity, when ingested. I don't know anything else, but I won't be exhausted. With those words, Kim Tae-hoon put the purple crystal in his mouth. Gulp. Inside the tranquil Sistine Chapel, the sound echoed quietly. Then Kim Tae-hoon looked up. Beyond the frozen crowd in front of his throat, Michelangelo's masterpiece, The Last Judgment, came into view. He saw a picture that made viewers fear the day of judgment and the dignity of God. I will survive, but not alone. In front of the picture, Kim Tae-hoon did not feel fear. It was Kim Tae-hoon who led the day of judgment this time. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 150 Advent, Part 2. Chapter 150, Episode 150, Advent, Part 2. Chapter 53. Advent, Part 2. Translator, Khan. Editor, Red. 3. Constant gunshots fell through the city. Explosions appeared repeatedly between the gunshots. Lee Hyung-woo bit the candy in his mouth. The cheap coffee smell filled his mouth. Damn zombies. Lee Hyung-woo, sucking on his cheap coffee-flavored candy, looked up with a bitter sound and looked at the front. The zombie monster horde came into his eyes. Yoo-hoo! The zombie monster horde was advancing, ignoring everything around them, even the enormous amount of shells and bullet baptism pouring toward them. It was like magma flowing from a volcanic eruption. Now we're looking at all sorts of unexpected things, and what happened in Sejong City was nothing. At the scene, grumbles came out of the mouth of Sergeant Lee. Of course, no one heard his low complaints between the endless gunfire. Even if they heard it, no one paid attention to the complaints. The same was true for Sergeant Lee. He did not care about the complaints, even though he spoke them. Damn it! The situation was too urgent to care about such complaints. We shouldn't give up Tunghua City. Tunghua City itself was nothing special. It was not a place where great resources were buried, there was no important infrastructure, nor was it a historical point. The next after Tunghua is the Yalu River. The problem is that Tunghua City is the last city on the Yalu River, which is the baseline of the Korean peninsula. In other words, if the front line retreats from Tunghua City, then the next place to fight is near the Yalu River. It's a deadline. If the zombie monster horde crosses the Yalu River, it means that the Korean peninsula has been invaded both realistically and symbolically. We have to buy as much time as we can, even if we give it to them. In many ways, it's a damn war. The goal is to buy time before defeat. The worst part was that the purpose of this battle was not to annihilate the enemy, but to draw time. It was virtually impossible to win against zombie monsters who did not die. Such was the judgment of headquarters. Even if Korea had the world's highest power and was experienced in the battling monsters, it was against monsters. Now, the opponents were zombies, not monsters. So headquarters declared the purpose of this battle was to earn time for citizens to evacuate. This war, I am already tired. To be honest, Sergeant Lee Hyung-woo did not have the will to fight this battle. It was strange to have a will to fight a war that would be lost regardless. If the veteran Lee Hyung-woo, who had fought with the monsters, was that demoralized, there was nothing to say about the soldiers who had little experience. Sergeant! A soldier wearing a helmet appeared by Lee Hyung-woo as he was caught in his anguish. What's the matter? The order to retreat. Retreat? At the end of the cross-question, 5 fire trucks appeared on the battlefield. At the same time, someone shouted, "Stop firing!" An intense cry that could not be said to be human swallowed the city at once. Meanwhile, the soldiers from the fire truck moved quickly. Pour the water. Pour the water. A stream of water began to pour from the fire hose pointed at the zombie monsters. At the same time, a thick smell was blowing all over the place. It was gasoline they could smell when they visited the gas station. The gasoline soaked the zombie monsters that had started to move more actively in the gap between the bombardment and the shelling. In the meantime, the soldiers who built the front line began to withdraw from the battlefield. The same was true of Sergeant Lee Hyung-woo. Come on! Move faster! He began to move away from the battlefield, urging his men. It wasn't long before the smell of gasoline no longer pierced his nose. The city of Tunghua was engulfed in flames with huge explosions. Lee Hyung-woo, who turned his head and looked at the scene, held his teeth tightly. Oh, my God! In front of this insane war, Lee Hyung-woo felt like reality was a long ways off. However, in front of the fuss, Lee did not seek God. At this moment, all the people here wanted was not God, but a man's advent. 4. The troops are withdrawing from Tonghua and Byron. With the report of the subordinate, the small horses on the map came down near the Yalu River. However, Colonel Lim Hyun-jun did not look at the horses. Instead, his gaze was on a horse sitting near Vladivostok. The horse was different. It was a piece that looked like a chess horse, but unlike the usual horse, was engraved with the word, soldier. In addition, the piece was a piece of the divine animal Mac. What's the situation of Mac unit? The sculpture represented the most elite military force of the Republic of Korea. The last news came that they were engaged in a battle with a zombie-grade green monster, a zombie ogre. Of course, the missions given to them were also the most difficult tasks. It was to remove the monsters above the green grade, which general soldiers and hunters could not kill. Without any support, they had to do everything on their own. What about the damage? So far, 5 dead, 12 wounded. The damage was as bad as it was difficult. However, in front of the terrible result, Colonel Lim Hyun-jun did not express any emotion. Instead, he looked at the map and asked again, "What about civilian evacuation?" We're on the right track, but there are too many people. Search party, report. The number of zombie monsters on the Korean peninsula is increasing. The activities of the search party are impossible. It was a nightmare report. In front of the report, Colonel Lim did not reveal his feelings at all, nor did he change his expression. The situation was straightened out in his mind without any signs. Even if they're zombies, monsters below the orange grade can be brought down by ordinary soldiers, as well as by the armored hunting units. The situation was not good. The war itself was too sudden. It was not just a monster, but a zombie monster was outside the scope of the plans of Colonel Lim. The problem is that when zombie monsters above the green grade or higher appear, no more engagement is possible, and the front line is forced to retreat. The bigger problem was that even if they built a barrier line to block zombie monsters, the line would actually collapse when a monster above the green grade appeared. This was a battle where they could not help but retreat. In short, there was no hope or possibility of victory in this battle. The whole point was to earn some time for a few more people to escape. Since they were the military and hunters of the Republic of Korea, they were able to carry out this battle without any strain. If it were other countries, they would not be able to stand against the zombie army this far. The citizens would have already panicked, and there would have been a riot of disorder, not any evacuation. We can't endure bad news anymore. In other words, South Korea was now at its breaking point. If more bad news were added, it would not be strange if everything suddenly collapsed. It's a report. A subordinate appeared in a hurry. A jade bird was in his hands. That jade bird? No way. At that moment a chilly thunderbolt passed through the spines of everyone there. In a few moments, the Okjo opened its mouth in the quiet space. This is Artyom, the small town above Vladivostok. According to everyone's intuition, the Okjo let out a terrible nightmare. We found a dark blue-grade zombie monster. The identity of the monster is determined to be a hatch with horns, on the body of a sheep. It was the voice of Bang Hyun-wook. 5. Remember, Hyun-wook. After all, it's a physical strength fight. In the world of professionals, neither a pitcher with a speed of 150 km per hour nor the slugger can survive if he has no physical health. So don't skip physical training. That's the only way you can make it to the pros. It was a memory from his senior year in high school. It was from at most 2 years ago. Captain, are you sleeping? Bang slowly opened his eyes, brooding over the dimmest memory. No, I was thinking about the old days. Once upon a time? When I was in high school. So, you said you were a baseball player, . When asked again, Bang only smiled bitterly instead of answering. His smiling face showed signs of weariness. It wasn't just him, but all of them. Everyone in front of Bang's eyes looked tired. It was unbelievable. Mac troops were a group of hunters with outstanding skills. With Bang Hyun-wook, the troops were the elites of the Mac unit. Their average health level was over 300 points. They had acquired many abilities from monsters. They would be beaten to death by monsters, but they would not be exhausted. However, the fact that they felt physical limitations meant that the daily rigor of their battles was beyond imagination. Under such circumstances, they were facing a desperate battle that was incomparably harsh and hopeless. Now let's get ready. A monster came up between the zombie monster horde before the eyes of Bang Hyun-wook, who looked up at the words. It was a monster of a peculiar appearance. It was about 5 meters long, its body looked like a sheep, but was covered with steel-like silver scales instead of a fluffy fleece, and a pointed horn rose up on its head. On either side of the horn were 2 dark blue eyes that had lost focus. It was a hatch. The dark blue-grayed monster became a zombie, and it stood out in the zombie horde. With such a powerful presence, it gave the Mac troops a sense of despair. Of all times, a dark blue-grayed monster zombie. A monster that has become a zombie does not die even if they pull out its heart and smash its head. There was only one way, to cut apart the body and set it on fire. There was only one man in the world who could kill the dark blue monster in that way. We'll have to hold on until he gets here. Because of that one man, they did not run away in front of a monster that could not be fought by Bang Hyun-wook and the Mac unit. The role of the Mac unit was to replace Kim Tae-hoon, who would finish the nightmare. When he is not with us, I am, on behalf of him. At the same time, it was also a request by Kim Tae-hoon to Bang Hyun-wook. Before leaving for Russia, Kim Tae-hoon told Bang Hyun-wook, who wanted to go with him, to stay in Korea. He asked him to protect Korea from threats on behalf of himself, not an order. Then I'll give you an operational briefing again, but... Therefore, Bang Hyun-wook did not intend to turn his head in front of this despair. Our goal is not hunting, but buying time. However, he did not intend to burn his life to the ground. The ultimate thing that Bang Hyun-wook had learned from Kim Tae-hoon was survival, not struggle. The same was true of this time. First of all, I would like you to step up and clear your area while I catch its eye. As said before, the Mac unit had no means and methods to kill the hatch that had become a zombie now. Then there was no reason to be mindful of killing. It was just to lure, and if they could buy time, it would be enough. That was all. Then I'll lure it back north. Well, let's cheer up for the last time, Bang Hyun-wook, who spat out his words, stood up, his whole body feeling heavier than ever. But Bang did not collapse. Who? With a long sigh, he raised his head, and now saw the monster he had to face nearby. Seeing the monster, he took a deep breath. He exhaled with all his strength, his breath ready to burst out his chest. Come on! At that moment, a thunderbolt fell on Bang's head. Kim Tae-hoon descended from the sky. 6. There is a word used to describe where a nuclear explosion occurs, ground zero. Where everything is gone, and now nothing can live. In a sense, it is the cleanest place in the world. A grotesque wolf appeared there. No, it was more than a wolf, as if flesh that had been ripped from a body had been gathered in wolf form. Only the purple eyes told them that it was not just a monster. An immortal wolf, the monster that turned the vast land of Siberia into a world of zombies, stood motionless for a while on ground zero. How long had it been like that? It turned its head to the east, toward the Korean peninsula. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 151 Advent, Part III. Chapter 151, Episode 151 Advent, Part 3. Chapter 53. Advent, Part 3. Translator, Khan. Editor, Red. 7. God descends from heaven into the human world is the original meaning of Advent. Therefore, it is a misrepresentation of the dictionary to use the expression when descending against humans. However, for the members of the Mac unit, there was nothing else to express the appearance of Kim Tae-hoon but Advent. It was the reason why everyone was fascinated by Kim Tae-hoon's appearance. As if to repay their expectations and expressions, Kim Tae-hoon, who had dropped down from the sky, immediately started to move toward the battlefield. Kim walked through the city toward the zombie monster horde that was pushed between the buildings. As he walked, Kim grabbed the handle of the sheathed sword in his left hand with his right hand. Then he drew the sword at once, without hesitation, toward the zombie monster horde. Thunk! A flash of light cut the city in half. 8. Achieved ability. The inexhaustible infinity, grade 1 Orc Khan's power does not consume health, energy, mana, or telekinesis. The inexhaustible infinity gained by killing the Orc Khan was an ability that did not tire. No matter how hard he worked, he did not feel the limit of his physical health, and even if he used special abilities such as energy, telekinesis, mana, his abilities never touched bottom. It was like he could drive a car without gas. Therefore, it was a terrible encounter for the monsters when Kim Tae-hoon was holding Kusanagi, which demanded the most consumption. Thunk! Kim Tae-hoon, who no longer had to worry about the consumption of energy, repeatedly wielded Kusanagi. The sharp flashes from the sword of the Kusanagi cut apart the bodies of the zombie horde and the buildings of Artyom. Yoo-hoo! Zombie monsters with upper body and lower body or legs or neck were cut off and fell to the ground, breaking in half with grotesque cries. Of course, the zombie monsters did not die by that alone. Those who lost their ankles or feet still ran with their legs cut off, while those who were separated from their lower bodies used their arms to crawl and move, and those who fell on the ground repeatedly made noisy threats. The bodies of the zombie monsters that were cut off were buried by the buildings of the city. The sight of dozens and hundreds of buildings being cut off and collapsed was more bizarre than eerie. It looked like a disaster, as if the city was hit by a tsunami, like a city collapsing in front of an earthquake, like a tornado tore its buildings apart and was soaring high into the sky. It was not a human-made result. So to speak, it was the punishment of God. Am I dreaming now? In front of the scene, the members of the Mac unit, who were now superhuman, were stunned. Bang Hyun-wook looked at the battlefield with blank eyes. Of course, the battle was just the beginning. If it had been a battle that ended with just cutting the bodies and covering the bodies with the wreckage of the buildings, Kim Tae-hoon would not have come here. As soon as Kim Tae-hoon put the Kusanagi back into the sheath, something ran out of the wreckage of a collapsed building. Whoosh! It was a dark blue-grade monster, the zombified hatch, flying toward Kim Tae-hoon. The hatch charged horn down, its speed hard to believe. The physical force of the hatch, with a sheep's body 5 meters in length, larger than a lion, moved so quickly it was unimaginable. In front of the sudden, powerful, and aggressive attack of the hatch, Kim Tae-hoon pulled his body sideways using his telekinesis. The hatch, horn down, shot past Kim Tae-hoon like a missile. The wake flapped Kim Tae-hoon's clothes. The body of the hatch punched through the buildings behind Kim Tae-hoon as if it were an artillery round. Huck! The men of the Mac unit around came to their senses after the hatch moved a kilometer away. However, waking up did not change anything. There was nothing they could do in this ridiculous battle. Big brother! Only Bang Hyun-wook tried to move at this moment. That ability is dangerous. The hatch's ability was to propel its body like a cannon shell. It was a power beyond common sense. The hatch had just moved a kilometer away in 4 seconds or so. 250 meters per second was nearing the speed of sound. A few tons of an object moving at a speed close to the sound speed, its destructive power was clearly shown by the city buildings behind Kim Tae-hoon. It's really dangerous. Bang Hyun-wook's spine, who had been preparing to buy time against the monster with such a ridiculous ability, cooled quickly. It's not easy for Big Brother either. At the same time, Bang Hyun-wook realized that the ability of the hatch was also threatening Kim Tae-hoon. That attack of the hatch is hard to defend against, and it is impossible to stand up to. Instead, there are plenty of gaps. After one attack, it cannot control itself. It was still true now. The hatch, which crashed through buildings like paper, could not stop until its body was stuck in the ground. If someone baits and lures it into a trap, we can kill it. I'll help you. In this situation, it was Bang Hyun-wook's role to always be the bait, and he did not want to give that role to someone else. However, Kim Tae-hoon did not answer the cry of Bang Hyun-wook. Instead, Kim Tae-hoon untied the golden bracelet on his left wrist and threw it on the ground. In the meantime, the hatch, which had regained its position, took a position facing Kim Tae-hoon again, after pointing its horn. It looked like a rocket on the launch pad. Kim Tae-hoon shouted at it, "Gleipnir!" At that moment, the golden chains leaped out of the ground under the hatch's feet and wrapped around its body. Everyone in sight, even the zombie hatch tied in a golden chain now, had a stunned look. Only one, Kim Tae-hoon, accepted all of this and pulled out the sword of the Imperator on his back to face the hatch caught in Gleipnir. 9. There is a saying that war is a battle of information. It is also because of the great influence of valuable information, and information treated as confidential can decide victory and defeat on the battlefield. But that was not the only reason. Even if it was not such a secret, the ability to deal with general information is also very important in war. Simple information is not simple information on the battlefield. When the battle begins right away, there is countless amounts of information on the battlefield. In addition, there was a lack of communication facilities, and all that was possible was wired communication. Even if the conditions are not good enough, all kinds of information come in freely. In some cases, information which is transmitted through human resources, information may arrive 3 hours before the information dispatched 5 hours earlier. It is the commander's ability and role to find the answers in the information gathered. Colonel Lim Hyun-joon was faithful to the role and was competent at the same time. He made the best decision, and his decision brought him to the peak of the Korean military in the flood of information coming in from all over the battlefield. But at this moment, he could no longer be a competent leader. It's breaking news from Horiang City: the zombie monster horde has been removed. It's breaking news just in from Hysan City. The zombie monster horde has been destroyed. The zombie monster horde was destroyed in Manhwa. The monsters that appeared in Sinuiju were wiped out. The breaking news that flowed in simultaneously from the cities along the Yalu River was unbelievable. The advent of the master is done. And at the end of all the reports, the word master and advent were attached together. The soldiers never used the words, but Colonel Lim Hyun-joon could not find words that could clearly convey the situation now. He showed his emotions on his face for the first time. Ha ha! He smiled awkwardly on his flimsy face. At his laugh, the first since the battle with the zombie monster horde, his men seemed to understand rather than be surprised, and they were also laughing awkwardly. The MAC unit has arrived from Vladivostok. It was the return of the MAC unit that stopped the laugh. I'll get a report right away. MAC unit in Bang Hyun-wook had arrived at the headquarters, and of course, Colonel Lim Hyun-joon called them. Bang Hyun-wook immediately told Colonel Lim Hyun-joon, "Big Brother said that he would deal with the immortal wolf in the Manchurian field, and there is something for the battle." Colonel Lim Hyun-joon's expression was firm at the report, since the immortal wolf was the fate of Kim Tae-hoon, as well as the fate of the Republic of Korea to deal with a monster of the purple grade, a monster that could not die. It would be necessary to support the war using all the support of the country. What do you need? While spitting out the words, Colonel Lim Hyun-joon had a lot of things in his mind: the best elite MAC unit and the Dragon Knights, as well as the armored hunting units he had devoted himself to, including the terrifying tanks. In response to such a question by Colonel Lim Hyun-joon, Bang Hyun-wook scratched his head and said cautiously, "So it's 10. A purple-grade monster was like a moving end, the end of the human race. Therefore, it was easy for humans to grasp the presence. The same was true of Kim Tae-hoon. Here it is. On the wide plain of Manchuria, Kim Tae-hoon was able to feel it even before he saw it. At some point, as he felt, it showed up. The immortal wolf Chernobog appeared on the Manchurian field. It was alone. There was no zombie monster horde. There was no need. It didn't need to be protected by anything, and it had no reason to be afraid of death. Kim Tae-hoon also did not have any new determination with such a guy in front of him. From the distance, he made the first attack. The weapon of the first attack was Indra's spear, Vasvi Shakti. The thunder and lightning spewed a thunderstorm of light, and stuck in Chernobog's body. It immediately released a thunderbolt that turned the grass all over the place ashes in an instant. The attack turned Chernobog's body to ashes, too, shredded and scattered all over the place. However, that was all. Its whole body was shattered, but the presence of the creature filling the Manchurian field did not disappear at all. Soon after, one piece of the flesh that had fallen from Chernobog's body began to grow, and then it was restored to its original shape. Vasvi Shakti, which had always left a surprising wound, was just a tool to earn a minute or so in front of Chernobog. At that moment, a gold chain rose from beneath the ground, and it clung to Chernobog's body. Gleipnir. The chain that led to the death of Orkhan turned Chernobog into a mummy. Chernobog was crushed. As if clutching jelly, Gleipnir grabbed Chernobog and its body was scattered into shattered pieces. The same scene was repeated after that. One piece of flesh popped out of its body began to form a wolf again. It was enough. As expected. The fact that Kim Tae-hoon's countless weapons could never kill Chernobog was not just speculation, but the fact. He also recognized that all he could do was buy time, and delay Chernobog reaching the Korean peninsula a little longer. So, Kim Tae-hoon did not hurry. He didn't push it. Instead, he took out something he had never used before when dealing with monsters. He opened his bag and took out something as important as a relic in it, a coffee dripper, solid fuel, bottled water, and new beans from Italy. Kim Tae-hoon, who spent the time making coffee, took a sip of the coffee. He filled himself with the deep coffee scent. He then drew a picture with his black eyes, looking at the distant Chernobog, palms open. It was a picture of a straitjacket made by his own telekinesis on Chernobog's body, a picture that would pull the body of the creature bound like that and tie it to one place. At that moment, Chernobog's movements stopped for the first time. The fight between the undying monster and the tireless hunter began quietly, with a cup of fragrant coffee. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 152 Advent, Part IV. Chapter 152, Episode 152, Advent, Part 4. Chapter 53. Advent, Part 4. Translator, Khan. Editor, Red. 11. Since the appearance of the monsters, Moscow, the capital of Russia, had become a city of silence and tranquility. The new powers of Russia wanted to maintain their power and status through fear, and of course, they did not allow anyone but themselves to raise their voices. Come on. Move fast. But now there were countless voices filling Red Square. Here. Get through this way. Get this out of the way. Send someone. How many times do I have to tell you, huh? It was not just one voice. The languages and races of various countries, including English, German, French, and others, were coming together to raise their voices. What was even more surprising was that the noise, the talk all at the same time, was organically intertwined for one purpose, like when the Tower of Babylon was built, when everyone in the world was not subject to language barriers. This is great. Jang Sung-hoon admired the scene. I feel like the integration of Europe that no one has ever done, has been done here. At that moment, Jang Sung-hoon's memory returned to a few days ago, the day Kim Tae-hoon had left for Korea. On the day Kim Tae-hoon left, Jang Sung-hoon made a public announcement throughout Europe with the help of the Vatican, a notice that they were recruiting applicants to clean up the debris of Red Square. There was no compulsion. It was not a situation where coercion was possible. In the situation where Kim Tae-hoon left alone for Korea to stop the immortal wolf, what Jang Sung-hoon could do was more limited than he thought. Life is always unexpected. To be honest, Jang Sung-hoon did not expect much when he made the announcement. In the age of monsters, who would walk to Moscow, where there was still cold weather, and who would take shovels and pickaxes there and take on the hard work? There was no great benefit to be given. To put it bluntly, Jang wondered if he could even give them something to eat. However, the results were different from Jang's expectations. Tens of thousands of people were willing to take a long journey on their own, and they were breaking and removing the wreckage that had fallen on their own. Everyone was willing to take the priceless abuse under the flag of the Mac Guild, not the flag of a country. Kim Tae-hoon made Europe move. If I take a picture, I'll get a Pulitzer Prize, and if I paint it, I'll be able to step on the threshold of Sotheby's auction. It was a monumental event, really. Jang Sung-hoon, who had to call it, felt the art soul that he thought had disappeared without leaving ashes. He felt a desire to make the traces of what he saw now through his own hands, not anything. Well, what does it mean to leave it like that? However, Jang was not drunk with the art soul. That's not the point. Instead of lifting his brush, he put on a tattered woodworking glove. Boss, hold on a little longer, . Come on, let's all work hard. With the cry, Jang Sung-hoon threw himself into the work. 12. Kim Tae-hoon, who swallowed the coffee he had been holding, opened his eyes again. Into his black eyes suddenly entered the immortal wolf, which had reached a distance of about 300 meters from him. It's been 150 hours. It had been that long since the match between the immortal wolf and Kim Tae-hoon began. The immortal wolf had no change. It was not very angry about the situation, nor did it try anything different. It just walked when Kim Tae-hoon's telekinesis, which was just trying to tie it down, broke down and stopped walking when it was tied by Kim Tae-hoon's telekinesis again. That was all. I'm at the limit. On the other hand, Kim Tae-hoon was not. The power of the inexhaustible infinity was certainly great, endless. No matter how much energy, mana, and telekinesis he used, he felt it was still full and boundless. He's moving faster. The problem was that Kim Tae-hoon's body was not infinite and not eternal. I'm sure I'm good enough to stay here. Moreover, Kim Tae-hoon's body was not much better than he thought. It couldn't have been good. After eating the crystal of the eight-tailed fox, Kim Tae-hoon's body was virtually the same as receiving a death sentence. Even after that, he kept filling his body with transcendental power that was not allowed to human beings, again and again. He filled his body with the dragon's power, with the power of the blue Qilin, and with the power of the great giant. He even possessed the power of the Orc Khan, which would drive him crazy, the power that he could not but call a curse because it was too powerful. In the end, he used the power as much as he liked. If he wanted his body to be safe and eternal, it would be a delusion, not greed. It's been a long time, and this feeling of death coming right in front of me. In a sense, Kim Tae-hoon was in the midst of the most dangerous moment. If he could not kill the immortal wolf in front of him, if he could not eat the monster stone, Kim Tae-hoon would face death from his own power. There was not much time left. Kim Tae-hoon knew his condition well. He knew that his body could not last 3 months without the power of immortality. He also knew that the more he used his strength, the faster his lifespan would be shortened, and in order to stop the immortal wolf for more than a week, Kim Tae-hoon had spent most of his life. This is the first time I've ever wasted my life like this. Kim Tae-hoon always used means and methods to live. So, it was a strange thing. However, Kim smiled lightly at this situation. So much has changed. At that time, Kim Tae-hoon's eyes, above his pale smile, wriggled. He sensed something coming here, toward the vast Manchurian field. Yes, there is no way it is going this quietly. The zombie monster horde was converging with all its might toward the place where the immortal wolf was. Its numbers were considerable. Is it near 10,000? No, it'll be more. Of course, it was not likely that they would be a threat to Kim Tae-hoon, even if they were united. If I miss this guy, it's over. The problem was that it was virtually impossible to hold this guy as it was now, if the immortal wolf was buried in the surging waves of the horde. Even now, as his concentration fell, it was becoming harder to catch the immortal wolf. Kim Tae-hoon did not think of the word abandonment in his mind. He grabbed the sword of the Qin Shi Huang, which was wrapped at his waist, instead of taking another coffee cup. With the horse soldiers of the Qin Shi Huang, the gilt bronze incense burner of beech, and horse figure-type earthenware, he measured the battle in his mind. He looked for a way to never back down, to keep things behind him. At that moment, the voice that Kim had waited for so much knocked on his ear. "Big brother." In that voice, he raised his hand that was moving toward the Qin Shi Huang sword to the hilt next to him. He caught the Kusanagi. 13. Yoo-hoo, the sound of dying at the moment, but the sight of the things that were spitting out the sound, never mingled with it. 10,000, the vast numbers of the zombie monster horde were racing through the Manchurian field. It was a tsunami, made of rotten bodies, eating at the Manchurian plains. At the end of the tsunami was a wolf with a body that was beyond even the coming zombie monster horde. The immortal wolf tied by Kim Tae-hoon's telekinesis slowly advanced, overcoming his telekinesis. The way a rotten wolf, who seemed ready to be crushed if touched, and to fall down if kicked, walked over, seemed to be unbelievably pathetic and hard to explain. However, nowhere else was the image of the immortal wolf pathetic. It was still spreading its despairing presence, and fear beyond the overwhelming level. Above all, its purple eyes were shining more than ever at this moment. It was a clear proof that it was waiting for this moment. The immortal wolf was waiting for the moment when the monster horde, which had become zombies by its own power, disrupted the power trapping it. It was not hard to wait. It could wait forever if necessary. Its patience was rewarded. The zombie monster horde rolled over the immortal wolf. It was a short time. The moment the immortal wolf was buried in a huge roar, the telekinesis to tie it down was lost. It now started running again. No, it didn't have to run. The immortal wolf was swept forward by the crazed surge of the zombie monster horde. It did not resist it, nor did it show anger, sigh, or a cry of a word about its body being tangled with other zombie monsters. The immortal wolf mixed itself into the tsunami of the running horde. It became a tree in a dense forest. No trace of the immortal wolf could be seen anywhere. Thunk! In that situation, a long flash of light ran under the knees of the zombie monster horde. The flash brushed under the knees and around the ankles, and it made the zombie monster horde a footless horde. The zombie monster horde, which had just lost their feet, began to tumble forward and get tangled up. A huge wall made of a pile of cramped undead soared over the Manchurian field. Yoo-hoo! There were terrifying voices everywhere. In front of the tangled pile, a lump of rotten flesh protruded out and began to wriggle back to shape. The immortal wolf saw the man again with its purple eyes, a man who had black eyes and was lifting a sword too big to be a sword. The man, who charged at once, wielded the sword and cut its body in half. It was the last sight the immortal wolf ever saw. 14. It's over. Bang Hyunwook's words were like a spell. As he spoke, the zombie monsters returned to being rotten bodies. It was the most obvious evidence that the immortal wolf Chernobog had died. Evidence that the historical moment was here. Big brother. Bang Hyunwook, a witness of the historical moment, ran toward the protagonist of the historical moment. You did it! However, the main character in Bang Hyunwook's eyes was silent. It was not enough to be silent. He put his hand through the dead body of the immortal wolf, which had now become rotten, crumpled meat. He pulled out the purple crystal and looked at it with his black eyes. Huck! Big brother? Bang Hyun-wook was frightened by the appearance. That's rotten. That's rotten. Instead of answering in front of the frightened Bang Hyun-wook's cry, he put the purple crystal he had brought out in his mouth. He swallowed it even though the rotten smell stewed in his mouth. Ugh! Bang Hyun-wook grimaced as he watched the scene. On the other hand, the man looked at the back of his right hand with a calm, but very generous look. Basic abilities. Strength, 1932. Health, 1955. Special abilities. Energy, S rank. Mana, S rank. Telekinesis, S rank. Defense, S rank. Mana resistance, S rank. Achieved abilities. Immortality, Grade 1. The power of the immortal wolf. You have a body that cannot be killed by anything. When the man finished checking his right hand, the man gave his gaze to Bang Hyun-wook, who had drawn near. Then he opened his mouth. Now is the time. Yes? At the cross-questioning of Bang Hyun-wook, Kim Tae-hoon handed over the 3-meter-long sword he was holding to Bang Hyun-wook, instead of answering. Oh? Ha? What's wrong with you all of a sudden? Surprised, Bang Hyun-wook received the great sword. Soon, however, Bang Hyun-wook laughed. You want me to take it with you? Yes, sir, I'll carry your weapon from now on. Kim Tae-hoon did not laugh at the laughing Bang. Instead of laughing, he said quietly, You're the only one who's going back. Yes? I'm not going back. What the hell does that mean? It's time for them to pay for the price of our blood. After finishing his speech, Kim Tae-hoon turned his back on Bang Hyun-wook and walked away from Bang Hyun-wook, who had a blank expression. As such, Kim Tae-hoon's appearance disappeared over the Manchurian field. 14. The Pentagon was one of the most famous buildings in the world, and also one of the most curious buildings in the world. The greatest curiosity of all was about the building in the middle of the Pentagon. America was a great country, unprecedented in human history. What is in the middle of a pentagonal concrete mass that oversaw the military power of the great powers? The answer to that question is surprisingly simple: a cafe. In the park in the middle of the Pentagon, in the building between the forests, was a cafe. The cafe was called Ground Zero. It was a pleasant name, in the sense that if a nuclear war happened, it would be the first to be hit. But after the monsters appeared, such joy was no longer in the Pentagon. What remained in the Pentagon was the new American powers who now ruled the Americas. Mao Spencer was there now. He was in a position to report after receiving the news. We've got the position of the resistance executives. This will help us deal with them sooner or later. Now Mao was a subordinate of John Smith, the head of the Pentagon. The Panther unit sent to secure the Mayan calendar has entered Mexico. Good work. It was humiliation. It was usually impossible for a person who once wanted to take control of the world, and who thought he had done so, to bow his head to a man like a horse. Yes. In other words, Mao had a reason why he was enduring humiliation and now was serving as not the head of the Six Snakes, but as the subordinate of the head of the Pentagon that dominated the United States. He turned his back, his head down at John Smith's gesture, and was out of the center of the Pentagon. Mr. Mao. What's the matter? I think he's dead somehow. I think he died in the battle with Chernobog. At this moment Mao could taste the very sweet price of the humiliation he had endured. It was worth the setup of the second trap. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 153, In America, Part 1. Chapter 153, Episode 153, In America, Part 1. Chapter 54. In America, Part 1. Translator, Khan. Editor, Red. 1. Highway 95. The view of the road across Nevada was always desolate. Unless people had a unique taste for the rising yellow clouds of sand, there was nothing interesting about it, and even that was no longer enjoyable. Highway 95, which had not been managed for more than a year, was actually like a minefield. It was better to run on the broad expanse of the wasteland than on the road. That was why Carlos Perez, an impressive-looking man with coppery skin and a mustache, was racing along through the rough wasteland, not a road, on his beloved Wrangler Jeep. In addition, that was why the monsters following Carlos's Wrangler also ran through the wilderness. Kohong, Kohong. The monsters, who were constantly screaming, looked similar to a werewolf. But they were a little different. Their physique was smaller than a werewolf. The werjackal was a monster about 160 centimeters tall. However, even if it was small, it could not be ignored. The werjackals, with their wicked and cruel habits and clever hunting skills, were very dangerous, and even orange-eyed monsters would not easily attack a horde of red-eyed werjackals. An ordinary human naturally could not do anything against such werjackals. Fuck. That was why Carlos swore constantly in his constantly bouncing vehicle. What? A man who changed the choice of Carlos's words. In the distance, a man was holding out his thumb. It was a hitchhiking gesture seen often in the broad United States and could be seen at any time on the American roads. Crazy. Of course, it was a gesture from before December 31, 2016, before the monsters appeared. It was a gesture that was never seen in the untamed land next to Highway 95, heading for Las Vegas at 2 p.m. on June 5, 2018. It was a gesture that was just not seen now. Even ghosts didn't make it. Am I looking at a phantom? Naturally, Carlos was in a panic. His mind was beginning to go crazy in front of a situation he had never dreamed of. What do I do? As he was approaching the man who had made the hitchhiking gesture, Carlos had a lot of thoughts and anguish in his mind. Will I stop? He never had so much trouble making a decision in such a short time in his life. Should I just pass? He made a decision in the end. Damn it! He stepped on the brakes he had never intended to step on and shouted loud enough to reach out of the car without opening the window. Get on board, you crazy bastard! The door opened with his cry, and a black-haired Asian man boarded the car. Fuck! At the same time, Carlos swore and stepped on the accelerator as hard as he could. Jeep Wrangler began to run again, making a rough sound, puffing out smoke over the wilderness, leaving behind the corpses of werjackals with blood at the temples on the ground. 2. Coo. Carlos, who had checked the rearview mirror in a rough-sounding lover on the dirt road, sighed after confirming that nothing coming behind him. What are you, crazy fucker? The conversation began after the sigh. Hitchhiking in this place? Are you crazy? I'm sorry. At the apology from the man's mouth, Carlos checked the rearview mirror again and turned to the passenger seat. Only then did Carlos see the face of the man who had driven him crazy. He was a sharp-looking Asian. That impression alone showed that he was not trying to hitchhike because he was mentally ill. Are you from LA? I don't have a place to live. You must be a hunter, I suppose. The man took off his glove instead of answering and showed him the pattern on the back of his right hand. Carlos sighed again, confirming it. It was different from the previous sigh. It sounded like a whistle. It will be a threat, but it won't be a stumbling block. In the age of monsters, the value of a hunter, the only opponents of such monsters, was absolute. That was why Carlos felt a strange sense of relief for this man who he had met for the first time. You must be a quite good hunter, hitchhiking here. The man who filled his passenger seat was more likely to be a hunter with a good ability than a common hunter. Otherwise, he could not be in good condition working alone in the wilderness. Good enough to make a living. So why were you hitchhiking there? You could not have done it simply because it was hard, but as I entered Las Vegas, I felt like I was going to get shot by someone if I went there. So I was looking for a companion. Carlos was sure of things. The man in the passenger seat was not a lunatic, but a much more rational man than he had thought. That's wise, but it was unnecessary. Carlos was also convinced that the man in the passenger seat knew nothing about Las Vegas. You wouldn't have been shot in Las Vegas just because you were alone. At Carlos's words, the man did not raise any questions, and Carlos didn't bother waiting for the man to respond. Mayor Dean has more common sense than any other mayor. For Carlos, it was something to boast of. At least, unlike the mayors in other cities, he does not demand ridiculous tolls because you are an outsider, and you're not treated like a slave. It was the pride that would not have been funny before. A mayor was the most greedy, incompetent person sitting and wasting the most taxes in most countries and most cities. However, he was proud of this kind of mayor. It was a very unusual case. In other words, the mayor in Las Vegas was now a person with the ability and personality to be proud of. If we had to start the U.S. presidential elections right away, James Dean, he should be elected. Named for a legendary actor who was an icon of American youth culture and an icon of blue jeans in the past, James Dean was a man worthy of the name, a man worthy of the pride of the surviving citizens of Las Vegas. It wouldn't have been possible if it had not been for him, for a normal human like me to drive around like this. In the days of monsters, James Dean was a better hunter than anyone else. At the same time, he was also a smart man. He fought against the monsters and founded a castle that could go to war with them before anyone else, while everyone else was looking for a safe place after the appearance of the monsters. Do you know the story where he took Hoover Dam as a base? The story of James Dean making Hoover Dam his base was evidence that he was brilliant and clever. It's the biggest and the thickest castle in the world, a castle larger than the Great Wall of China. Hoover Dam, which would probably remain even if mankind died, was the strongest castle in the world where monsters went wild. Furthermore, the castle was the easiest place to get drinking water, as well as a huge energy source. But when the monsters appeared, no one thought of that. Only James Dean remembered it. James Dean, who made Hoover Dam his own castle, saved Las Vegas during the world of monsters. Then what he showed us was Messiah, he was himself. Instead of asking for a price for the fact, he showed mercy. He treated the survivors as human beings. With the advent of monsters and hunters, ordinary humans were hardly seen in a world where they were merely something to exploit. I dare not compare him with a madman group like the Pentagon. It was never seen in the Pentagon, which had become a new order to dominate the U.S. My goodness. Of course, it wasn't very good to speak out about it. What I said a little before, Carlos' coppery skin was white when he said something he wasn't sure he should. The man in the passenger seat spoke to Carlos. I don't like the Pentagon either. Above all, I'm not a member of the Pentagon. I wouldn't have hitchhiked like this if I was a member of the Pentagon. It is a good thing to hear, and please don't tell the others that I said that. I don't know what you are talking about. What did you say? Carlos's expression finally released. Thank you. A long sigh came out of the expression. So, what's your name? Then, as if to change the mood, Carlos asked a question that had nothing to do with the conversation so far but could not be avoided. The man answered the question briefly. You can call me Kim. What's your name? It's Young-hoon. Young-hoon Kim. I heard they would call their family first in Korea, so you will be Kim Young-hoon. Is that right? You can call me Kim easily. I'd like that. A city came into their eyes, Las Vegas, a city of tourism and gambling in the past, but now a city of freedom and equality. Carlos, who saw the city, looked at Kim Young-hoon with a pale smile, as if he had found some peace now. Kim, welcome to Las Vegas. 3. It was a bar. Of course, as a liquor seller, the odor of all kinds of alcohol and of all kinds of people was thick. 2 guests appeared at the bar. Carlos, you're still alive. Jacob, the bartender and liquor store owner, greeted Carlos with a smile. I didn't hear from you any news for a while, so I thought you were dead. You're pouring out curses. But isn't it better to live and hear curses than to die and hear harps? I'd rather live and hear good music, though the best thing is to live and drink a beer. I agree, but who's this next to you? Kim, I met him on the way. To be exact, I saved him. Oh, then he'll pay for the drinks today. At the end of the conversation, Jacob and Carlos' eyes were directed at Kim. So naturally, Kim Young-hoon had to pay for the drinks today. They had done this before, obviously. Eventually, Kim put his hand in his arms, took out a pocket instead of a wallet, took out a red jewel from it and threw it at Jacob. Order. Jacob smiled. Give me a beer, Budweiser. Carlos's order for Jacob was an extraordinary one. It was impossible for Budweiser beer to be produced in an era where most of the infrastructure had collapsed. In fact, few of the drinks sold at Jacob's bar were famous in the past. There was nothing but wine and vodka, and not a single beer. But Jacob was not embarrassed. He didn't even get angry. Because he knew in the first place that what Carlos wanted wasn't a real Budweiser beer. I like Budweiser. Jacob didn't even have to give Carlos a Budweiser. All he had to do was put the handmade beer made by himself in a jar labeled Budweiser. In addition, Jacob, who operated a bar after the appearance of monsters, was a man who had experienced countless things. He would not be surprised at anything. And what about you? For your information, vodka or wine is expensive. I can only give you a cup with a red stone. That's a small cup. Coffee. Jacob was surprised by Kim's order. So was Carlos. Coffee? Carlos had to think for a while what the word coffee meant. What does that mean, coffee? After the agony, he made a ridiculous face. On the other hand, Kim Young-hoon looked at Jacob and said, Is there no coffee here? Even if there is coffee, but it's just the beans from almost 2 years ago. It's all right. I'd like a drink, please. Jacob shook his head with a snap. I'll get you when you're in the seat. While Jacob went to prepare a drink and coffee, Carlos and Kim Young-hoon took a seat. And as soon as he took the seat, Carlos said, You have a unique taste for coffee. Oh, no. Coffee is not a unique taste. I drank 3 cups of coffee every day for a long time. Yes, I did. I'm sure I used to have coffee in my mouth. At Carlos' words, Kim did not answer. In addition, Kim was not even looking at Carlos. His gaze was directed at a group in a corner. Is there anything interesting over there? Carlos followed his gaze and looked at the corner. There were people there who were wearing leather jackets made of the skin of a scaly lizard, completely different from their surroundings. Huck! As soon as he confirmed the fact, Carlos quickly turned his head to fear that his eyes might run into them. Then he warned Kim in a low voice. It's hunters from the Pentagon. Don't look them in the eye. If you touch them, you'll be dead from summary judgment. The warning turned Kim's eyes. The two shut their mouths for a moment. The silence was long. I did not expect to meet the Pentagon hunters here. If they are going to provoke a quarrel with me, what can I do? Damn it! Carlos's anxious mind revolved around the conversation he had had with Kim in his Jeep car before coming to Las Vegas shortly before. Is that why? As soon as a waitress put a beer in the bottle of Budweiser and the coffee in the cup of Budweiser, Carlos grabbed the bottle and put it in his mouth. He began to gulp down his beer, as if to swallow the anxiety that had choked his throat. Cha! The effect of the beer was certain. His blocked neck was pierced, and the coolness filled his chest. Yes, I live for this taste. Carlos's closed mouth opened. On the other hand, Kim held a glass of beer hot with coffee and put the coffee in his mouth. He closed his eyes and mouth for a while. He listened to the voices of hunters from the Pentagon who were secretly talking in the corner. So the date? A week from now, in Death Valley. On the day the Vegas Rangers go on a blue-grade monster hunt. We will get rid of Mayor Dean there. At the voice, Kim Young-hoon, who had coffee in his mouth, smiled faintly. Carlos asked him a question, "Why did you come here?" Kim answered the question. "I'm looking for a man." Carlos flinched unknowingly at his changed expression, at the horrifying smile at the end of the reply. "Finally, I've found the starting point. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 154, In America, Part 2. Chapter 154, Episode 154, In America, Part 2. Chapter 54. In America, Part 2. Translator, Khan. Editor, Red. 4. When the Age of Monsters came, when the world was in a mess, and the world began to flood with despair, James Dean was grateful for 3 facts. 1. Being given the ability to kill monsters, and 2. The freedom of the gun laws of the United States. The third was his trusted colleagues and followers. The Vegas Rangers, a gathering of James Dean and the hunters who followed him, was based on these 3 things. They were literally rangers, those who would fight for the safety and peace of the citizens, not for the personal interests and greed of the individual. Their values did not change even after Las Vegas was subordinated to the Pentagon. "We'll go hunting the desert dragon in a week, as planned." That was why James Dean and the Vegas Rangers planned the desert dragon hunt, the creature that owned Death Valley National Park west of Las Vegas. It was a great and noble set of values. It was something that impressed and was admired by everyone, showing rather than hiding. But James Dean didn't reveal it to anyone. It was because of the Pentagon. There is one thing to remember: don't let the Pentagon dogs know that. From the moment the Pentagon made a strange demand to the managers of each city under their command: do not hunt monsters above green grade without the permission of the Pentagon. It was a demand that did not fit the reality of the facts, that one more monster had to be killed faster for the safety of the citizens, and for the safety and future of the nation. But the Pentagon began to do something ridiculous to fulfill its demands, as well as make such a ridiculous request. The moment they know that there will be some kind of interference, they ruthlessly punished those who attempted unauthorized hunting. In addition, in this era, relentless punishment was not simply throwing people in prison. Maybe they are trying to kill us. Though there's no clear proof of that, there's plenty of conviction. It was a situation that deserved to be prepared for death. Yet we have to do it. In this situation, James Dean and Vegas Rangers ignored this request of the Pentagon. There was a reason. If we continue this way, we'll all be the dogs of the Pentagon. The purpose of the Pentagon was the reason. Not just us, but the whole world. The Pentagon was going to use monsters to completely control the land of America. They were going to use the monsters' threat to humans as a tool to rule humans. The problem was that it was an amazingly effective way to do things. And the Pentagon has enough power to do it. James Dean and Vegas Rangers were the evidence. It was not a democratic process of voting that allowed them to become Las Vegas managers. It was because they had the power to fight against the monster's threat. So when he realized the Pentagon's purpose, James Dean no longer intended to accept the Pentagon's demand. Furthermore, he realized that the only way to fight against the Pentagon was to become stronger. So we have to move before them, and if we kill the desert dragon in Death Valley, we can work closely with Los Angeles and San Francisco. They are creating forces to fight against the Pentagon in the West, where the Pentagon can't reach. The hunt for the owner of the Death Valley, the Desert Dragon, was the first starting point. It would be the starting point of resistance to the Pentagon's ambition. In other words, the beginning of the war with the Pentagon. I believe that we can do it. But James Dean did not feel any fear about it, because he had his three things. 5. Death Valley National Park. It has an eerie name, the Valley of Death, but had a slightly different landscape than its eerie name. For this reason, those who saw Death Valley for the first time often expressed their admiration, rather than feeling dizzy or getting goosebumps. The scenery of Death Valley in the eyes of tourists was wonderful. They could feel the grandeur of nature. So the tourists who admired Death Valley's scenery immediately questioned the name. How did this wonderful scene come to be given the appalling name of the Valley of Death? The way to know the answer to the question was simple. A walk through Death Valley in the middle of summer showed everything. If they experienced their sweat drying under the sun of Death Valley, where the temperature could rise to 60 degrees, they had no more questions about why it was called Death Valley. Who? Now a group of 30 men was moving through Death Valley. Moving on foot, without vehicles, they were carrying loads that looked heavy to everyone. It was a strange sight just by looking at them. For the monsters who made Death Valley their home, the sight was a sweet thing that made them hungry. This was the case with the black-horned lizards, who had giant bodies reminiscent of alligators under the barren wasteland, only showing the black horns on their heads. Knowing that 30 prey had come from the senses of their protruding black horns, the black-horned lizards had no desire to wait before the sweet temptation. Ziz! They slowly began to rise from the sands. There was no warning. As soon as they appeared, the black-horned lizards began galloping along the parched ground, orange eyes shining. They were like a sports car trying to set a 0-60 record. It was that fast, that dynamic. To the group of black-horned lizards, the distance from the target was virtually zero. Of course, no matter how fast they were not faster than gunfire. In one moment, 6 shots were fired from each of the 30 men that turned towards the approaching group of black-horned lizards. That was 180 gunshots. What was surprising was that the 180 shots sounded like a single shot. They were quick shots that could not be made by a simple pistol. There were 2 secrets to the quick shot. One was that they used revolvers. The other was that the gunmen were not simple ones, but monster hunters. The 10 black-horned lizards that were racing in front of the results of these 2 secrets became meatballs spraying blood. Upon seeing this, the hunters immediately opened the huge revolvers they had in their hands. From the cylinder of the revolver, shells thicker than the thumb of an adult man fell onto the ground like rain. It was a hunting revolver and bullet specially designed to kill monsters, now the standard of the United States. The perfect handling of such revolvers was the reason these Vegas Rangers were now called Rangers. We don't have to get any bait. James Dean, the head of the Vegas Rangers, smiled at the pile of dead. The results that he and his colleagues produced at the same time always made James Dean smile. It was not just him, the Vegas Rangers all expressed satisfaction at the sight they had created. It's better to finally hunt like this after a long time. I've been a little bored after being stuck in Hoover Dam all these years because of the Pentagon. I agree. A hunter has to hunt. It was proof that they were already skilled hunters, not those who were desperate to survive against monsters, but hunters who were willing to devour monsters. They were hunters who preferred the smell of blood that dried rapidly under the scorching sun to the smell of dried beer in a tavern. Ugh! What? When they suddenly felt an unmarked fear of starting to wash over them, they could tell the reason for the fear, like any skilled hunters. No way. Desert Dragon? The Desert Dragon had come for the Vegas Rangers. 6. There are several iron rules to follow when hunting predators. When one of them meets a predator in an unexpected situation, he or she should not fight. If they could meet in an unexpected situation and be guaranteed victory, they wouldn't have to prepare for the hunt in the first place. That is the characteristic of a hunt. When things go as planned, a group of cats can hunt tigers, but on the contrary, there is only one thing left for the cat to do when the plan goes wrong: to survive with as many as possible. We need to minimize the damage. That's exactly what James Dean thought when everyone was terrified in front of the unexpected appearance of the desert dragon. As soon as he reached it, James Dean looked up at the sky and shouted out loud. "A-U-U-U-U." Howling came out of his mouth, and the howling that he uttered relaxed the Vegas Rangers' bodies, paralyzed by the sudden appearance of the desert dragon. Hoo-yoop. Hoo, dot. The Vegas Rangers began to breathe in the clogged air. The one who breathed before anyone else shouted quickly, "Retreat!" James Dean's long-awaited order froze the Vegas Rangers once again. "What do you mean, retreat?" "No way." Everyone came to the same conclusion with the same resolve. At this moment, James Dean was willing to sacrifice himself, stay alone and buy time for Vegas Rangers to run away. "Captain, we'll stay." The order, of course, was not accepted by Vegas Rangers. They couldn't accept it. Kuyo-eo. At that moment, not so far away, a cry flowed like a river rising through a towering canyon. Behind the cry came a blue-eyed monster, the desert dragon. The 30-meter-long monster had no wings. Instead, it had 4 thick legs, covering piles of sand instead of ironclad scales. It was far from the common dragon, more like a lizard than a dragon. Kuyo-eo. But its presence and the fear of spreading around proved that there was worthy to be called a dragon. Ah! Cock! The Vegas Rangers were starting to tremble. In such a sudden situation, being exposed to the dragon fear this way was not different from being shot while defenseless. Only a few of them who had a high energy rank suffered instead of trembling. What do? I must endure the fear first and unleash the power of the relics. What about the captain? And James Dean, the only one with a rank energy, was running towards the desert dragon. "Captain! My God, dot." When the Vegas Rangers called for James Dean, he was already climbing up a cliff rising vertically. After climbing up the canyon, he was going to throw himself directly onto the tail of the desert dragon. After provoking the desert dragon, he intended to run away in the opposite direction from the Vegas Rangers. In just a moment, James Dean had worked out the simplest, most effective, and sure way. I'll lure the desert dragon away one way or another. In the process, there was no need to renew his determination not to avoid sacrifice to save someone. He had been a victim more than anyone so far. Of course, he kept thinking angrily. It's most likely the Pentagon's trick. As planned, it should have been another day before they encountered the desert dragon. There's no way that the desert dragon randomly came out here. The last place the desert dragon was seen was 40 kilometers from where they were now. Moreover, the desert dragon was not as active as it once was, and it lived in a desert full of sand rather than a canyon. The sand covering its body was proof. To the desert dragon, if the desert was a comfortable home, the barren canyon was like walking out naked. In other words, it was so angry that it ran outside even though it was naked. Unless someone provoked it and mocked it, the chances of meeting it here were infinitesimal. It was a matter of rage. Who the hell? This time the desert dragon hunt had been prepared in more complete security than any other hunt. Who betrayed? In other words, if this information leaked out, it meant that one of James Dean's most trusted colleagues was a traitor. James Dean was more heartbroken that there was a traitor than the fact that he had to fight for his life. Who made this plan that the Pentagon moved so thoroughly? Furthermore, he felt a sense of crisis about the Pentagon. John Smith could never have come up with a plan like this. The Pentagon was not originally a thinking force. They were simple and ignorant, but strong. They were the group that used violence the most violently. But now the Pentagon was using violence cleverly. Damn it! James Dean had run over the canyon and past the desert dragon as he reached the thought, was flying through the air now. He landed behind the long tail of the desert dragon. He immediately aimed at the desert dragon with the large diameter revolver in his hand. If he pulled the trigger, there would be a gunshot, and the desert dragon would turn its giant body around and roar at him. A race of death for survival would begin. Who? James Dean, who recalled that fact, pulled the trigger as he breathed. Blam! The gunshot went off. The chase began. Dash. 7. James Dean was at his limit 10 minutes after the chase began. Gasp, gasp, it was not easy to run away from the desert dragon, which was rushing after him with tremendous speed. It was amazing that he had run away for 10 minutes. In fact, the distance James Dean ran in 10 minutes was just over 5 kilometers. It was no wonder that he reached his limit. This is enough to get everyone to a safe place. It was far enough that he didn't have to worry about his colleagues. James Dean was now getting ready to die, rather than run away anymore. As he was running, he quickly and skillfully inserted the bullets into his revolver's cylinder. Click! James Dean, who had just finished loading up, turned around and faced the desert dragon, pointing the gun at it. Of course, he didn't think he could kill the desert dragon with just a gun. Considering his ability, it would have been more likely to hurt the desert dragon after holding the metal in his hand and injecting energy. Nevertheless, holding a gun was to mark his end like a ranger. I can't believe I am going to end my life like this. James Dean wanted to decorate his end with gunfire, not a crude sound. His dream came true right away. Blam! Gunfire, intense gunfire, shook Death Valley. At the same time, something like a thunderbolt fell down on the body of the desert dragon. Pull what? It penetrated the body of the desert dragon, which was much harder and denser than steel, in a breath. The sight shocked James Dean. What is this? It was an unthinkable sight. Is my gun a relic? But what was more surprising was what happened next. Ah! The scene shocked even James Dean, who had seen all the hardships of life. The desert dragon, its body made of sand, began to collapse and crumble. It was a sight that could only be seen the moment the desert dragon was destroyed, the moment it died perfectly. Oh my God, so the moment James Dean saw the scene, he sought God without realizing it. But it wasn't the God James Dean was looking for that showed up on the body of the desert dragon, which had fallen into a pile of sand. An Asian man who was standing there now. James Dean, mayor of Las Vegas, from now on, your life belongs to me. It was a man with black hair and 2 swords on his back. It was Kim Tae-hoon. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 155 in America, Part III. Chapter 155, Episode 155, in America, Part 3. Chapter 54. In America, Part 3. Translator, Khan. Editor, Red. 8. Las Vegas. The city of tourism and gambling was also a city of crime. Those who lost everything were often more likely to be criminals, and those who gained everything were more likely to be targeted by criminals. There was no better environment for crime to play. Las Vegas was full of hideouts with crime syndicates and secret spaces that were nowhere in the city's design. Even in the days after the monsters appeared, those facts did not change. One of the high-end houses with swimming pools lined up on South 14th Street in Las Vegas, one of the fine homes of a lawyer or accountant, was one of those places. In the basement of the house, where the leader of a small drug trafficking organization lived, there was a bunker built for a nuclear explosion, and inside it was filled with untraceable methamphetamine, guns, bullets, and dollars. It was a place to turn the eyes of criminals red. Failed? But the 2 men who were now there, apparently related to their superiors and subordinates, were not paying any attention to the mess around them. We've confirmed that. Mayor, Dean, moved to lure away the desert dragon as planned. But why is Mayor Dean okay now? I don't know. It was proof that they weren't just criminals whose greatest pleasure was to get high on drugs. Of course, it didn't mean they were good, righteous, and just people. The number of reasons I see is 3. 1. Mayor Dean succeeded in running away from the desert dragon. 2. Mayor Dean killed the desert dragon on his own. 3. You guys were like shit. I don't think the 2 things in front are likely. Well, that's, The leather jackets they wore, made of dragon skin, and the Pentagon designs were far from subtle. They were hunters from the Pentagon. Stop the damn excuses. This case does not allow an excuse. They were now gathering in this secret place and talking. Of course, there would be no such thing as a normal story. Damn, unless Mayor Dean is a fool, he'll solidify the guard from now on and find the traitor. James Dean was the target of the Pentagon hunters who were now in Las Vegas. It was a story to be shared only in private. In addition, Cologne, who was now running wild in front of his men, was a hunter, sent from Texas for this important mission. Of course, he was a trusted, strong man with good experience. The Pentagon would not have sent just anyone to get rid of James Dean, who was considered a hero of Las Vegas. That's why Cologne knew better than anyone else how the Pentagon would treat the incompetent and the failed, and how they would deal with him and his men who had failed to eliminate Mayor James Dean. He knew it so well that Cologne didn't bother himself for long at this moment. There was only one thing he had to do now. If we leave Mayor Dean alive, we will die. They will kill us to get rid of the tail, damn it. Gather. Yes? Gather them all together. All the hunters in Las Vegas. No, not just hunters. Gather everyone you can. Gather the mafia, the gangs. Gather them together. We will kill Mayor Dean directly. To eliminate Mayor James Dean himself was the only way Cologne and his men could survive. Boom! The door of the underground bunker where they were hiding was broken in loudly. What is it? Cologne and his men sprang up from their seats in astonishment. The 2 of them could see a man crossing a broken door. He was an Asian with a sharp appearance. The Asian man stepped slowly towards Cologne. Thud. Then he took the chair that Cologne had just sat down with, and sat down between him and his men. All this was done while Cologne and his men stood firm and watched. There was no resistance, no rebellion at all. What is it, It was because invisible forces were entangling them. The man sitting between the 2 men who were as helpless mannequins spoke slowly, "Let's start a conversation." Yes, at his words, the closed mouth of Cologne was allowed to open. Who are you? At the question, the man didn't show a flicker of expression, let alone an answer. Cologne also realized that what he was talking about could not even be carried away by a man. So Cologne quickly changed his words. Do you know who I represent? It was a sneaky threat. There was a manly response to the threat. A hunter of the Pentagon. The reaction was not very good for Cologne. The fact that his opponent came to him even knowing who Cologne was meant that he was ready enough. But Cologne didn't give up. This is dangerous. He had a hunch that the moment he gave up here, he would be dead. So he was going to do everything he could before he died. That was the reason why Cologne had gone beyond the frivolity of a child and was now speaking childish threats. It was the only thing he could do. If you touch me, the Pentagon won't stay still. I know. That's why I'm here. What's that? From now on, you only answer my questions. 9. Hoover Dam. There were many words attached to this huge block of concrete. One of them was that it was the last structure of mankind. It was not an exaggerated expression. Buildings that were no longer under human control, or their roads, could last for only 200 to 300 years, but Hoover Dam could last for thousands of years. It was a building that would survive to the last minute when mankind died. I think the Pentagon really wants my head. James Dean, the owner of Hoover Dam, had an expression on his face that was not characteristic of the master of the great structure. It was not unexpected, but his face was dull and grim. I didn't expect they were going to make a real plot like this. They bought off a colleague of mine. James Dean had known for a long time that Pentagon considered him an eyesore. It was natural. The two were opposites in what they were pursuing. The Pentagon wanted to divide the world into kings and slaves, and James Dean wanted to make the world a good place to live in. It was natural that the two of them were in one land and collided. The reason for the lack of collision so far was that the Pentagon was located in Washington, D.C., and Las Vegas was located in Western America. It was too far away to make a move. I didn't even know that a man of that kind, Cologne, had come to Las Vegas, which means that not just a man or two was bought off, but a whole part of the city was bought off. But the distance to the Pentagon was now colorless. The evidence was that they had tried to kill James Dean far away in Las Vegas. It was why James Dean looked so terrible. This is my situation now. On the other hand, the man, who was drinking coffee and looking at James Dean, had not changed much. I don't know how I can help you, but you can tell me what you want, because as you say, my life is in your hands. Kim Tae-hoon listened to James Dean with a cool expression and swallowed the coffee he was holding. What I want is a man's life, and now he's at the center of the Pentagon. You want to attack the Pentagon? You want me to help you? No problem. There's no reason not to go on that. James Dean laughed bitterly. At the same time, his eyes were sharp. He had fear of the war against the Pentagon. However, Kim Tae-hoon's expression was still cool. It's okay to take down the Pentagon. I can do that without other people's help. With a calm expression, he uttered words that were not calm. What the hell is that? It's exactly what I said. If I am just knocking down the Pentagon, I wouldn't have to be here. James Dean was embarrassed for a moment. Kim Tae-hoon's appearance came to mind. He killed the desert dragon, a blue-grade monster, with just a gesture. It indicated strongly that Kim Tae-hoon's words were not just bluffs. Kim Tae-hoon continued to explain to him. It took a year or so to bring down the group that committed the crime on September 11, 2001, but it took 10 years to catch the main culprit. In that explanation, James Dean was able to draw a clearer picture of what Kim Tae-hoon wanted. I understand. James Dean was able to understand the picture enough. So what should I do for your plan? Oppose the Pentagon. Do you mean I should distract the Pentagon while you find the target? James Dean thought for a moment and said, the power of Las Vegas will not be enough to deal with the Pentagon. The idea of fighting against the Pentagon was already happening. The desert dragon hunting was also to build forces to resist the Pentagon. If so, it was a great opportunity, not a crisis, now that Kim Tae-hoon could support it. We need to establish an organic partnership with at least San Francisco and Los Angeles, and the Western Alliance. That is the least we have to do. James Dean immediately brought out his plan. The problem is that these three places need to remove the monsters that are the obstacles to organically cooperate, but it's not easy. He also brought out the greatest difficulty in carrying out the plan. Especially in Yosemite National Park, there are 7 blue-grade monsters, the most troublesome. At the end of his words, Kim Tae-hoon answered briefly. That's no problem. James Dean was happy with that. If you help me, I'll be able to subjugate the monsters as soon as I can. You don't have to. But at the answer of Kim Tae-hoon, James Dean had to tilt his head sideways. What does it mean? I removed everything on the way. At this moment James Dean looked blank for a moment. In more detail, James Dean could not grasp the meaning of Kim Tae-hoon's words and could not accept the facts he had deduced. In front of James Dean, Kim Tae-hoon took a sip of coffee in his hand. Oh my God. After the long silence, James Dean's sigh burst out. James Dean stroked his face with his hand. Clearly, what Kim Tae-hoon had told him was good news, and he should be pleased. But James Dean could not feel the joy of this fact. What the hell, the efforts he had made so far seemed to be just a trivial struggle. But Kim Tae-hoon did not intend to comfort him. How long would it take to build a Western alliance that combined LA and San Francisco? Kim Tae-hoon knew better than anyone that comfort was not very helpful in the current era. He knew that only those who felt discontent could survive until now. James Dean did the same. He did not retreat from his fear. The Pentagon has forces in the West, so it will take time to move away from their eyes. I expect it will take about a month. What if you move, regardless of the Pentagon's movements? 10 days is enough, but the Pentagon won't be quiet unless they are distracted elsewhere. A plan flashed into James Dean's mind as he spoke. Texas, he said immediately. If we can destroy Texas, we can build stronger forces to fight against the Pentagon, as well as to earn time. The word Texas narrowed Kim's eyes. As you know, Texas has oil fields. The Texan oil fields were the largest oil fields in the United States. They were basically supplying the rest of the country. In addition, the value of oil fields would be absolute in a situation where most civilizations had collapsed, like now. And Texas is in the center of America. Texas was located in the central southern part of the United States. If the Pentagon and the Western League started a war, Texas would determine the scale of the victory and defeat. So the Pentagon used all its means and methods to make Texas more secure. Of course, the Pentagon was more focused on securing Texas than anywhere else. That's why the Pentagon has the greatest influence in Texas, and at the same time, their anger at the Pentagon is the greatest. The Pentagon had never done anything with charity, mercy, or morality there. As he had said before, there were only kings and slaves in the world of the Pentagon. The resistance is there, and the people of Texas believe in the resistance because real values are admitted everywhere. In Texas, which had suffered the greatest damage and persecution of the Pentagon, the number of people who resisted the Pentagon was also the highest. Who should I go to Texas and help? Jennifer Mitchell is the head of the resistance. What are her outward features? Don't you know her? She was a big actress who had starred in more than a dozen Hollywood films. She was a woman everyone knew. At the question, Kim Tae-hoon made something other than a cool expression for the first time. I'll show you a picture. James Dean said quickly. Instead, he asked, can you do it? Kim Tae-hoon did not answer the question. I need 2 identities that I can get into Texas City quietly with, so I can contact the resistance. Kim Tae-hoon was here to make it work even if it did not work. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 156, Black Dragon Down, Part 1. Chapter 156, Episode 156, Black Dragon Down, Part 1. Chapter 55. Black Dragon Down, Part 1. Translator, Khan. Editor, Red. 1. The Pentagon Building. Once the largest building in mankind, it had so many rooms that it matched its grandeur. There were rooms that had not been used properly for more than half a century since the Pentagon had been built. The same was true of the days after the monsters appeared. When the Pentagon building became the headquarters of the Pentagon, not the United States Department of Defense, nobody felt there was not enough room for the small number of people belonging to the Pentagon who began to live in the Pentagon building. Mao Spencer could quietly watch the globe of Behaim, which showed the location of legendary relics, alone in a room with a sunny window, with a magnifying glass. He was looking at Asia now. It was a small piece of land on the globe, but not China or Japan, the Korean peninsula. Mao was breathing, staring silently at it with a magnifying glass. In Mao's eyes, several very small lights, little more than dust, shone on the Korean peninsula and disappeared. Mao looked away from the magnifying glass. If I see that most of the legendary relics still remain in Korea, there is no particular movement. The globe of Behaim, the first globe of mankind, had the ability to tell the location of legendary relics in the world. It did not inform easily. Once a day a light came up like a lightning strike from the dry sky in the area of legendary relics. The light was not observable by a camera or anything, and only visible to the naked eye. That was why Mao spent his time holding a magnifying glass in front of the globe. Everything is going well. Of course, Mao had no complaints about it. He would not have come here without this Behaim globe. If we gain the Mayan calendar and Dr. Chang's research is fruitful, there will be no more games. Most of all, what Mao was satisfied with was that there would be nothing to stop him sooner or later. Just remembering that, Mao could smile at any time, and under any circumstances. Mr. Mao. Major Qinshan came into his room. What's the matter? The Pentagon is getting busy. As he spoke, Major Qinshan also moved his mouth without any sound, like a carp. Paul Fork left the Pentagon with his troops. Mao received the silent message and immediately analyzed what Qinshan had told him. There was nothing hard about it. If the hyena moves, there's only one reason. Paul Fork was the leader of the hyena unit, one of the core hunter units of the Pentagon. In addition, the hyena unit was a unit that handled what someone had left behind. The fact that they moved meant that someone else did not perform their mission properly. There was only one place where the mission the Pentagon assigned was urgent and important enough for the Paul Fork and the hyena unit to move. There's a problem in the West. It was not difficult for Mao to reach that conclusion. He was not particularly interested in the fact. They found the Mayan calendar. The subsequent words of Qinshan did not let Mao worry about anything else. The Mayan calendar was what Mao had hoped for. Finally, I can wake Quetzalcoatl whenever I want. The world that the six snakes wanted needed monsters, especially a very powerful monster. That way, the world would be afraid of monsters and would be absolutely loyal and obedient to those who fought against the monsters. In other words, the ability to control powerful monsters was the most necessary ability for Mao's world. The strongest and worst dragon is now in my hands. The Mayan calendar, the relic, was a terrible thing that could wake up the Quetzalcoatl, the strongest and worst of the purple-grade monsters. It was the monster of the monsters, and could not be compared to the Orc Emperor or the immortal wolf that had appeared so far. It was a disaster that could lead the world to an end, to final destruction. I've got the best shield. In other words, it was the best shield. No one in the world would want to face Quetzalcoatl in exchange for killing Mao. Even Mao himself did not intend to face Quetzalcoatl. So it was the best shield. There's only one left. So now Mao had only one thing to do, getting the strongest spear that could break anything in the world at once. When Dr. Chang's research is fruitful, even the best spear will come into my hands. It would not be long before even the spear would come in Mao's hand. And as soon as the day came, Mao would not spare what he had. Judgment Day is coming. Mao smiled a deeper smile. At this moment he was sure the game was actually over, until he heard the news from the city of Dallas, the center of Texas. 2. The biggest problem that mankind had faced since the advent of monsters would be sufficiently explained by this short word, energy shortage. People lacked the energy to move their bodies, and they didn't have enough energy to rebuild civilization. In such a situation, the value of oil could not be matched by dollars and gold. It did not take long for those who survived the appearance of the monsters to realize that. The same was true of America. The survivors of the United States, who had the most powerful army in the world, were freer to carry guns than any other country, and were able to win more victories than any other country in the war against the monsters that started suddenly. The world once blamed the legalization of American gun possession, and it was America that was right, because only those with guns could survive when the monsters appeared. That's why all the hunters carry guns. Those who had one naturally began to flock to Texas, where the Texas oil fields were, the most important oil fields in the Americas. That's how the smartest of the survivors knew where to go with their guns. So until mid-2017, Texas was virtually the center of the United States. The major cities, Dallas, Houston, Austin, San Antonio, of the state of Texas were full of people. All the survivors were in Texas, and the power gathered in Texas was beyond common sense. The army was gathered, of course. Everyone believed that this war would not last long. So the Americans in Texas did not doubt that they could win and establish a great America again, until the Black Dragon with blue eyes appeared. However, as soon as the Black Dragon came in, everything collapsed. Texas became ground zero. No one dared to deal with the Black Dragon. Texas was hell at that time. It was even July 4th when it first appeared. On July 4, 2017, with the appearance of the Black Dragon in Texas, virtually all functions of Texas were suspended. It was no different than the Independence Day movie. No, the scene that the Black Dragon vomited its breath was more shocking than the UFO spaceship shooting down the laser beam over the White House on Independence Day. It was an age of despair. It was heavenly luck that the sky had given them to stop the era of despair. But it suddenly fell asleep in the vicinity of Lake Eagle Mountain in Fort Worth. In Fort Worth, one of the most prominent cities in Texas and one of the major cities of survivors gathered in Texas, the Black Dragon fell asleep. However, an Indian Cherokee said it was because of a crystal totem in Eagle Mount Lake. The legendary relic, the Cherokee totem, made the dreadful dragon fall asleep. Of course, at the moment, everyone was distracted by the escape, and before the dragon woke up, they ran away madly. Some to the west, some to the east, but the Black Dragon did not wake up. And then people started to change their minds. It was a sign that bad luck often brought good luck. There are no monsters where the dragon sleeps, and paradoxically Texas has become the safest place in the United States, because the Black Dragon is asleep. Animals could not live by the beast, but humans were animals that could live on cliffs as well as with the beasts if it meant surviving. The Black Dragon was no different. The fugitives flocked back to Texas. For those who had come so far, there was one absolute rule that everyone kept: never touch Cherokee totem, never wake the Black Dragon from sleep. As long as the Cherokee totem is safe, the dragon will be the guardian of Texas. That's the only rule you'll have to follow in Dallas City from now on. Kim Tae-hoon, riding in a Ford truck, nodded at the words. 3. When the Black Dragon began to sleep in Fort Worth, the biggest beneficiary was Dallas, which was next door to Fort Worth. Dallas City had become virtually the center and the whole of Texas. Naturally, everything in Texas was gathered in Dallas City. Oil gathered, people gathered, and hunters gathered. Dallas City began to enjoy an unprecedented boom. The most popular thing in the boom was the bar. It was a natural procedure. Now, the best way to spend time in a boring world without baseball, football, or ice hockey was to play poker, darts, or chat with a red-faced drunk. The same was true of a bar named Dallas Cowboy, located outside Dallas. The bar was crowded, even if it was outside of the city. The bustle did not change much when a new Asian guest came alone. No one was very concerned that the man had two unique swords on his back. The bartender was the same. The bartender did not ask where he came from, what his nationality was, how hard it was to get there, what his job was, or if he was a hunter. They weren't something to be curious about in Texas. What would you like to order? So the bartender spoke briefly and to the point. Coffee. But when the man answered, the mood changed a little. The bartender smiled awkwardly for a moment in front of this ridiculous order. I'm sorry, but I don't sell coffee here. Then a glass of hot water and a mug. The bartender cocked his head again, but it was not a statement of doubt. The bartender's eyes were proof of it. There was no question mark in the bartender's eyes. A man approached in the strange atmosphere of the bartender and the Asian guest. Hey, there. He was a man drinking from a large beer glass filled with beer nearby. I don't know where you came from, but this is a bar. There are only two things you can order: drinks and women. Kim Tae-hoon said quietly at the words of the man filled with the smell of beer, Jenny Mitchell. At that moment the mood changed. Those who seated at a table far away from the bar moved. The men holding the glasses laid them down on the table, and the men who were not holding the glasses moved their hands toward the guns that were on their thighs or sides or at their backs. The atmosphere began to spread, eventually reaching the point of an Asian man who said the name, Jennifer Mitchell. Click. The sound of a revolver hammer being thrown back entered the ear of the man in front of the bartender. The bartender, who had not lost his courtesy in the midst of the situation, stared at the man with an eerie look on his face. Where are you from? Las Vegas. What about the proof? At the cross question of the bartender, he slipped his hand quietly into his trouser pocket. As soon as he saw it, the bartender winked at the person who was pointing the gun at the customer in front of him. Don't pull the trigger, but if something suspicious appears in that pocket, pull it without delay. The man took out a finely folded paper between the gruesome glances. To be exact, it was a movie poster cut off, a shortcut poster with only the leading actress. Inside the poster, a blonde woman with emerald eyes wearing red lipstick was posing in a stiff posture. She was an indescribably charming, captivating woman. The Asian man who took out the poster looked at it and then turned to the waitress who was looking at him from the corner of the bar. Jennifer Mitchell. Blam! Instantly, the gun went off, and with the shot, everyone pulled their guns in response. Dozens of guns locked on one place. The many eyes of those holding the guns also looked at that place. They could see that the man had snatched the bullet from the air as it was. No, to be exact, no one had seen it properly. It was something they could not see with simple eyes, done in an eye blink. Instead, the man who grabbed the bullet with his hand dropped a small hunk of lead, clattering to the floor of the wooden bar, letting them guess what had happened before and after at that moment. No way! Did he catch the bullet? It was an absurd situation. The man who did such a crazy thing in such a situation was still looking at the waitress, without even glancing at other people. Let's start the briefing. Sooner or later, the Black Dragon will come to the city of Dallas. All the functions of Dallas will be paralyzed. Take control of the city of Dallas, aiming at the cracks. The waitress asked the man, "Who are you?" The man spoke briefly at the question. "I'm Kim Tae-hoon, the master of Mac Guild. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 157, Black Dragon Down, Part 2. Chapter 157, Episode 157, Black Dragon Down, Part 2. Chapter 55. Black Dragon Down, Part 2. Translator, Khan. Editor, Red. 4. Jennifer Mitchell. The description of her did not need to be that long. She had blonde hair, green eyes, and was a beautiful woman that most of the world could not help but admire, a world-class actor with 9 Hollywood movies behind her. Her appearance and career were also well known. She had the power to attract and persuade people to follow her. It was often called aura or charisma, and Jennifer Mitchell had it. In addition, she had her own stubbornness and style. She was not just charismatic, she had an aura that could make her one of the most brilliant stars on the stage of Hollywood. It was impossible to become a global actor without a clear sense of self-worth and stubbornness to adhere to her ideals. Her passions were intense, unrivaled, and of course, they did not change much in the monster era. She had charisma and the aura to lead people, and she never intended to live her life because she was not satisfied with the unfairness. That was why she became the leader of the resistance, a so-called Free Liberation Army leader in Texas, which was in the hands of the Pentagon. Would Jennifer Mitchell look sad, like a pathetic heroine in a movie, to an Asian man who she had never seen before, even though he had shown an absurd ability? Of course, she wouldn't. You said Kim, didn't you? Ting. She took out a grenade she had hidden in a pocket between the shabby wrinkles of her skirt, and she pulled out the safety pin at the same time. She asked, keeping the safety handle depressed, Kim, what do you want? The occupation of Dallas City by the resistance. Why are you helping us? Don't get it wrong. Of course, Kim Tae-hoon was not a man to be daunted in this situation. This is not a negotiation or a deal. Rather, the opposite. Kim Tae-hoon's enemies so far had been too great to be frightened by a grenade. If he was really scared and lowered his posture here, it would be an insult to the enemies who had died by Kim Tae-hoon. I'll tell you again. I don't intend to negotiate or make a deal. Crucially, Kim Tae-hoon had many experiences dealing with groups like the resistance. So at this moment, he did not intend to negotiate or deal with them. What he wanted to do was a one-sided demand. To put it bluntly, it was a threat. Jennifer Mitchell's eyes flashed sharply at Kim Tae-hoon. But Kim Tae-hoon's eyes were overwhelming enough to make her nervous, who had been fearless against the Pentagon. Where on earth did he come from? In front of Kim Tae-hoon, Jennifer Mitchell, who had great charisma and aura, could not show her hostility right away. Instead of getting angry, she put her brain to work. She acknowledged that her opponent was out of the ordinary, and she began to consider getting something more advantageous in this situation. Did you say that you were going to wake up the Black Dragon? Don't be ridiculous. If you wake up the Black Dragon, Texas, including Dallas, will be destroyed. She got to the point. The most shocking and key thing Kim Tae-hoon had said was that he would wake up the Black Dragon sleeping in Eagle Mountain Lake. Please don't think that we didn't do it because we didn't know about it. What the resistance forces of Texas were pursuing was not like overthrowing the regime. It was to prevent the unjust, inhumane, immoral Pentagon from hurting anyone. Of course, the Texas resistance had never thought of waking the Black Dragon just to hurt the Pentagon. Using the Black Dragon to drive out the Pentagon would be like bringing a tiger home to deal with a local mad dog. It was not a good idea for anyone who called Texas their home. If anyone wanted to wake the Black Dragon, the resistance would be willing to hold hands with the Pentagon to stop them. From that point of view, Kim Tae-hoon, who was going to wake up the Black Dragon rather than the Pentagon, was more dangerous. Kim Tae-hoon answered her question with a cool expression. The role of the Black Dragon is to paralyze Dallas with the fear for a while. Jennifer Mitchell asked back, with a ridiculous laugh. You can kill the Black Dragon any time you like it, as I see you're babbling about like that way? In her cross-question, Kim Tae-hoon lightly spread his right hand instead of answering. Ugh! At that moment, Jennifer Mitchell's grip on the grenade faltered. Thud! The grenade fell to the floor. Oh, no! Jennifer Mitchell was surprised, and the people around her were shocked. At that moment, lives flashed before people's eyes. The grenade that fell to the floor was sucked into Kim Tae-hoon's hands. Kim grabbed the grenade tightly and squeezed. The grenade crumpled like an empty can of drink. 3 seconds later, there was rumbling bang, and a small explosion broke out in Kim's hand. Kim Tae-hoon's hand was covered with the scales of the dragon, and his eyes were slitted like a dragon's. It was the draconian mode. The explosion of the grenade was just a minor nuisance to Kim Tae-hoon, who wielded a power that was mighty and transcendent. Kim Tae-hoon kept his draconian mode and unfolded his palm covered with scales. The grenade fragments tinkled to the floor. Nobody could sigh or even show surprise in front of the scene. It was so shocking it made them impossible to judge it rationally. In the stillness, Kim Tae-hoon said quietly, "A couple of days from now, at 11 p.m., the Black Dragon will appear in Dallas. There may be a slight error on the time, so take it and prepare." Kim Tae-hoon looked at the bartender for the last time and said, "Hot water and a mug." 5. The first thing the Pentagon did after it took over Texas was to replace the mayors of Texas' major cities with those who suited their tastes. In the process, the Pentagon was supported by many influential, experienced, and talented people. It was so natural. It was like holding some of the absolute power that Texas would become the center of the Americas, and even of the world, in the future. The Pentagon, furthermore, only admitted kings and slaves. Being the owner of the city under the Pentagon was virtually the same as being a king. In this background, Bean Cohen, who had become the mayor of Dallas, was, of course, one of the most influential figures in the Pentagon. I am not satisfied with only Dallas. In addition, Mayor Bean Cohen had no intention of being satisfied with his position now. There was also more prey. If I eat up to Houston, Texas is practically mine. In fact, Houston was not very attractive, geographically and economically, in the present situation. If I eat up only the institutes there, instead, Houston had the most famous state-of-the-art research institute in the world, NASA. The Johnson Space Center, one of NASA's affiliated organizations, was also located in Houston. Now it's NASA that's going to develop a new era. In the present era, there would be a question of what use rocket scientists were, but if they were smart, including the Pentagon, they had to notice them. Rather, it could be said there was no one as important as NASA researchers in the present age. This was a characteristic of space research. Studying the universe was like studying the way of survival in the unknown future of a terrible, harsh universe. In a way, NASA's researchers were the ones who fired rockets at the moon with computers that were worse than people's smartphones. They were the best brains to face the monsters and the unknown times beyond. If they're all in my hands, it's not impossible for me to devour the Pentagon. That was why Mayor Bean Cohen coveted Houston. If he had the oil fields of Texas, the countless hunters and combat weapons gathered here, and the manpower and technology to face the future, he would no longer be afraid. And it was not long before it might be possible. Not long. By the end of the year. There's nothing to worry about. There's nothing to fear. Mayor Bean Cohen's plan was making steady progress. There was nothing to fear now. But what the hell, in that situation, the mayor of Bean Cohen was feeling creepy all over his body. It was so strange. I've never felt this way before. No, I think I've had this feeling before. What was even more strange was that Mayor Bean Cohen felt that this strange sensation was not the first time. It was not the first time that his whole body felt creepy, and his spine was cold without knowing anything. It was not the first time. But if this experience was not the first time, he should remember when. In the end, Mayor Bean Cohen had to frown while he was groping for memories. What the hell is it? The frowning face of Mayor Bean Cohen began to spread. He looked beyond surprised and startled to pale. No way. The Black Dragon? He remembered the monster that had made Texas a crucible of fear and despair in only one morning. Coup. The Black Dragon appeared in Dallas. 6. The appearance of the Black Dragon, which crushed human reason and common sense by just appearing in the sky, was sudden and intense. Soon after, it slowly came down to the ground, flapping its wings, and the buildings of Dallas were buffeted by the winds. When it reached 10 meters above the ground, the Black Dragon stopped flapping its wings. The body of the Black Dragon, 10 meters high, created a shockwave that everyone could feel throughout Dallas. Coup. With its neck raised high, the fear that it had vomited to the sky left all the living things in Dallas City just barely alive. Almost everyone in Dallas fell to the ground, mindless with fear. Run away. Only a few people with high energy rank did not faint, but that was all. Even if reason and thinking remained, they could not hope to do anything. There was only one person on earth who could withstand the dragon fear without any preparation. In other words, only those who had prepared could move. Who? That way why the Texas resistance, after long sighs and some trembling, could bear the dragon fear. Jennifer Mitchell was one of them. Move. So they began to move to regain Dallas City, where everything had stopped. At that time, the only man on Earth who could stand in front of the dragon fear without any preparation was facing the dragon. That was enough to stop the black dragon, who could melt the whole city of Dallas with its deadly poisonous breath. KRRR. It was amazing. A monster that could not be confronted by anything was warily watching a man who stood in front of its fear. Frozen with vigilance, it could not move at all. KRRR. It just stared at the man with its own eyes, the man with two swords on his back. However, the man didn't care much about the black dragon's attention, vigilance, and anger. Instead, the man was only looking at a watch on his wrist. At last, when 10 minutes had passed, Kim Tae-hoon confirmed the time and looked at the black dragon, not the clock. At the same time, behind Kim Tae-hoon's back, 3 beads made of blue thunder, red flame, and blue ice appeared, sparking with power. The black dragon hunt began. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 158, Black Dragon Down, Part III. Chapter 158, Episode 158, Black Dragon Down, Part 3. Chapter 55. Black Dragon Down, Part 3. Translator, Khan. Editor, Red. 7. Dallas, Texas. The number of security guards and hunters stationed in City Hall was over 1,000. But the important thing was that they were elites, not lacking in quality. The quantity and quality were not just in the hunters. There was nothing lacking in the relics and items they owned. Their weapons were among the best. Armed with weapons from America, not the rest of the world, the beginning and source of the power of the United States, the forces of Dallas had the power to fight against any country. On every road into the City Hall M1 Abrams tanks were stationed, now eerily quiet, and inside the City Hall, a week's worth of ammunition was stored. It was a fortress that could not be conquered by any force. But now all that power was fallen and groaning on the floor. The impregnable castle had turned into an ownerless one. Go in. Move fast. The resistance quickly entered the ownerless castle. There was no battle, nor did the rebels kill the fallen soldiers of the Pentagon. Avoid battle as much as possible. Find Bean Cohen. The resistance did not have much time, and what the resistance wanted in the first place was not blood vengeance, but the realization of legitimate value. The slaughter of the defenseless did not fit the values they followed. Don't be in a hurry to fight if you find Mayor Bean Cohen. Above all, Mayor Bean Cohen, who they wanted to catch, was not a hunter who could be helplessly hurt by the dragon fear. As a hunter of the Pentagon, he was one of the most experienced hunters who had ever participated in powerful monster hunting. The mere act of dealing with him had already run out of time. As soon as possible. Crucially, Jennifer Mitchell, who led this operation, was still not sure. He may not kill the dragon. Kim Tae-hoon, who had suddenly appeared and called out the black dragon, had been silent for a long time. It was a great thing in itself. Anyone could wake up the black dragon, but it was impossible for anyone to attract the awakened black dragon to Dallas. The problem was what came next. If Kim Tae-hoon could not kill the black dragon, the problem would become so big that nobody could control it. No, it makes no sense to deal with the black dragon alone. And it was true that the possibility that Kim Tae-hoon would kill the black dragon alone was not good enough to imagine itself. Where on earth did he come from? For Jennifer Mitchell, in case of the worst, they needed to get at least something. Securing Mayor Bean Cohen was the minimum profit she could get at this moment. Quickly, anyway. So when she moved to the City Hall, leading her subordinates to find Mayor Bean Cohen, a huge roar shook the City Hall. The subsequent cry of the black dragon shook everyone's energy once again. You loop! The resistance was also affected. Jennifer Mitchell's face stiffened for a moment. One of her men came to her and reported the situation. He started fighting the black dragon. What's the situation? Well, Jennifer Mitchell guessed that the situation was going badly at the appearance of a blurred subordinate. And her guess was not totally wrong, as the situation was not so good for the Black Dragon. The Black Dragon is being overwhelmed. 8. Kim Tae-hoon came to the United States and did not bring a single legendary relic with him. Bringing a legendary relic with him in a situation where Mao had a tool to locate legendary relics was in fact no different than revealing his whereabouts to him. It was obviously a matter of power, because Kim Tae-hoon's legendary relics were overwhelming and powerful enough to make them incomparable to other relics. However, Kim did not care much. He was confident even if he was weakened in power. He had the confidence to kill a monster of the blue grade with his own ability, without the help of legendary relics. He was showing the reason for his confidence against the Black Dragon now. The start was the flames of furry crocodile and telekinetic bead of Freezer's ice thorns. 2 fire and ice beads, now large enough to encapsulate a human body, roamed over the Black Dragon and began to melt or freeze its scales. On top of such melted or frozen scales, the telekinetic bead of blue thunder vomited the power of lightning. The blue lightning the telekinetic bead constantly threw out was a terrible attack. The Black Dragon lost its armor as its scales burst. A scream burst from the Black Dragon's jaws. Even its amazing resilience couldn't deal with the pain. Of course, those attacks were not the end of it. The 2 swords brought by Kim Tae-hoon, the sword of the Imperator and Anamara Kunitsuna, flew into the air toward the Black Dragon. Their flight stopped in the eyes of the Black Dragon. The Black Dragon closed its eyes tightly. It was a gesture of pain, and at the same time, a sign that the Black Dragon was exhausted. The angry dragon closed its huge mouth tightly after looking at Kim. The thick darkness began to wriggle in its throat. When the Black Dragon opened its mouth, a black liquid was spewed out of its mouth like a laser beam. The liquid swallowed Kim Tae-hoon's body instantly. It was poison and acid. The poison was so powerful that it could melt a lump of concrete or an asphalt road. Just smelling it would kill someone. The poison naturally affected Kim Tae-hoon's body, but that was all. Kim Tae-hoon was still alive in front of the poison. Ugh! Although he frowned at the pain and moaned for a second, Kim Tae-hoon did not die. His flesh, which had been poisoned to death, quickly began to regain its original color, and his eroded body quickly gained new flesh. Kim Tae-hoon could not die, because he had the immortal ability. His ridiculous recovery ability refreshed his body. Of course, there was no energy or health consumed in the process, since the inexhaustible infinity of Orkhan was now Kim Tae-hoon's. Even Kim Tae-hoon's clothes did not melt in front of the Black Dragon's acid breath. Only the dye melted away and the original color of his leather clothes, made from the Orkhan's skin, was revealed. The most powerful attack which the Black Dragon could use did not work on Kim Tae-hoon at all. It was a worse situation than the Black Dragon could believe. But, as always, the worst it could expect was not the worst. Kim Tae-hoon was ready to show the Black Dragon the worst. He took the gilt bronze incense burner of beech from his bag. In the distant lands of America, a golden phoenix appeared. 9. The great phoenix, made of golden smoke, screamed a clear tone toward the sky. At the foot of the phoenix was a huge dragon's carcass, which had been torn to pieces in a mess. The Black Dragon, who had horrified the whole country, including Texas, was bleeding, the most miserable thing in the world. A man appeared between the biggest wounds on the Black Dragon's body. Dripping. The appearance of the man, who had the black blood and poison of the Black Dragon all over his body, was terrible. His whole body seemed to be melting. But every time he stepped out of the body of the Black Dragon, his body gradually regained its original color and form. Soon after, Kim Tae-hoon, who had regained his original appearance, looked at the dark blue crystal in his hands with his black eyes. Equals 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 equals. Black Dragon's crystal. The level of strength and health increases when ingested. The skill proficiency of energy rank increases when ingested. The skill proficiency of mana rank increases when ingested. The skill proficiency of telekinesis rank increases when ingested. The skill proficiency of defense rank increases when ingested. The skill proficiency of mana resistance rank increases when ingested. You can acquire the power of the Black Dragon, Black Poison, when ingested. Equals. After checking, Kim Tae-hoon put the Black Dragon's crystal into his mouth. The skin in his mouth burned from the poison. It was a poison of terrible power. But Kim Tae-hoon didn't mind the fact and swallowed the crystal. The burning sensation in his throat made him feel sick to his stomach. He smiled bitterly and checked the back of his right hand. Acquired ability. Black Poison, Grade 2 Black Dragon's power can consume mana to create a powerful black poison. The higher the power of black poison, the stronger the acidic ability. Not bad. To be honest, it wasn't exactly the kind of ability he needed. He already had so much power that it was nearly nothing. However, he had no intention of reusing it. When a snake had legs, it would become a monster. He was willing to be a monster. He could hear footsteps approaching him. It was not difficult to gauge their identity. The only group that could move in the city of Dallas were those who had listened to his warning and prepared for it. You, Jennifer Mitchell, who saw the Black Dragon's dead body in the distance, was unable to even make a face. In front of this ridiculous scene, she was simply unable to decide what expression she should have. The situation at the moment was that weird. Even though she was wearing tights that clung to her body, she just looked dull at this moment. What about the mayor? Kim Tae-hoon asked her a question. Only then did Jennifer Mitchell come to her senses, and opened her mouth. We got him. When he heard the answer, he did not bother to ask a new question. Now there was only one thing he had to do. Preparation is over. Cracks were made in the west, and cracks were growing in the middle. Now, the place Kim Tae-hoon should go to next was one place. Now, I will catch Mao. Washington, D.C., to the east, was Kim's next destination. 10. Ugh, when Mayor Bean Cohen woke up with a moan, it was a gray world that faced him. Damn it. But Mayor Bean Cohen was not very embarrassed in front of the world he faced. I was caught. He understood the situation easily. It wasn't hard to figure out that he was tied up now, that he had a sack on his face, and that the sack that covering his face had carried coffee beans. Resistance bastards. Finally, Mayor Bean Cohen could even recall the fact that Jennifer Mitchell was among those who had attacked him. Naturally, all these facts were saying that he had been taken hostage by the resistance. Crazy people. The only thing that complicated his mind was the Black Dragon's fear. I had never thought that they would wake the Black Dragon to catch me. Anyone could use the Black Dragon to mess up Dallas City. The problem was that no one would try it. They finally made the attempt. In addition, this attempt was irreversible. They are done. No matter how good the rebels pretended to be, no one in Texas would follow the resistance after they woke the Black Dragon. The resistance had now become a public enemy in Texas. So Mayor Bean Cohen thought that this moment was a crisis of desperation, and at the same time the best opportunity. If I escape, I'll go to the Pentagon and bring the troops back to Texas. Texas will not help the rebels anymore. If he could reclaim Texas with the help of the Pentagon after his escape, he could completely root out the resistance that was his biggest headache. Furthermore, once the Black Dragon woke up, the Pentagon would eventually go Black Dragon hunting with all its might. The oil fields in Texas were something the United States could not give up, and that, of course, meant the Pentagon. Then, Mayor Bean Cohen would no longer have to tolerate the gruesome Black Dragon next to him. The crisis had become an opportunity. How should I escape? Of course, overcoming the crisis was more important than anything else. If he did not escape like this, he would be used as a hostage, and he would certainly face the worst. Who? Mayor Cohen took a breath and listened to the sounds around him. Then he heard the voices of the resistance. Why aren't we killing Mayor Cohen? They say he will be used as a hostage. Damn it, why don't we just take a hostage after we kill him? He is Bean Cohen, a hunter of the Pentagon. He is a superhuman who could escape by himself at any moment. What can we do? Now we are in trouble because our boss woke up the Black Dragon. We should have a hostage. From their voices, Mayor Cohen relaxed more. As I thought. It was then he that heard their voices exclaim in surprise. Ha? Whom? Who is it? There was a cry, but that was it. Nothing else was heard. Instead, the sound of two bodies hitting the floor tickled the waiting ears of Cohen. At that moment, Bean Cohen felt intuitive that some unwelcome visitor to the resistance had come here to find him. Someone's here. Cohen's prediction was right. The sound of a person came close to him, and the person peeled off the sack covering his face. Are you Mayor Bean Cohen? Mayor Cohen looked at the man who had saved his life, an Asian man with dark hair and a sharp expression. Who are you? Mr. Mao sent me. Mr. Mao? Yes, as you know, Texas is. I know, Mr. Mao is interested in the NASA Institute in Houston. Anyway, that's a relief. Through his good intentions. I'll help you escape to Washington, D.C. Thank you. What's your name? You can call me Kim. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 159, Judgment Day, Part 1. Chapter 159, Episode 159, Judgment Day, Part 1. Chapter 55. Judgment Day, Part 1. Translator, Khan. Editor, Red. 1. John Smith, the head of the Pentagon, which was now the controller of the land of America, was not the kind of person who used his brain to do things. He thought that the most valuable thing in the monster era was power, not intelligence. That was why he didn't have a meeting with his men, staying in one place and working hard on a difficult problem. He knew better than anyone that he could not do anything at such a meeting, and so he didn't feel it necessary. John Smith was a man who might not be clever, but he was not stupid. He was a man who focused only on what he could and should do. A general meeting, unexpected. As soon as John Smith called all the key executives of the Pentagon into the Ground Zero Cafe at the center of the Pentagon, and Mao was included in the list, Mao could see that it was not just a simple situation. Did you see any signs? In addition, what Mao asked Major Chinshan was that he did not sense any signs of this not-so-simple situation. No, nothing. The parking lot was clean, and there was no movement from other people. If there had been any sign, Major Chinshan would have informed Mao. Something came straight, without such a sign. What John Smith was doing something he did not normally do, meaning that something was delivered through direct lines of communication. Something serious, it must be breaking news. If it's enough to make John Smith move like this, it must be a huge threat. Did they even rouse the Black Dragon in Texas? John Smith, who was confident and convinced that he had already become king of the world, was an arrogant and leisurely man. So at this moment, Mao felt something of a crisis. Whatever it is, I'll have to do something dangerous. Prevention is better than a cure. That was the secret of Mao's survival so far, and at this moment he stood by it. Major Chinshan. Yes, sir. Go there now, and if you don't hear from me, just do what I said. Then destroy it. At that remark, Chinshan only nodded instead of answering. 2. Bean Cohen knew Mao Spencer when the Pentagon was organized and he became an executive in it, not just a hunter. John Smith called Bean Cohen and told him that there were the 6 snakes behind him, and that there was a man named Mouse Spencer at the center of it. He also told him about what the 6 snakes were after and the world Mouse Spencer hoped for. Bean Cohen admired him. When Mouse Spencer lost everything, came to America, and bowed his head to John Smith, Bean Cohen did not see him as a weak man. All the more, he was impressed. This guy is definitely different. This is someone who wants to be the ruler of the world. This is a scheme to bury his pride for the next step. Furthermore, Bean Cohen was sure that Mouse Spencer had not lost everything, and there must be a secret weapon for a quick reversal of his situation. For Mouse Spencer, there may still be one hidden thing. And this man is one of them. And at this moment, he was sure that one of the hidden weapons was the man in front of his eyes. Kim. The man who had only introduced himself as Kim now easily escaped with Cohen from the city of Dallas, which was now under the control of the resistance. What kind of training can give him this ability? In the process, Kim had completely avoided the surveillance of the resistance. Without a single battle, without a gunshot, Kim made Cohen escape from Dallas City. What was surprising was after that. We are going to Washington now. The distance to travel is about 1,200 miles, so we are going to move 60 miles a day, and we'll be in Washington in 20 days. The distance for the journey to Washington, which began with the escape from Dallas City, was 1,900 kilometers. Kim showed his amazing ability during the journey without a single proper tool in a situation full of monsters, not just a journey. How can we not meet a monster once in a trip of more than 1,000 miles? They had not encountered a monster, and Kim always found something to eat in some way in the wilderness. It was not simply something that a powerful hunter would show. It was more than that. It was the ability that only a survival specialist could show in a place where survival was harder than anything before becoming a hunter. It was on the level of astonishment beyond admiration. That's great. Can I ask you a question? I'll answer any questions I can. What the hell happened in Asia? Can you tell me why Lord Mouse Spencer came to America with a man with such a great talent? Cohen asked Kim at the end of the long journey why Mouse Spencer, who had a man as strong as Kim, had moved to the United States after losing everything, and who it was that had knocked down Mouse Spencer and driven him so far away. However, Mouse Spencer had not told anyone but John Smith about his story. He was humiliated, but he did not speak about it as much. From Cohen's point of view, it was a big question. What kind of monster is there in Asia? Kim shook his head at the question. I can't answer that. What kind of monster is there in Asia? Just tell me what you feel. I'm sorry. Kim shook his head again, and Cohen no longer asked Kim, because now was time to face something more important than this question, and he did not need an answer. No, it's okay. I'm already grateful to you. After speaking, Cohen looked up far away. The picture of Washington came into his eyes. The 20-day journey was over. 3. Washington, D.C. The capital of the United States, the world's strongest country, the most powerful country in human history, was just a wonderful city on the surface. It was planned and designed. In other words, it was a city where everything from 1 to 10 was planned to make its capital, so it could not just be cool. Of course, the Washington, D.C., which the world saw was not the real face of the city. The truth of Washington was revealed when they feel a fatal threat. At the moment of a fatal threat, everything in the city proved to be prepared for urban defense and war. In particular, after the September 11th terrorist attacks, the United States remodeled everything in Washington so that they would not go through the same incident again. The United States had hidden a powerful thorn inside itself, and nothing dared to do anything in Washington. Now Washington was covered with its thorns. I didn't know Washington was like this. I didn't know either. There are so many weapons hiding all over Washington. Numerous weapons, including tanks, had been deployed throughout Washington. It was armed with enough weapons to fight the world right now, What on earth are they guarding against? Anything that is not normal. The same was true of their vigilance. It was virtually impossible to pass without a trace, without sound, through the strict borders. The road to the Pentagon was even worse. Inside the Pentagon, the security was so severe that no one could enter even if they wanted to. The reason for the security was simple. According to the report by the Hyena Unit, the Western Alliance has already been formed, with locations in San Francisco, Los Angeles, and Las Vegas. There must be strong monsters between the three cities, including Yosemite National Park. All the blue-grade monsters in Yosemite National Park have been removed. The blue-grade? I guess they have been preparing for it. The rebels of Texas succeeded in killing the black dragon that appeared in Dallas. The black dragon is one of the most powerful dark blue-colored monsters. Were the rebels alone? Are you sure? The body of the black dragon has now been identified. In addition, the news is spreading in Texas, the news that the rebels have killed the black dragon, and it's not easy to stop the news from spreading. The resistance forces are using this momentum to expand their influence in Texas. Not one, but two great threats shook the Pentagon. It was their first time. The Pentagon had never been in a crisis. The Americans were so rich that it was not lacking to call them blessed by God. The crisis they had faced in the meantime was an opportunity to grow one step further after a crisis. There's a rumor that some organizations have helped the Western Alliance and the Texas rebels. The threat to them now, the threat to the existence, was hard to bear. John Smith was forced to massage his temples repeatedly in front of the report. And so was Mao. Clearly, it is Mac Guild. He was intuiting that this report was not simply a simultaneous coincidence. Furthermore, he was able to clearly measure the existence of the culprit who had committed all this. In fact, Mao had expected it. The Mac Guild is expanding its territory, starting in the western United States. Yes, they can't be bound by the Korean peninsula forever. Kim Tae-hoon was dead. It was the conclusion Mao had made using all the information networks he had. Kim Tae-hoon's death was, of course, a fatal event for Mac Guild. But that did not mean that the Mac Guild had lost all power. Without Kim Tae-hoon, the power of the Mac Guild was still very powerful. The number of legendary relics they had was not only extraordinary, but above all, they had the legacy left by the strongest hunter, Kim Tae-hoon. The influence of the Mac Guild was felt across the whole of Eurasia, and it was natural that their next purpose was to come to the Americas. It will not be easy to bring down the Pentagon. But Mao did not worry much about it. The Pentagon and the city of Washington, where the Pentagon was located, were perfect enough fortresses for Mao to have confidence in them. Intruders were coming into a system that the United States had set up for war with the world, but they could not come in without a sound, without damage, without any trace. Mayor Bean Cohen has arrived in Washington, and he's on his way here. And then there was news that Mao and the Pentagon executives had been waiting for so long. 2 days ago that they were contacted by Bean Cohen, who was captured by the resistance forces, but lucky enough to escape. The moment they were contacted, the Pentagon decided to listen to him and make a judgment. That was why John Smith's right hand, massaging his temples, stopped, and had a clear sign of awakening. John Smith looked up. Call them all here. 4. Who? The National 9.11 Pentagon Memorial. When he looked at the place erected in honor of the 9/11 victims, he felt his heart cool. Now calm, he walked toward the Pentagon. There was a man behind him. Kim was moving along with Bean Cohen like a shadow, and no one stopped him. Bean Cohen's name and face were the most obvious ID card amid the tight watch. None of the fully armed soldiers stopped Bean Cohen from proceeding. Everyone was saluting and glad to welcome Bean Cohen. Their first stop was in the center of the Pentagon, in front of the door to the Ground Zero Cafe. Now they stood there, where the specially designed iron door was blocked. Thank you. Bean Cohen reached out to Kim for a handshake. Only Bean Cohen could enter through the door, and for that Kim had escorted him this far. I wouldn't have been able to get here without you. Bean Cohen did not miss out on his heartfelt gratitude. But Kim did not respond to that handshake. He did not even nod without saying anything. Kim? Instead, Kim ignored Cohen and opened the door to the Ground Zero Cafe. In this sudden situation, not only Cohen but everyone waiting by the door were shocked. But that was all. Their astonished bodies were still stiff and unable to move. I can't move. As soon as the door opened, a building was seen between the trees and the green grasses that were located before him. I am Kim Tae-hoon, the master of Mac Guild. Kim Tae-hoon shouted at the place. I'm here to get the price of blood. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 160 Judgment Day, Part 2. Chapter 160, Episode 160, Judgment Day, Part 2. Chapter 55. Judgment Day, Part 2. Translator, Khan. Editor, Red. 4. Ground Zero Cafe. The grove in the center of the Pentagon was like the heart of the Pentagon. The reason it was the heart was simple. That was where John Smith was. The fact was the obvious reason for the heart. Kim Tae-hoon of the Mac Guild? Ah. John Smith was such a person for the Pentagon, the organization center, the core, and all-in-one man. He was a man of violence who could fight against a monster with overwhelming strength in an age full of monsters. In short, he was the strongest man in the Pentagon. To John Smith, Kim Tae-hoon's presence and his visit were, of course, not pleasant. That's him. That's him. Kim Tae-hoon complicated his mind, made his chest stuffy, and caused irritation and anger. It was all there. Mao, didn't you say he was dead? John Smith was angry and irritated by Kim's appearance, but showed no other feelings. He must have been alive. There was no sign of panic. Mao's pale, weary look and John Smith's face were perfectly contradictory. Ha! Seeing Mao, who looked like a frightened little boy, John Smith asked no more questions. He didn't even have questions. He rose immediately from his seat and walked out of the cafe without any hesitation. There was no one to stop him. The strongest man here was John Smith, and no one could stop him from doing anything. Of course, there was no one who could protect and escort him, the strongest. Protecting John Smith was an insult to his strength. When John Smith left the cafe, he was able to face Kim Tae-hoon. I am John Smith, the head of the Pentagon. Introductions were over. Considering the characters of the two, the introductions were all they could do to each other at this time. You said you are Kim Tae-hoon, what did you come here for? Kim Tae-hoon did not answer John Smith's question. He gave a brief notice. You can choose whether to cooperate by yourself or to cooperate by force. John Smith laughed at the notice, as if he were grateful that Kim Tae-hoon had said that. Yes, you should do that. He nodded further. It's fun for you to come out like that. John Smith was a hunter who had been chosen by God beyond his natural level. He was different from the beginning. When the monster appeared, he became an awakener, and from the moment he became an awakener, his ability was different. All his ranks were above B rank. Among them, energy and mana were a rank. It was so ridiculous that it could not be explained simply by the word luck. It was more appropriate than anyone to say that God had chosen him. Of course, he was different from the beginning. He was on the eating side, not the being eaten side, from the start. He had destroyed or devoured quite powerful monsters, as well as clumsy awakeners. He was even different from the starting point. Most people entered the age of monsters in homes and buildings with nothing, in blocked subway stations, and in big marts. John Smith entered this era in the military. In the US military, regarded the strongest in human history, he had started a war with monsters. He had not experienced a real defeat or crisis. In the days of monsters and repeated fighting, he felt bored. It was the boredom that there was no enemy to fight against with his full power. It was the thirst to test his strength properly once again. Those who had power at the apex were supposed to have it. When I heard about you, I wanted to fight you. It's my last warning. Decide whether you will cooperate or not. Kim Tae-hoon gave notice to John Smith. John Smith smiled instead and pulled up the energy inside. His eyes turned golden. The golden light that began in his eyes wrapped around his whole body. His muscles were swelled to bursting and at the same time became so strong that even a bullet could not pierce them. The muscle fibers had become steel. It was a clear answer. John Smith had no intention of cooperating. That was all he could do. As soon as John Smith finished all preparations for the battle, Kim Tae-hoon finished everything. Whack! Kim Tae-hoon's body narrowed the distance to John Smith at once, and his black fist made John Smith's golden body a headless body. It was a futile but natural result. If a puppy was not afraid of a tiger, the result was obvious. John Smith, who lost his head, fell to the ground, just like that. What is this? What the hell? No one moved. Everyone stood there paralyzed, unable to even swallow. It was ground zero. Literally, everything became zero without being able to resist. Only one man moved there. Mao Spencer appeared before Kim Tae-hoon. 5. The Spencer family where Mao was adopted was a noble family of England. Theirs was not a great story. The Spencers needed a talented person to shine and decorate their family, and Mao, a Hong Kong-born child with an outstanding talent for art, was their desired person. For Mao, the Spencers were the best stage to unleash his talents to the fullest. It was no loss to anyone. The life after he had the name Mao Spencer was so flat. Everything he wanted was his. There was no failure, no frustration. It was the same after the advent of the monsters. By the time the monsters appeared, Mao was managing artifacts for a new exhibition of the British Museum. The Hames Globe was one of them, and the Codex Gigas was also one of them. There were a lot of relics in his hands. Even Mao was preparing for the exhibition by filming all of them over and over with his camera. The first person to discover the relics was Mao. That alone was the end of the game. Mao was able to grasp the value of relics before anyone else after the arrival of the monsters, and the name Spencer became a power in a chaotic age. In the meantime, after he grasped Stonehenge's ability to move through space, Mao then put into practice the idea that he only imagined before. Mao moved to Taiwan with everything. He was quickly aware of the limitations that the country of England would face in the age of monsters. In England, Mao Spencer was just an outstanding man, but the moment he appeared in Taiwan with everything, he could be a savior. There was no worry about choosing between hero and god, the difference was obvious. After that, everything went smoothly, as planned and as hoped. Mao created a group called the Six Snakes, and he used the relics of the British Museum and the Taiwan Palace Museum to extend the influence of the Six Snakes. In an era of chaos, the truth of the Six Snakes was the only truth that could deal with the confusion. Mao, who created the truth, was like God. That was what he wanted. Mao didn't want to be the ruler of the world. He didn't mean to be a king or an emperor. He didn't mean to be immortal, with only one line in the history books, and a name and a story left. God. As time went by, he wanted his existence to become more and more enormous and great. Mao did not want to be a man who was loved or chosen by God, he wanted to be God himself. So, at this moment, Mao was confident that he would be God himself and immortal. There's still a chance. I'm not dying. No, I can't die. So, Mao was confident that he would not die here today. If I live here, no one can kill me. That was why Mao appeared in front of Kim Tae-hoon. 6. You're smaller than I thought. I thought you'd be an absurd monster. The first meeting between the two, Mao and Kim Tae-hoon, which could not be explained as simply enmity, was achromatic. They were looking at each other with ghastly expressions on their faces, and their words showed no emotions. There was only a general notice. I'd heard that you were dead. Did you disguise your death just for this? That's amazing. You have hidden yourself from my eyes like that in this age. No, maybe it's just that I really wanted to believe in your death. The relationship between the two was not close enough to tell the details to the other. Of course, it's not very important now. It was a relationship where either side had to disappear to attain what they wished, nothing worse, nothing better. For Mao, that was all of the conversations he had to share with Kim Tae-hoon. In addition, it was not as important as he said. No matter what the process was, Kim Tae-hoon was alive and standing in front of Mao, and Mao's actions now were only to survive. So, Mao went straight to the point. If you kill me, the Mayan calendar will be destroyed immediately. If the Mayan calendar is destroyed, exactly 15 days later, the Quetzalcoatl will appear in the world. It was a threat. Quetzalcoatl is a monster in a different dimension than the two purple-grade monsters you've encountered. Even if you kill it, then half the world will already be burning. It was the most powerful and formidable of all threats. You're the only one who may survive. The threat was enough to make saying something like he intended to shoot nuclear weapons laughable. In fact, Mao's words were not false. In the Codex Gigas, called the Devil's Bible, there is information about monsters. So, I hope you don't take my words for nothing. The Quetzalcoatl is a disaster greater than you can imagine. Mao, after intimidating him, began trading on the basis of the threats. If you spare me, I'll hand over the Mayan calendar. That's all. After that, you will try to kill me even if I tell you not to kill me. Isn't that a simple story? You just let me go once, get the Mayan calendar, and kill me afterwards. No matter where you look, it's not a losing business. Kim Tae-hoon answered the proposal. Blam! A single shot from somewhere penetrated Mao's chest. It was made by a gun floating in the air under the power of Kim Tae-hoon. Ugh! Mao knelt on the floor, a startled look in his eye, his hand grabbing his chest where the bullet had penetrated. Mao shouted out loudly, burning the life that was escaping him. If you kill me, the Mayan calendar. I'll give you 3 reasons. Only then did Kim Tae-hoon speak to Mao. 1. All I believe in is my colleagues, my men, and my comrades. Mao, you are not included in those. A gun floating in the air came into Kim's hand, and he pointed it at Mao's head. 2. I'm not here for a deal, I'm here for the price of the blood that has been shed so far, as well as the price of the blood that will be shed in the future. You're making a mistake. If the Quetzalcoatl wakes up, 3. When it wakes up, I'll just kill it. That's why I'm here. Blam! The conversation finished, Kim Tae-hoon pulled the trigger again. There was just one more shot. Kim Tae-hoon no longer needed to speak to Mao. Kim Tae-hoon, who had killed the two without a break, now spoke to the crowd. I will only say this once. Decide whether you will cooperate on your own or not. The crowd didn't answer but lifted their hands overhead in a flash. Seeing that, Kim Tae-hoon took a jade bird out of his sleeve and spoke to it. Jang Sung-hoon, the judgment is over. Starting now, we're going to hunt the Quetzalcoatl. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 161 Judgment Day, Part III. Chapter 161, Episode 161, Judgment Day, Part 3. Chapter 55. Judgment Day, Part 3. Translator, Khan. Editor, Red. 7. Above the blue sky in Washington, D.C., and the vast expanse of the sky, where there was no pollution at all, black dots appeared. The black dots that appeared were AC-130 gunships. Ugly planes, nicknamed Angels of Death, were continuing their flight to Andrews Air Force Base in the heart of Washington, D.C. "It's similar to the scenery then," Kim Tae-hoon mused, looking at the scene without a word. At this moment, he recalled one of the many scenes of death that Napoleon's Golden Glass had shown him, the scene of the dying, watching the incoming AC-130 gunship, all firing at him in the devastated land. In that dream, he had left himself something to do before he died. He had left a bucket list. "You've kept everything, but one. 2 of those 3 things were done, and 1 was not done." Kim Tae-hoon smiled at the fact. "When this is over, I'll finish the rest." Kim Tae-hoon's recollection ended there. He got up from his seat. 8. Andrews Air Force Base. The Navy and Air Force integrated base in Washington, D.C. was one of the most important and special of the countless air bases in the United States. There were 2 reasons. Washington, D.C. was the U.S. capital, and was where the Air Force One's home was. These 2 facts alone made the presence of Andrews Air Force Base incomparable to any other air base. Boss. The title, which had never been used before at Andrews Air Force Base, echoed out. Jang Sung-hoon was the starting point of the title, and at the end of the title was Kim Tae-hoon. "I haven't seen you in a long time." Jang Sung-hoon, who was approaching happily, immediately opened his arms, as if to hug him. Kim Tae-hoon said to Jang Sung-hoon, "What about what I ordered?" "Oh, boss, I just met you for the first time in a few months, and can't tell you after you hug me? We should take a picture." "How cool would that be?" "It'll be a great picture of the future generation. It'll be in history books, too." "I can't do what your wife can't do first." "Well, you must have made a lot of jokes in the meantime." "I don't do jokes. At the words of Kim Tae-hoon, Jang Sung-hoon turned his head back as if he were sick of them. Behind them, he saw the soldiers carrying the things in the transport plane. Everyone was wearing a black lizard leather uniform, and on both shoulders were badges of the Taegukgi Korean flag and Mak Guild. Jang Sung-hoon once again laughed at Kim Tae-hoon and then shouted in a saluting posture. "We have completed the preparation of a total of 896 relics, including 533 special relics of the 2nd grade, 271 rare relics of the 1st grade, 77 special relics of the 1st grade, and 15 legendary relics." At the report, Kim Tae-hoon put his hand lightly on Jang Sung-hoon's shoulder. Jang Sung-hoon's smile was drawn. However, his smile did not seem so bright. Through the smile, he carefully spoke out, "Boss, if you hadn't killed Mao, it would have been easier. You wouldn't have to fight Quetzalcoatl right away." Jang had already received the report that Kim had ignored making a deal with Mao and killed him. Instead of saving Mao and postponing the battle with Quetzalcoatl until later, Kim killed Mao and chose to kill the monster. "Did you have any reason?" In fact, it was not related to Jang Sung-hoon. He was not a hunter. So, he did not have to face a terrible monster. But Kim Tae-hoon was different. Only the strongest hunter, Kim, could face the most powerful monster, Quetzalcoatl, in the present situation, and go hunting it. It was a very natural, and very difficult fact. Even if he had an immortal body, even if he had an unlimited power that would not tire, it would not eliminate the fear and pain that Kim Tae-hoon would face. The same was true of the battle with Quetzalcoatl. While Kim killed it, the pain and anguish he would have to endure during that time no one would dare to imagine, and would not be able to take it in his place. Therefore, Jang Sung-hoon had wanted Kim Tae-hoon to negotiate with Mao. If Kim negotiated with Mao, the world would be a little more troublesome, but instead, Kim would be a little more comfortable. Dealing with him. I definitely had that in mind. It was the same with Kim Tae-hoon. He was firm, but he was not a very stubborn man. If it was more profitable and more rational, he could ignore his personal feelings. It was not that much different from Mao. If he had decided that Mao was not a threat, Kim Tae-hoon would not have killed him immediately. But why did you just kill him right away? However, Kim Tae-hoon did not talk to Mao for long, killing him after a short conversation. Houston. Kim did not do that without any reason, without any feeling, or with the hatred of Mao. When I heard about Houston, I decided I wouldn't make a deal with him. Yes? What does Houston have to do with it? When the word Houston came out of Mayor Bean Cohen's mouth when Kim rescued him, Kim immediately remembered. There's a NASA lab in Houston. Oh, really? And? Do you know what the most important technology in space research is? Isn't that rocket technology? Wireless technology. Wireless technology? One of the most important things in space research was wireless technology, because space research was impossible within the scope of wire. The same was true of NASA. They were studying how to send and receive more information faster and more in an extreme space that they could not experience on Earth. They studied wireless communication technology that could get information out from a ridiculous environment. It was perfectly possible for them to conduct research that would enable wireless communication even now, a time when wireless communication was not possible. It was also possible that NASA researchers, who had found a way to communicate wirelessly even in space, could find a way to communicate wirelessly on Earth. Boss, how the hell did you think of that? But it wasn't something anyone could think of. How many people could actually connect the word Houston to wireless technology research? And how many people would conclude that wireless technology would be an absolute threat to mankind? There must be only one person in the world, Kim Tae-hoon. And Kim Tae-hoon was not the only one who managed to reach out for it. It was a dream. Dream? I don't wear a smartwatch. A smartwatch, in front of the Buchan Library. Ah. In the first dream that Napoleon's golden glass showed, Kim was wearing a smartwatch on his wrist. That was a definite clue, indicating that wireless communication technology would be restored in some way in the world of the future. Otherwise, he would never have worn a smartwatch. Eventually, Kim had come up with the answer Jang had reached. Nuclear weapons. Mao was going to use nuclear weapons. If we have wireless technology, we'll be able to use nuclear bombs. If Kim had given him time, Mao would have threatened Kim and Mac Guild with a nuclear weapon launch, not Quetzalcoatl. It was when Kim reached that fact that he was determined to remove Mao. He didn't have any hesitation when he made up his mind. My God, if you let him live. In front of Kim Tae-hoon, Jang did not express his admiration for a long time. He put out his tongue with a short spit and smiled. Now, let's move on to climax. Jang Sung-hoon, who said those words, took a golden glass out of his bag. I hope this is the last time. Honestly, it's much better not to have this. The red liquid filled the golden glass. It had been of the most valuable help to them, yet was the most useless thing in the world. I don't know when it will be, but I'll see you in the future. At the words of Jang Sung-hoon, Kim Tae-hoon closed his eyes. 9. When Kim Tae-hoon opened his eyes, a great wilderness filled his eyes. There was a huge shadow, a dark cloud, over the wilderness where a creature could not grow. But it was not a dark cloud. The darkness was a shadow created by a huge dragon moving over the sky, covering the sun. It was a huge monster. The snake-like green body was over a kilometer long, with a red mane that resembled the lion's mane on its head, and a wing on its back that reminded him of an angel. But the most intense thing was not that appearance, but the two purple eyes on its head. It's awesome. Refusing to compare with anything else, Quetzalcoatl, who was in itself a disaster and an end, had a silence that did not match its grandeur. It was not even crying. It did not do anything to threaten the other monsters to face it, or scream to make them feel fear. It was not necessary. It is going to burn half the world. Its existence itself was a disaster and a terror. The same was true of Kim Tae-hoon. Shivering, his arms trembled slightly. He had not thought he would not tremble before any monster again. He took his trembling right hand in his left hand. He looked at the back of his right hand with black eyes. Basic abilities. Strength, 2313. Health, 2441. Special abilities. Energy, S rank. Mana, S rank. Telekinesis, S rank. Defense, S rank. Mana resistance, S rank. Kim looked at his ability, which had nothing more to add. At the same time, he looked around. There were countless relics standing around him like a tombstone. There were many different kinds. There were various kinds with unique personalities in one place, starting with spears, knives, and swords, and there were stone statues made of huge monuments and stones all over the place. There was one thing that they had in common, which was not visible on the surface: they served only one master. Over 1,000 powerful relics were talking to their only master, Kim Tae-hoon, that everything was ready. At that fact, Kim Tae-hoon smiled lightly and grabbed his sword to meet their will. At the same time, he recalled today's date and his situation. It's September 3rd, 2018. I am still alive. As soon as he finished thinking about it, he threw the sword of the Imperator in his hand at the Quetzalcoatl in the sky. Fat. At the same time, the relics everywhere began to soar along the pillars of light high up into the sky, followed by all sorts of bells ringing themselves grandly. That was how the hunt began. The final hunt of Kim Tae-hoon, the first hunter, who would be remembered long and who had changed history, began. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 162, End, Epilogue. Chapter 162, Epilogue. Translator, Khan. Editor, Red. 1. On December 31, 2016, monsters appeared in the world. It was unexpected, and the presence of the monsters was unimaginably powerful. In front of the monsters, people shouted, "The world is coming to an end." And through that cry, no one dared to say that man was the Lord of all things. Human beings, far from the Lord of all things, had become prey for monsters. It was a series of miserable realities, and miserable days went by. In that wretchedness, the end of mankind seemed to be at hand. Even if mankind survived, there would be no more glory than in the past. That was what everybody imagined. However, the Republic of Korea and the land of the Korean Peninsula denied all of that. The 51-story MAC building, towering in the middle of Bucheon City, Gyeonggi Province, Korea, was proof. Above all, the building, which rose upright and dignified, was clear evidence that the world would regain its glory of the past, as well as move on, based on the age of monsters. At the same time, the building was also proof of a man's influence. On December 31, 2016, that big mart over there was the beginning of Mac Guild. There was a revolution in that place that changed the history of mankind. It was Jang Sung-hoon, the second master of the Mac Guild, and now a man of power ruling the world. He was a very young man, with the power to decorate his private mansion or villa, with the enormous art treasures of the Louvre or the British Museum. He had no choice but to be very young. On December 31, 2016, when monsters appeared, he was a young man who was just over 20 years old, and that was only 5 years ago. Naturally, he was still in his 20s. And that hospital over there is where the famous Dr. On once worked. If Dr. On hadn't come to buy energy drinks at the large mart at the end of the year for an errand, she would not be here now. It was even more amazing that he had more than twice as many days to live in the future than he had lived in the past, since he had accumulated everything he could, power and wealth. Of course, the world envied Jang. If you're done with the explanation, can I ask you a question now? As you wish. What do you think about the fact that President Cho gave preferential treatment in the MAC building construction process? At the same time, they were both jealous and suspicious of Jang. Now, the beautiful reporter in front of Jang Sung-hoon, Song Hae-sun, was the same. She was determined to fight against the absurdity of the world with a strong journalistic spirit, and she did not want to condone the Mac Guild, which had saved the world and was still saving the world. If they were full of injustice and corruption, if they were covered with absurdity, she was willing to dig it out. When she had the opportunity to interview Jang Sung-hoon, she naturally did not avoid it. When asked such a question, Jang laughed before answering. "Is my question funny?" Song Hae-sun's eyes flashed sharply. "It is funny." "What's so funny?" "If you look down here, you'll see a vacant lot next to the big mart I mentioned earlier. It was originally a plaza in front of Bucheon City Hall, and in the process of developing Bucheon City as a special zone for hunters, I demolished Bucheon City Hall and the surrounding area, but I left that park alone. Do you know why? Well, many people got a chance there. Yang Youngwon, master of Starfish Guild in China, Lee Soo-young, one of the executives of Mac Guild, and Bang Hyun-wook, who is now a hunter representing Mac Guild. There was a historical and legendary event in that vacant lot, and that's why I left that park there." Song Hae-sun shut up, since if they were reporters, if they were Koreans, if they knew the history of Mac Guild, they would know what Jang was talking about. At the same time, it was a fact that everyone who had survived the world should remember, keep in mind, and appreciate. And you wouldn't have been a journalist without that historical event, because monsters don't do an interview, and it's funny in many ways. Is that the answer to the recent rumors of special preferences for the Mac Guild's second master, Jang Sung-hoon? Of course, Song Hae-sun was not discouraged by the fact. If she was going to be discouraged by this, she wouldn't have come here in the first place. After Jang Sung-hoon made a sullen look on her appearance, he muttered to himself. She does not condone it. They usually condone it here. What? Nothing. Jang Sung-hoon, who spoke to himself quickly, continued his speech. Preferences, that's ridiculous. Before Cho Sung-yeon was elected president, he was rescued by Mac Guild, protected, and became the first president of the new unified Republic of Korea, but the process was conducted by democratic procedures. If he was a person who gave preference to someone, would he have been president? But there are many indications that President Cho's recent policies are closely related to the Mac Guild. Korea is still under the threat of monsters, and right now 73% of the world is still the territory of a monster. Right now, Africa, South America, India, and Southeast Asia are still at war with monsters, and that close relationship is natural when the role of Korea is more important than ever. Then what do you think about the claim that the Mac Guild holds exclusive rights to all the relics and that the other guilds cannot go on a proper monster hunt? To that question, Jang Sung-hoon smiled lightly before answering. With that smile, he turned his head. Then a sheet of Didangyojido, which was filling one wall, came to his eyes. He opened his mouth in front of the map where no light was visible anywhere. Why do you think I'm sitting in the Mac Guild's second master's seat? That's. The first master said that human greed is endless, and they repeat the same mistakes, but. Did he really say that? No, he did not. Anyway, he left some words similar in nuance. What exactly do they mean? If they eat and become fat, they're not satisfied by it, and they'll try to eat more. At the answer, Song Hae-sun closed her mouth tight. Jang Sung-hoon smiled at her and said, "It's kind of a shame that the master of Mac Guild, the world's strongest and best hunter guild, beats those guys who try silly things, and that's why I became the second master." At the end of the words, Jang Sung-hoon turned his head and looked at Bucheon City, which was more brilliant than ever. As boss said, it was not the end of the game to kill Quetzalcoatl. Now that the monsters are gone, humans are going to be monsters. He looked at the Bucheon City and remembered a man. How is the boss doing? Jang Sung-hoon greeted the man in his heart. I'm doing fine, except I haven't made a girlfriend yet. He gave a very sad greeting. 2. South Africa. Located at the southernmost tip of Africa, it was a place of the greatest despair in the monster era. The reason was simple: South Africa could not expect any help or aid from any country, nor did it have the military power or relics to win a victory in the war against the monsters. It did not take long for Johannesburg, one of the major cities of South Africa, to become a huge tomb. But there were those who survived in such a world. Come on! Quickly! It was the case for a boy and a girl who looked to be about 10 years old at best and looked enough alike to be siblings. It was a miracle to have survived in a world that had been worse than hell for a long time. At the same time, the two young siblings were evidence that there was still hope in South Africa. Brother! But now that hope was becoming a candle in front of the typhoon. Kung! Kung! It was because of a huge dog with yellow eyes that tried to eat that hope in a terrible and grueling way. It was unusual that the dog had 2 heads, and was big enough to chew up even the elephants out on the savannah. It was a yellow-grayed monster, a killer dog. This monster of the monsters was twice as ferocious as the 2 heads, and the 2 young siblings could not deal with. Kung! Kung! Nevertheless, because of the pattern on the back of the 2 hands, the brother and sister could escape in front of the bloody monster. Though the pattern on the back of the hand might give the young children the power to escape from the monster of the monsters, there was no way they could do anything about it. Ugh! The girl, who was crossing the collapsed building, fell on the ground, and the boy, who was reaching out to his sister through the little hole, was frightened. Leah! At that moment the boy ran towards his sister without worrying, without hesitation. Run! Run away! The boy knew that if he threw his body at the monster, if he wet his skinny neck, his sister could run away while the monster savored him. It was the only way in the world to save one, not 2. He knew that there was no such thing as a miracle or salvation in this world. The world in which the 11-year-old boy lived was such a world. To a boy, no, to a much too young man, his sister's life was more precious than his own in this fucking world. Quickly! The boy's cry had become a howl at some point. Quickly! The fallen girl rose from the ground. At that moment the girl's eyes changed. Like a brother and a sister, the girl's eyes were just the same as the boy's. Brother, you run away! The girl shouted at her oncoming brother. The cry baffled the boy. At this moment he agonized over what to do to change his sister's mind. Kung! Kung! Meanwhile, the killer dog burst into a pleased cry at the tender smell of flesh that was just around the corner. Brother! Leah! Kung! Kung! The despair of the living and the joy of the monster filled ruined Johannesburg. Thump! The end of that sound was one of something falling from the sky. Kung! Kung! The appearance of the sound changed the cries of the monster, while the 2 had looks of admiration and surprise. At that moment the screaming killer dog fell to the ground. Blood oozed from its 2-headed temples and began to soak the ground. Then, the 2, who were hugging one another, looked at a man who they could see only in silhouette, his back to the sun, with their trembling eyes. Soon after, young George asked as he looked at the man, George was speechless. At that moment he recalled a word that people had been looking for in the sky from a dark memory. Are you a messiah? The man answered the question. No, I'm Mac Guild's hunter. Kio young. Before the man's words could finish, there was an intense scream, incomparably more powerful than the monster before. The source of the scream was a giant dog, Cerberus, with 3 heads and burning blue eyes. At the absurd scream, the faces of George and Leah went white. They remembered that there was not a single being who had survived in front of this monster that ruled Johannesburg. On the other hand, the man frowned as if he were a little annoyed, instead of being nervous or worried. Srung! Simultaneously, as he frowned, one of the 2 swords on his back moved. Whoosh! The sword flew through the wind and cut off all 3 heads in a single breath. The process was so easy, so simple. Soon the drawn sword returned to its original home. The click of the sword going into its sheath was very clear. At the end of the clear sound, the man uttered his words. I am the first hunter, Kim Tae-hoon. 3. On December 31, 2016, monsters appeared all over the world simultaneously. And on January 1, 2022, I'm still alive. The end dash. Underscore 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 underscore. Translator and editors afterward. This novel is over. It's been a very different sort than the usual slay all the monsters teenage hero sort of thing, which gave its own flavor and charm. We apologize for the delays. We hope you enjoyed this book. It's definitely different than any we've worked on in the past, and Khan would tell you that the guy writing this novel did so in terribly formal, archaic speech, like listening to some royal historian from early last century, so it was definitely interesting for both of us. Good luck and good reading out there. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.